man.
If you're on a date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Get some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
We get a mic check. Mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. The mic is plugged in, yes. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Wonderful. Okay, what a another great pod class. I wanted this to be a great pod class. Last week was amazing breakdowns, amazing questions, wonderful topics, tours on KEMET broken down. We did not see the reciprocity that is usually seen. Hopefully this pod class will be better, and we'll keep this thing moving. We're going to start off with, first of all, let's see who's in the room. Let me see who's in the room here. We have Stephen E. Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to you, Stephen E. Peace. Freddie Cali, peace. Harass did for ye culture. 2. Robert Ray says Ma'at. Robert Ray's. We got Anki Ma'at. Robert Ray's everywhere. Hanu, Saba, Tehuti, Hanu to you. Robert Rays again. Hanu, Unk. Robert Rays again. Hanu, Ahati. Robert Rays again. Hanu, Anu. Robert Rays again. Hanu, Atif. Robert Rays again. Yes, Hanu, Menku. Robert Rays again. Hanu, Natur. Robert Rays again. Unkia Ma'at Un MS. Nintet Aset and Mayat. Nin Habapen and Mayat. Mean have a pet and Mayat. Her and who Kiwi. Her E Coot. Is that Nanny? That's awesome. Yes. This is awesome. Robert Ray is excited today. RPM says, peace, family. Hotep, everyone says LLC. Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. We have a lot of people coming in, This is the place to be if you want the information of the quality that it is that Tehuti gives it. And if you appreciate and respect the quality, then of course you support with reciprocity. Or this podcast will definitely be gone, but it will be here as long as the people appreciate what it is that's being brought. Okay, let's scroll down again and see the others that are here that I haven't seen yet. Let's see who else is here. And then we're going to do the affirmation and get right started. Peace, Shannon. Peace, Atef Kim. Robert Williams says, I need that track, Hotep. Shannon says, tapping in right on time. Peace and love to the whole family. Jody says, peace everyone. And Andromeda Miserabilis sends signals and signs and images of stars and moons and palm trees and snakes. The king is here. The king is here. King. The Muay Productions. Many blood blessings, everyone. Here's someone I haven't seen since 1999. E-Manifesto. How you doing, good brother? Nice to have you back. I was just saying to the brothers, what happened to the consistent brothers? What happened to the E-Manifestos? What happened to the Cash Pedans? What happened to the Rebel Minded? What happened to my good brother Zeptevi Slim? Brothers are just, consistency is the key. Ma'at should always be moving upwards. Nice to see you. Mean Habapet and Mayat, always moving upwards. This should be growing and advancing, not having people fall off. It is nice to see you. E-Manifesto, nice to see you, good brother. He says, Sonnet Amnesia. Yeah, that was very, very interesting, but that has been my life ever since I've been teaching. To erase Tehuti, that has been the goal. To erase me. Shout out Jamio X. Okay, good. We see everybody here. Hybrid Cipher. One of the most excited people to see me teach Hybrid Cipher. Peace and love to the show. Leave it all to Ma'at Saba, it will come. Yep. Shout out to Robert Rays. Boots. 9, love you, Saba. Peace, God. Peace. Okay, good. Humble LLC is in the place to be. It says Hotep. Greetings, says T-Bull. And what would the class be without the lovely, wonderful, serious Nakia Wamangu? Daniel Setmer says, Hotep, everyone. Welcome to the breaker of Ma'at. It should be Matrix. Breaker of Matrix. Tehuti pod class. Okay, we have Anu. And I know once Anu types, I know that Kav, Antu, and Anema is going to be right behind him. It always goes in that order. He says, Hotep, Hanu, twice great Tehuti. Amen Hotep Ra, the great nectar who brings forth conscious light. Hotep to the chat, and he has Maybe that's a door and light and a fist. All right. And these are the messages that these three actually send me every morning. About 10 times as long as that, but that's what they send me. Things like this. Hotep to the one and only SABA Tehuti, the heart of Ra, who comes forth as the Neter Tehuti, provider of Ma'at, the giver of power, full speech, Tua, for all that you do. Henu Tehuti and his Neterts. And we have a symbol of, not sure what that is, but there's a, there's a black heart. The other ones are a little too small. Let me blow it up and see if I can make that out. I see an owl, and I still don't know what that other one is. It looks like maybe a bee. I'm not sure, but I see a bee, an owl, and a black heart. Shout out to Ka of Antu Anat. And then we have Anema who is actually made starting next week. I'm going to actually have a shout out to the heavy hitters of the month. We're going to have heavy hitters of the month, the biggest consistent podcast supporters, because I had this list of heavy hitters, but half of the 1/4 of the heavy hitters that I announced don't even show up to the podcast anymore. So I'm not announcing them anymore. I'm actually going to announce up to date big time supporters that want this to consistently go through. This is about consistency. Consistency is what Ma'at is. That's why it's called Min Ma'at, M-I-N Ma'at, which is consistency. Everything moves in an upward, flowing, consistent fashion. But we have big donors that were donators earlier, half a year ago, and they don't even show up for the podcast anymore. So I'm going to start upgrading that every week or 2 weeks. I'm going to have the donators, the largest supporters, and their names being announced as a sign of respect. They're the ones holding the rest of you up. They're the ones keeping the podcast here for the rest of you. The Sharikas, the Hikakeparas, the Rigos. These are the huge supporters that keep me here. Okay, and now the Anema has now stepped into that list. Anema with the huge donations consistently, and she says, Hotep Nefer class, Tua Tehuti and the Nefer Neterts for this beautiful class. Wonderful, wonderful. Naya Setmer says, peace, welcome, with 2 doves or something. Naya Setmer, what do you think? 2 doves of peace? Oh, the peace sign, okay. Shout out to the best chat with some bullhorns and some other symbols in an explosion. And we got one of the biggest supportive donators, consistent, who's also the consistent heavy hitter. From the time he came in up until now, one of the biggest donators of the Tusi podcast, if not the biggest, probably the biggest consistent donator of the Tusi podcast. Sonetta and Jambari are not the standard. They're not the standard. Actually, I just saw a thing pop up on my thing. They're having right now when this podcast was supposed to start, they're having lessons in Ma'at or something. Shout out to lessons in Ma'at, whatever they're doing, whatever's going on. I want people to move towards the truth and get away from the bickering. Welcome everybody. We have Primordial Thought. There's going to be a special class because we're going to have. He sent a question in that I have right here on cue, and it's going to be an interactive session question because he's going to come to the panel, and I'm going to talk to him about his question and talk to him about what actually changed, what I did to actually change myself. One of his questions that he asked about me personally and how I could imbue that into him. So we're going to have an interactive session right after I answer the first question. He's going to be next. I'm going to see what that first question is, but I have him on cue. He says, let's go, Saba. And OFP says they are going against Ma'at. It's horrible teachings, Tehuti. Interesting, I wish the best to all. Let's get it started, everybody. That's right. Hit the like button. Do what Boots says and hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay, let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to do the affirmation because we start things in order. It's one of the things that Ma'at actually means. It means to examine, and it means order. Let's go ahead and get started, everybody. We're going to start with the affirmation because we do have a lifestyle. I do have a lifestyle that I live, and I'm passing this on to you. Is everybody ready? I'm going to put this on the board, and I'm also going to take the bottom. Let me take the bottom banner off. Everybody can see that. Hope everybody can see that clearly. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at un and s. Nin tet aset and ma'at. Min habapet and ma'at. Her and hu kiwi. Per e kut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Let that settle in. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to begin, and before I begin, let me see if there's any new people within the room. Press a 9 if you are new, meaning that if you've been coming here for less than a month. Press a 9 if you've been coming here for less than a month. If you're brand new, or if you've been coming here for less than a month, press a 9. Anybody new in here today? Not sure, but I'm waiting. We shall see. Okay. I don't see any 9s. Everybody's been in here for over a month. No new people. People in the pod class, bring new people, introduce people to what is happening here. Let them know. There should be people in the room saying, I was brought here by Robert Reyes. I was brought here by Shannon. I was brought here by Jody. I was brought here by such and such. I was brought here by Steve. Bring people in. Let your family know. Let your friends know. Does anybody have any friends that watch YouTube at all? If they're your friends, then they should be watching the podcast too. At least one time. Let them be submerged in the truth, and they will make their decision from there. Okay. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, which you all know the introduction already because nobody's pressing a 9, so everybody knows what is happening right here. That I am Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who are watching this YouTube channel for the first time or watching this class for the first time, I've been a teacher for several decades. Before there was internet teachings, before there was a YouTube, before there was the Googling and the Wikipedias and all the nice tools that people have right now. 1 second, everybody, hold on a second. Before there was any of these beautiful tools that make things so much easier to teach now for the new people and the people that are internet babies. I was teaching all the way back from 1992 or 3. Some people say they remember me being their teacher in 1992. Some people say 1993, 1990. Many different dates, about 3 different dates. 92, 93, some people remember me from 1996. I've been teaching for a long while. Thank you, Nanny. Wipe this off my hands. I used to teach in the public anywhere from 40 people to over 1,000 people in public. And I was teaching because I always wanted to bring people what was called the Word. When I was younger, way before these teachings, my name actually was the Word. I was all about words and sound. And my name was the Word of God. It was actually my name back in the day. I don't know if I ever told the podcast that, but my first name was actually the Word of Allah, or the Word of God. We considered ourselves God, and we were manifestations of different attributes of the God in conscious body, and my name was the Word of God. And I came to an awakening at a much of a young age, I always questioned things and wanted to know the roots and the origin and where different words came from and sound pronunciations, things of that manner. My mother had told me when I was much younger that when she was in labor, she saw some energy that looked like a whirlwind hover over her womb while she was in the hospital. And when it swirled into her womb, then she started her contractions and started going into labor, and eventually gave birth to me. So she felt that I was special from the very beginnings. Ever since then, I was always curious about other realms, higher levels of knowledge. Ever since I was much, much younger, while walking down the street, I saw some brothers in white robes, and they started asking me questions about religions. They started showing me things about religions, and I was very, very intrigued that the way that they were thinking was right along the lines of the artists I used to listen to, such as X-Clan, Kareth One, Lakim Shabazz, Poor Righteous Teachers, and all those, when there used to be a public music, popular music called hip-hop, which was popular, that had destroyed from popularity. When there was a popular music once upon a time that was called hip-hop, it was all about KEMET, conscious teachings, Black Power, revolutionary. Even Heavy D and Kid and Play would have their fez on and the kente cloth, and it didn't matter if you're a party rapper, a Kid and Play. It didn't matter if you're a Heavy D party rapper. You had your red, black, and green on. Whether you were Chuck D, Heavy D, or Kid and Play, it did not matter. But those days, it was all about the raising of consciousness. So what I used to do is I used to take tables and bring them to house parties and set them up in the middle of people dancing and doing the Kid and Play kick step and DOS effects. And I would take them and I would start teaching in the middle of house parties. And I would go on the dance floor and dance with the people. And then at the end of the song, I come back to my table and say, read this book, look at this, da-da-da-da. And I'd be breaking things down. This is ever since I was a young man, ever since I was much, much younger. Anyways, I ended up joining that group. Oh, there's a number 42, which is going to relate back to this that you see right here. I'm going to introduce him soon. I ended up joining the group that was breaking down all these different religions, and I ended up becoming the top teacher as I kept on expanding my skills of teaching people how to teach when there was no class at the time in that organization. Teaching people how to teach in that organization was all about newcomers class. I was having classes to teach people how to teach. I escalated to a point where I ended up being invited by the teacher at that time to come with my family to live with him and actually teach beside him and introduce his classes. I ended up moving up there with him, and I ended up becoming the teacher that he announced to the whole organization that if you all want to learn how to teach, teach like Amenhotep Ra. That was an announcement he made to the complete entire worldwide organization that everybody that wants to learn how to teach, they should come learn. That wants to teach well, they should come learn from me. That was a public announcement. Simultaneously at the time, my teaching skill started reaching the other teachers, and they were not pleased with it because my teaching skill was about multifarious sources of information, not just about what was coming from one teacher, but all the scientific facts that backed up the things that we actually said that we were believing in. I'll bring the scientific fact and the historical and archaeological facts to it. They did not like the way that I was teaching, even though the teacher at the time told everybody that they should teach like me. So they came to my dwellings with burning torches to burn my belongings that were books that were not written by the teacher. I said, well, I cannot do that. And they said that I have to leave the teaching status. Of course, this was all done while the teacher was actually away. They said I have to leave the teaching status. And I said, okay, I'm not going to burn all of my books. I have a certain teaching style that the teacher at the time told everybody they should teach like me. So I must be doing something somewhat right. And so the teacher that came back, he had actually explained to me why I have my name, that I hold the spirit of Amenhotep, which at that time was being taught as the person who wanted to bring back the source, which made complete sense because that's what I was ever since I was young. I was always about what is the source, what is the root of this thing, where does it come from? So I got my name Amenhotep as the pharaoh at the time that wanted to go back to the source of things. And he said that I hold that spirit of going back to the source. Anyway, this did not please the brothers at all. And I ended up having to leave the organization because the teacher started asking me about things that I was teaching in my class, that he was going to use those things that I was teaching. He ended up telling the class that a student gets so high that he bypasses the teacher. He said, ask one of those, I call it snake style at the time. I call it snake style now, but he said, ask one of those type of questions, those trap questions. And I ended up asking him a question about my well-being and a situation that he had put me in, and that if I'm loyal to him, then I'm actually going to sacrifice my well-being by being around a particular kind of music that had no protection for me when I was away from the protectional tones that was around us. And so it was either, am I a follower of you? Because that means I have to do something at home that's away from the protection, or do I question it? And he said, you love your soul more than the rest. I'm going to put somebody else in that position who doesn't care as much about their soul or about their ba. And he said, that's the question. And he put himself in a crucifixion. And he said, a student raises so high he bypasses. And he let it be known to me that just because I'm at a certain level, he can't bring the rest of the group. The group is not determined on the level that I am. He has to move as a group. Once that was known to me, once the brothers said that I was teaching too much out of his teachings, once all this came to fruition, I knew that it was time for me to remove, and I left out of the situation, went and took my knowledge and studied fitness. I studied fitness, I studied economics, I studied several things that weren't pertaining strictly to historical events and knowledge of self. I started studying what could benefit my mind and body, what could benefit me financially. How can I put some things into financial effects, can we say? And so I studied that, and I ended up going on fitness boards and studying all the questions. I had pod classes on the fitness boards. So my actual first pod classes were going into fitness boards and telling people they can ask me any question they want on the human body, on fitness, on losing calories, on what does it mean by burning calories, what is acetyl-L-carnitine, what is citrulline malate, what is the dopamine, how does dopamine work with exercise, what are endocrine, and they would ask me questions. And eventually I said to them that I have all these products that are available, make your orders from me. And I had absolutely nothing, but I knew in my mind that I had them here. So I ended up finding the person who had access to all the different people that had them, and he had underground people too. And that person said that they would meet me and tell me all their secrets because he felt my vibration through the computer. No visuals, just typing in chat rooms. He said he felt my vibration through the computer, and he trusts me through the computer. Ended up going and meeting him, and he started divulging all of the secrets of how I could become successful in this particular world of health and all the connections that he had. But he said that if I reveal the secrets, he's going to place me right here by the docks that we're standing in, and he's going to put cement shoes on me. And he told me his profession was straight out of the mafia movies, and he looked like Steven Seagal, and I believed him. And he definitely had brandish weapons ready. And he said, I don't just do this, I protect, I do other things too. And those things deal with knocking them off, whacking them out, however he used to talk. So I took him very seriously, and I took all the jewels, and I said, you can trust me. And I ended up getting into the fitness business by ordering all the supplements, and then people started ordering me online because I had trust, they had trust in me. Eventually, I took that information and went back to the same group of people that were called the Nuwabians at the time, and I also started learning on real estate investments. I took all that knowledge back to them and started taking them off of the streets, teaching them about fitness, selling bodybuilding products, flipping houses, getting trust companies, LLCs, LTV, loan to value, debt to income ratios. I started teaching them all of these different things and I started taking them from homelessness. Took some of the brothers excelled to become a millionaire. Everybody became successful because I was only all about teaching. If you're going to stop me from teaching the knowledge, fine, I will teach the people something else. I was on the land teaching jiu-jitsu. Come learn self-defense from me. I was teaching jiu-jitsu. I was a protectional teacher in that environment, teaching martial arts and self-defense until accidentally we had to stop those classes because a brother came and attacked me from the back and I was not prepared. I didn't know. He said, what would you do if I did this? And then he turned into a real attack. And once I sent the vibration of a real attack, then I'm going to defend real. And so I ended up, he ended up attacking me. I guess he was one of the brothers that were jealous, but he ended up really doing a real attack on me. So I took his, the part that connects the femur and the bone that connects to your knee, and those got separated. So he was unfortunately one of the people that was actually the head of construction at the time. So wasn't too good. I actually took the head of construction who was actually teaching us how to build the temples, and I had separated his where his knees connect, and they weren't connected anymore. So so that didn't turn out too well, but it was because he did a real attack. But what I was doing was I was teaching people. I'm just here to teach. But if you attack me, of course, I'm going to defend myself just like I'm talking right now. So I'm all about teaching. I couldn't teach there anymore. I ended up separating myself completely. Ended up moving here to California after teaching in Canada, doing different things with certain individuals. I didn't do any more big groups anymore. So I ended up coming to California, and I ended up purchasing a set of forks, and I purchased a cloth, and I threw them on the ground, and I started performing the things that you see Chris Angel do, because I took all the money, almost all the money that I made from real estate investments, and all the money, all the tens of thousands of dollars that I made, and I said, one day, I'm not going to have this. Let me invest it in self-magic. It's just for myself for now. But one day I'm not going to have all this. And maybe just like Chris Angel and David Blaine, I'll be walking down the street and people actually pay me to have their tooth disappear, whatever it is that all those strange things that I was doing back then. And so that's what happened. I took all the money, invested it into magic, and came to California, started performing. When I was performing, I started bringing out my snakes. And I started breaking people's spells with fear. Had big unks just like this on my chest with the snakes, and I was breaking fear. Until one day, a brother that may be in the room right now, his name is Ahati Ma'at. And his name back then wasn't Ahati Ma'at. He was a Hebrew Israelite. And he noticed that I was out here with snakes and doing hika and all different type of things and breaking people's fears. And he started asking me questions about ancient Egypt and about the New World Order and different things he was asking me. I started breaking it down to him. I developed a trust in him because he came every day, asking me questions every day. I said, you know what? Once a day during my break, I'm going to take you off away from this pier, from the beach, and we're going to go off in this private place. I'm going to give you a little bit of class. Matter of fact, you can ride the trains with me, and I'll teach you as we ride the trains. And I'll use people on the trains as experiments. And I was showing him how to control people's energies on the train. And people were getting emotional and crazy and doing different things. And it was interesting. So I was teaching him. And after time, I invited him to my place, and I started having class with him and my goddesses. So to make a long story a little bit shorter, he noticed that I was just teaching on a thing called Pal Talk. It was just my voice, and you couldn't see me. And then eventually I got off of that because brothers, I think he's very big now, Hebrew Israelite, Nathaniel. I think he's like the biggest Hebrew Israelite in the world. Nathaniel he gets like 5,000 views in one day. I think it's the same brother, but there was a brother named Nathaniel at that time, Nathan L. And me and him went toe to toe, but he always had major respect for me. They started setting up chat rooms based on my name, the Hebrew Israelites back then. So I got away from that energy and just started teaching privately. Ahati said, hey, the people out there really need you. I'm looking at all these other teachers. He said, I'm looking on Killer Priest. I see them talking, but they're talking about nothing. He said, I'm looking over here on this channel, He said they're just gossiping and angry at each other and arguing. He said you need to get yourself known out there, get yourself renowned. And I said, okay, I'm not. I said I'm fine. I'm okay for now. And I said, but you know what? If you get me a program with a little box with boxes. I didn't know there was a thing called StreamYard. If you give me a program where I could talk to people, I'll do that. And he went out looking for the program, couldn't find it. He ended up finding a debate league that had the program. And he said, I found somebody that already has the program and they want to interview you. And they interviewed me, and during the interview, I got challenged by the champion at the time. And after they set up a debate with me and the champion, I ended up beating him. I had never had an online debate before like that because I wasn't an online person. There was no online in 1996 that I remember. There was no YouTube. I was debating people in college type thing, college type environments. And, you know, I was like 21 years old debating like 76-year-old college teachers, religious theologians that were like 70 years old. And I was 21. One of my first debates, other than my mom's pastor, my first debate in a public setting was with a 70-something-year-old Canada's greatest Hebrew Southern region scholar. That was my first debate. I was 21, he was like 70. And that was my very first Tehuti debate. They tricked me into it. They told me they were bringing me to a friend of theirs. He was 21 years old too. And when I got there, they said, here comes my friend. I saw this man coming with dusty books. He was 70 years old. I was like, what? I said, that's your friend? A 70-year-old white man? They said, oh yeah, he's Canada's top Hebrew Southern scholar of the region of Hebrew. They give all these accolades. And I was like, that's who I'm debating? No problem. That debate ended by the hospital, the ambulance coming. So my very first debate that I had, I performed snake style to the point where the ambulance had to be called, and he was actually taken away from the debate on a stretcher. We didn't have cell phones back at those times, so I wish I had the footage, but we were recording it on a tape cassette thing. And the ambulance had to come to the college and take him out on a stretcher because I started snake styling him into questions where he just started palpitating. Something happened to him, and that's how the debate ended. So it appears that I won the debate. I'm not sure what happened, but people are telling me that I won. But that's my very first Tehuti debate, was sending the Canada's top Southern Hebrew scholar to the hospital. So at any rate, I came out and started debating online. It was kind of easy work to me because I was just teaching them. It's just, I don't know, I'm just teaching. So I'm like, this is debating. I could just get to teach for 3 rounds. The crowd is going to pick a winner based on my lifestyle. This is my lifestyle. I don't know how, maybe I could lose, but these people are setting up a debate. I'm debating what I actually live every day. So I ended up winning every single debate and went on Sonetta, ended up beating Jabari, Zion Lex, and all these other so-called big names, Ankh West on the other league. And then I went to Kill the Priest. A brother challenged me there to a debate, ended up beating him. And this is what leads to the Tehuti pod class. So while people were seeing me coming back, doing these debates, doing these lessons, and doing these classes, they started wanting to have the one-on-ones that they used to have with me back in 1992 and 1993, one-on-ones. I had a couple of them, and it was taking up too much time in my day. But the reciprocity was lovely. The reciprocity was beautiful. Peace to the new brother, Chief Caliph. I would give shout out to the new people in the room, and this is a new name here of the scene. Chief Caliph. Shout out to Chief Caliph. Yeah, the Exorcist. That's actually, I call myself hydrogen peroxide. Another debate I had, I sent the lady running away saying, this is a debate, just a conversational debate with somebody who was trying to convert one of my mates back to Christianity. And I said, let's have a discussion about it. And I had that person running through the house saying, I am a rabbit, I'm 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 a rabbit. It was very, very strange. I think when I have debates, like how Ankh West was saying, the snake is dead, the snake is dead. There's other energies involved in my debates and discussions, because you're not debating You're not just debating me, you're debating what I represent. And what I represent is actually alive and living things that are ready to have my back. So maybe what happens is something happens to the people that I debate. Every single person that I've debated, the audience says, their fans say, I've never seen Jabari act like that. I've never seen Vocab Malone behave like this. I've never seen Son Ender saying, "Oh, Quest, you're acting like the Hebrew Israelites," but it's because they can't help it. They can't stop it. It's an energy when you're battling what it is that I represent, and I've contacted that energy, and it's a shame for those that want to battle it. Don't battle the energy. Embrace the energy, and let's grow together. So, I developed the Tehuti pod class, telling the people that were giving me $50, $200 and such for one-on-one sessions. I was telling them it was taking up too much time, but I said to Killer Priest and everybody, I'm going to invite everybody to my YouTube channel. I will have the same class that I have one-on-one. I will do it on my channel. I will have the same class that I did in 1998, where people would come from all over the world and they would just ask me questions. I will do it on my channel. The reason why it's a one-on-one class is because I set up something completely unique. My one-on-one classes are strictly based on a question that a person asks me, and I do a class on whatever it is they want to know about. That means that they actually control the class. I am the SABA, the doorway. I am the servant that has a gift that can go ahead and answer in a technique style that doesn't seem to be done anywhere on the internet. Kind of like a genie in a bottle, but the genie is actually the servant. The genie is the leader and the servant, because you can't get the things that you want without the genie. But the genie never acts like he's a servant, but he actually has the wish of every single person. But every time he comes up, your wish is my command. But he actually is God. He actually has the power to do whatever it is that he wants. But the genie never makes a wish, if you notice. So I come out as the genie and say, your wish is my command. Send a question. But the way that we're going to set the situation up is like something that's never been done on the internet ever before in Earth's history. That is this. We're not going to do super chats. I was doing super chats on Kill the Priest podcast, Craft, and it was so intense that the engineer dumped his wallet out in my hand to take the money. I was getting $500 super chats, bidding sessions. 500, I'll give 300, I'll give 350, I'll give 200. I can top that with 500. Santana was topping. It was bidding wars, and the engineer said, "We've never seen anything like that until you've come here. You need to get paid. I'm going to talk to Killer Priest about getting you paid." He said, "Take what's in my wallet," and dumped it in my hand. That is reciprocity. That's the engineer. Why is an engineer paying me? He's the sound man. But because he felt the reciprocity of what I brought was at a level that he had never seen before in history to this day, because I don't know if they're paying people right now to this day or offered anybody money on the Killer Priest podcast. I'm not sure, but AD had told me that, no, we don't pay anybody, but I will try to get you paid. So reciprocity was setting up a situation, whereas if you believe that the quality of answers that I give are worth more than the waiter bringing over the food to you, then you will tip the waiter. As a matter of fact, you will send support and reciprocity by sending in questions and sending in support for this particular extremely unique movement that is changing history. That's why it is our affirmation that is on the news. That is why it's our affirmation that is in other podcasts and other YouTube channels. You see people saying chunks of an affirmation that I was there when it was created. And now it's being said. There's an effect that's happening from this pod class. Many people now are calling themselves Sabas. I don't remember calling Dr. Ben Saba Ben. I don't remember calling Dr. Clark Saba Clark. I don't remember calling Ashar Kwesi Saba Kwesi. Do you all remember this? I don't remember this word Saba being some popular word in the Kemetic. I don't remember Muta Ashby being Saba Muta Ashby. I don't know if you all, was he? Maybe I didn't see it. I don't remember Ra Nefer Amun being SABA Ra Nefer Amun, but now the word SABA, things are changing. This podcast is changing things. So I set up a reciprocity system that works like this. You can come to the pod class for free. You can enter it for free. But in order for me to speak, in order for me to answer a question which is controlled by all of you in the pod class, you send in Cash Apps and PayPal, which I've realized has a way that you can write things at the bottom, enough to ask a question, and the PayPal is even more, such as this beautiful sister, Sharika. She had a question about the Nahesi that I actually answered more before she even asked the question, something to that effect. Sharika offering for previous podcast Nahesi breakdown. She said she was going to send in a question about the Nahesi. She sent in $54.45 for my breakdown that didn't even give her a chance to ask it yet, or something to that effect. There, that's $54. So you have never seen this happen on any other YouTube channel, but that's fine because what is happening here does not happen on any other YouTube channel. So we have people sending in $33.33, even for my snakes to eat, for Cobra food. It is for reciprocity through however you appreciate what you're seeing. We have support High Priest, General Ahati. We have questions being sent in. This is for the Nissian Council, the brother Owen Heisey. Imagine sending $43.72 to ask about a Nissian Council that you can Google. Obviously, the answer that I'm giving is not the Nissian Council that you can Google. Does everybody remember this breakdown that I gave on the Council of Nicaea? He gave $43.72 for the support of the quality that he knows is going to come from me, that is not going to come from the internet or Google. That was about the Nissian Council. Look at the diversity. This one is about the white man. Does he come from a monkey? The diversity of questions that are asked here at the Tehuti'S podcast, $25, $72 for the Pangea, a Pangea question, $72.27. $50 for just thank you for the knowledge. This is the reciprocity. $22.72 for reciprocity. $20 for how did you take Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? Do you all remember that one? Oh man, that was incredible. That is the reciprocity. If you have PayPal, this is Freddie Cali, who's in the room right now. Freddie Cali, I don't know if he does anymore, but shout out to Freddie Cali. He used to at least once every 2 weeks come and consistently support. This is Freddie Cali. Shout out to the good brother Freddie Cali. And this is one of his supports right here, $19.82. This is just for support. Shout out to Freddie Cali. Look at the large support from Owen Hythe, $143.72. For Supreme Teachings, my YouTube name is the Askar. Have you ever seen a YouTube channel where the person gets sent money to ask a question? $20-something to ask the question. I answer the question, and someone else sends in $143.72 for the supreme teachings of the question that I already answered that someone just sent in $25. Have you ever seen that in YouTube history before? Anyone? Has it ever been seen since the creation of the internet? This is because of the quality of how questions are being answered here at the Tehuti'S podcast. This is Christopher, who wanted to be anonymous, $50 for thank you for your class and teaching. This was not a question that Christopher sent in. Someone else sent in a question. On top of someone else sending in $20 to $30 to $15 for the question, boom, Christopher hits with $50 for the class and the teachings of the question that I gave, the answer that I gave. KEMET 101 with $127.27 for a question he sent in the email. But he's not sending $127 for a question. He's sending $127 for the respect of the quality of what it is that I give. Only here at the Tehuti Pod class. $27 from Nito Campbell, who always donates in nines, for superior teacher, Tehuti. He didn't donate for a question that he asked. He donated for an answer that he heard from someone else's question. And that person donated for the question that I asked. This has been going on and only happens here because of the quality, which the new people that are here, you will see that happen in just a moment. How do you support? My AI moderator will tell you right there. It is Cash App TT Amun. That's the Cash App. If you're doing PayPal, you can even send in a longer question, such as the brother Beged Leisure, who sent in $50. And look at the length. He sent me a whole paragraph. A whole paragraph. This brother here, Beged Leisure, known as Maharu now, Micha at the time. He wanted to know about having out-of-body experiences. I gave him a class. Unfortunately, or fortunately, his mother passed. Renuna in peace to his mother. She passes. Now he wants to take the out-of-body experiences to a higher level. He wants to be able to leave his body or be able to communicate with the world that his mother is on. He actually wants his mother to come and contact him on his world, a little higher level than just an out-of-body experience. He said, "Can you teach me that?" I said, "Yes." Not here at the pod class, set up a one-on-one. I set up one-on-ones with him, teach him what's considered the secrets, teach him the ways, and boom, his mother, which had passed in his arms, and he's texting me, and his mother's passing in his arms, or passed in his arms. Several weeks later, his mother can come and visit him and has interactions with him based on the rituals that I gave him. This is what I'm all about. This is why the donations are so enormous. E-Manifesto, who's in the room right now. I know he probably has a donation today because he hasn't been around in a little while, but this brother here is one of the brothers that set off the large donations. Question E-Manifesto, he typed it in Facebook. I'm not sure which one of these questions it was. It may have been, I'm not sure what. He's asked me so many questions. Shout out to E-Manifesto. Ika Kepara, who sends anywhere from 25 to 70 plus every pod class. And his son does the same. Shout out to Ika Kepara. This is how the Tehuti pod class works. You may say, well, I don't have the Cash App. I have PayPal. Well, there at the bottom, you're going to see the PayPal run down the screen at the bottom. That is the PayPal. I'll put it even bigger. And it is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. There are the support. And you can actually send in questions. I did the most challenging thing that I feel a teacher could do, and that is, when I come to the class, I don't speak until I see questions sent in to the Cash Apps, which pop up in my Gmail. What's been happening the last couple of classes I've noticed, and I wanted to comment on, was I actually put the titles of the questions that were sent in right before the last class. So I knew a couple of the questions that were going to be asked for the next class, and I'll put those titles inside of the and I put the questions inside of the title of YouTube, and people started getting lazy. I told Brother Scribe this. Then the donations started dropping. I noticed last week the donations were low because I would actually put up a thumbnail which has some of the questions in it. So people started taking it as, oh, Tehuti's already coming with a prepaid lecture. I don't have to support. I don't have to donate. He already knows he's going to talk about Bess. He's going to talk about the Natiru facing to the side. He's going to talk about the left foot. He's going to talk about the UFOs because I'm putting it in the title. Whereas when I first started the pod class, it would just say the Tehuti pod class, send in questions and support. And people would send in the donations. So I noticed the donations started getting low, but I noticed that it still had 84 people watching. Well, if there's 84 people still watching, 100 people still watching, why are the donations lower? If they're still watching, that means they're still enjoying because they turned it, the human mind is reptilian. It's a very selfish mind that we have because we come from reptilians. The oldest part of our brain is reptilian. So because of that, if you know you can get something for free, you're going to take it. That's just our nature. It's an animalistic nature. It's with us. So if you're 84 people watching in the room and you know, oh, these people already sent in their questions, let me sit back and take the notes. I don't have to say and send anything. I don't have to type in the chat so they don't know that I'm even watching anymore. And I'm not going to send in any support. I'm just going to go take the information. While Tehuti actually writes books for people based on their question. Every question that you send to me, I create a mini book for you that's stamped. You have a YouTube stamp in history with me announcing your name, creating a personal answer designed, curtailed, and customized directly for you that you, your family, and your friends can watch for the rest of the time YouTube is up. It takes me a long time to do that. The reciprocity that people see when they see breakdancers in the middle of a show and they stop and the show's already started. That means the initial people that tip for the show to start, you know, the breakdancers stay still. And then you tip them, then they start moving. The mime guy stays still, but as soon as you give him $5, then he starts moving. Then the crowd comes, and people come in the middle of the show, and the show's over. All right, everybody, and they hand out a bag. And the people that were there in the middle of the show, or the last 10 minutes of the show, they still tip because they appreciated the entire show that they gave, even though the initial person started the show, tipped. But reciprocity says always tip the break dancers, the magician, even if you come in the middle of the show. So here, the Tutti Pod class is set up based on reciprocity. The reciprocity is actually what keeps me doing this, because I have a means to actually get out of here and not do this anymore. But I'm doing this out of the love for the Shannons, under the love for the E-Manifestos, for the Menkoras, for the Atefs, for the Ahatis, for the scribes, for the consistent people, the Nana Amuns, the Regos, the people that are actually keeping me here with a large support and donation. Okay? Now, with all that understood, and I hope the supporters are on deck, because next pod class I will be announcing consistent supporters. I even respect the people that send me messages, say, Tehuti, I'm down in, I have a guy in Africa, he can't seem to send money or something, but at least he sends me a message. He says, for some reason, either I'm down and out or something happens, and I appreciate your podcast, but I can't seem to support it. At least say that to me. But to actually watch the whole podcast with breakdowns you've never seen before, not give any support at all, and not say anything, and go on with the rest of your week, is definitely not ma'at. Let me start the podcast with the first question. And you see on my hat, you see an animal on my hat. Yes, that's a living animal. She represents Neith. Her name is Charlotte, and she represents the weaving aspect. Stranger here just got a T.O.M custom. I just got a T.O.M custom shirt order. Thank you, Stranger. I should be seeing that in my email. I'm not sure when you did that, but I should be seeing that in my email. Scribe should be sending me that, and I appreciate the support. And yes, and Stranger, I just saw a question. I don't think I can get to it today, but I just saw a question about the book of Exodus or something in my email. So Stranger is a #1 supporter. He's a number one supporter. As a matter of fact, Stranger is not just a supporter, everybody. Stranger is a very creative man. Stranger is a very, very creative man. Stranger is actually the one responsible for naming the moderators, which means that when you go into chat rooms, you may see people called moderators. Stranger, all right, hold on. One second, let me get that. Let me get the Stranger. Why isn't it showing? Oh, I see what happens. Press play, see if it moves. Hey. There it is. Stranger is the namer of the moderators, which are Nania Setmer, Ankh Kia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe right there at the bottom, right there. He took the word ma'at and made moderators. He's responsible for naming these people right here. They're the moderators. They're the ones that keep the room organized. They're the ones, if you have questions about how to get my books, what my email address is, how to see my debates, how to support, those are the moderators. Shout out to STRANGA for that. So he's not only a supporter, he's a creative person inside of the pod class. He just ordered I don't know if Scribe is here, if Annie is here, but he just ordered a customized shirt, a sweater. Shout out to that. And that should be popping up anytime. Shout out to everybody who supports the pod class. Okay, everybody. And I'd like to also say that here is a very special servant of mine. He represents Pekka M. Ku. For those who see me teach and understand what real ma'at is, according to the Purim Haru and the words of the Netzer themselves, you would know what Pekka M. Ku is. The separation of negative consciousness. That they're misclaiming, calling the 42 laws of ma'at. There is no 42 laws of ma'at. There are 42 declarations of innocence as you go through the ritual in the afterlife of Pekka M. Ku. His name is Ink Drop because he represents the dots of the Pekka M. Ku. Why is that? So first of all, he represents the black sun, which you've seen me do classes on. I've done actually 2 classes on the black sun. And if you look, you cannot find one of these serpents. I've been to shows. I think I've seen 2 in the world that are designed like this. Perfect black circles, and they're called ink drops. His name is Ink Drop. But not only does he have those circles, but he's designed perfectly for me because he has exactly 42 of them. He represents the number 42 because he has the 42 black dots, which represent the 42 declarations of innocence on his back. 42 of those circles on him. Right, Ink Drop? That's why you see me with him at times. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. But he represents Ma'at and the 42 declarations of innocence represented by the 42 black suns, right? Ink Drop, isn't that right? That's right. Isn't that right? Yep, it is absolutely right. Wonderful, everybody. Are you ready to get started? This is Charlotte right here who represents photonic entanglement, which is the invisible weaving that you can't see, that keep things together through quantum energy, which I broke down last class or 2 classes ago. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Are you ready? The manifesto says, I need my custom shirt. Is the brother in the room? Is Ani PTAH in the room? Ani PTAH, are you in the room? Ani PTAH, are you in the room? Okay, good. He'll be in the room a little later. Okay, everybody, are you ready? We're going to get started. And I will also, before we even get started, let me go back here into my Gmails and see something. Let me go forward. And see, we got donations, nice donations coming in already. Wonderful, wonderful. Now let's get to the first. We got some very nice donations that have already started to come in. I know there's going to be much more coming in. Thank you for those who have donated. I'll be announcing you right after. You know what? I'll announce a couple right now. Actually, let me announce a couple of them right now, and I'll announce the others right after the class. Shout out to who do we got here? Shout out to Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara. Oh, this is great. Look at this, everybody. Starting off the class, and I see Sal Vega, and I see Octavia Sly. Starting off the class, let me go ahead and put this in the room right here. starting off the class with a monster donation. I'm going to do this one, another one, then I'm going to get right into the first question. So first of all, let me do this. I'm going to put this in the log of the heavy hitters. The heavy hitters. Let me do this, and I'm going to put it on the screen for all of you to see. What's the date today? May 26th. May 26th. I'm going to put this as 1. Boom, right there. That's going to go, that's heavy hitter right there. Let me go ahead and put this in the room and show everybody what a first donation looks like. Yeah, Shannon loves ink drop. Yes, Shannon. 42 Black Suns on ink drop. How you doing? If you see a snake like this for sale, let me know. Here we go, everybody. So let me go ahead and do a shout out to the one of the great donators, supporters of the Tehuti's Pod class, and that is the good brother. Look at this, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let me give a shout out to him. Let me give him his bomb. Shout out to Higa Kepara with $70.72. What is his score? For the Book of Gates breakdown. I don't know if it's the Book of Gates breakdown that I already gave. Higa Kepara can let me know, because I did do. He gives me tips for things that I've already done, so he can clear that up. Book of Gates breakdown. Shout out to you, my good brother. $70, and of course he puts the magical 72 cents for the Book of Gates breakdown. All the people that dislike can get a warning. This brother is blowing it up. Thank you so much for the big support. We're going to give you a big round of applause too, because you deserve a clap, my good brother. $72.72. Higa Kepara. Shout out to you, my good brother. Great support. You're awesome. I greatly, greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Higa Kepara. I'll do one more. Shout out to the brother Octavius Fly. We'll put him in the room right here. Octavius Fly, who actually sent in a question. Thank you again, Higa Kepara. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you, Higa Kepara. Appreciate you. Okay, so let me go ahead and show the next person who gave the donation. Then also Sal Vega's in here too. Shout out to Octavius Fly. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. I'm going to show this on the screen right now. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen. Octavius Fly, who actually asked a question about he's asking about the origin of a superstition. From May 26th. Put this on the board here, and then I'm going to get into the first question of the Tehuti's Pod class. Shout out to Octavius Fly, $11.55. Shout out to you, my good brother. And the question is, look at the diversity of questions you can send in. So the last brother said Book of Gates. This next one is the origin of the splitting pole superstition. Wow, wow, wow. Shout out to Octavius Sly. The origin of the splitting pole superstition. You see the diversity? Okay, now I'm going to check the question here. Oh, and there's Higa Kepara. And Higa Kepara, who gave the $7.72 to a SABA, I thank the universe. To a SABA, Higa Kepara, to a SABA, I thank the universe for sending you in our time. Wonderful, wonderful. The manifesto says, I know of SABA now that I've become aware of SABA. Right. I like how you manifesto talk. All right, everybody, are you ready? Ink Drop, are you ready to break it down? We're going to look at the first question sent in to the Tehuti'S class to answer. And let me see if the person is actually here in the room. Let's see. I love it when the people are here in the room so they can see the answer from beginning to end. And also they can give their feedback on their appreciation of the answer. So let me go ahead and pull up the name of the person, pull up the question. Let me see who it is. The first question that was sent in here is who's this? Let me go ahead and put this as number one then. Oh, what's this? Egg cleansing. Look at the diversity. Let me do this. Let me do this. Egg cleansing. Has anybody heard of egg cleansing? Egg cleansing. Can you send Tehuti'S a question about egg cleansing? Hey, yo. Wow. That shows the diversity, though, of what you can ask for the Tehuti'S podcast. I'm actually putting this in order here so I can get it on the screen nice and big for you all to see, because the question was actually sent in. There was a donation, it looks like, and then the question was sent in through the email, which is good. You can send in questions through the email as well. Send your donation, and then you'll get the email address, and you send in the question. Let's go ahead and see what this is here. This is from the brother Nahum. Is Nahum here in the room? I think it's called Golden Eye. Is Nahum here in the room? Nahum, are you in the room? Just to show everybody the diversity for the new people, I'm gonna utilize this question sent in to show you the diversity of what you can ask Tehuti'S on the Tehuti'S podcast. I'm gonna shout out Nahum again to see if he's in the room. I'm gonna give him a minute to see if he responds, and I'm gonna go ahead and put his question up in the. Nope. I'm gonna put his question up in. Okay, there's his donation. I see his donation. Boom. And where's his question? His question is in the email. Let me go ahead and put that visual for you to see. Beautiful. So here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put Nahum's question up there. Oh, Caro said egg cleansing is practiced in Mexico a lot. And this is somebody who literally just came from Mexico, right? He just came from Mexico. Right? Shout out to Chief Khalif of the Fire, Robert Reyes of the Fire, Big Vapes. Hey, Big Vapes. Big Vapes with the great questions too, and the consistent support. He's getting the Metanetter classes one by one. Let me tell people real quick, for those who don't know, what does that mean? He's getting the Metanetter classes one by one. It means this. This is e-manifesto a little while back purchased 4 Metanetter classes. That means if you missed the Metanetter class, you can still send in for them. They are recorded. To get the Metanetter class recordings, they are $20 each. To come into the class is anything over $20. As a donation, you get to participate in the live action. If you miss it, you can send in a cash app for the amount of Metanetter classes you want. Big Vapes, I think he's gotten about 4 by now. You send in the request to mysticaltelevision@gmail.com directly to me, and I send them directly to. I send them directly to you. E-manifesto sent in 4, so he got there's $80. Shout out to E-manifesto for the support of that. So you can actually get Metanetter classes even if you don't have them. Sister Sharika sent in $270 to grab a bunch of Metanetter classes. Shout out to all the donators. Okay, everybody. There's a donator here. Oh, Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. This is an example of a donation here. I was going to announce this in the beginning, but shout out to Chris Harris. He's an example of a donator who actually has his own channel and debates. He comes here and supports as well. Shout out to the brother Chris Harris. Okay, everybody. Are you ready? So is Nahum in the room? Nahum is in here. We got Ma'at, daughter of Ray. Robert Ray says, look at look at this. I just did an egg cleanse. Look at how interesting, right? How interesting. Look at the people coming out. Carol was just in Mexico. Said a lot of people do it in Mexico. Robert Ray says, I just did an egg cleanse. Shannon says, this is gonna be a great breakdown, Carol. Thank you for having faith in me, Shannon. This reminds me of something that Shannon would be up Shannon's alley, doing different types of cleanses. Egg cleanse. What in the world is an egg cleanse, everybody? How can you send Tehuti a question about an egg cleanse? Is that in KEMET? What is that? Okay. All right, everybody, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are about to break it down. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. First of all, I need to see if Annie is in the room. Annie? Is Annie Patah in the room? Is Menko Ara in the room? Any of my main guys, are they in the room? Is a Tef in the room? Is Ahati in the room? Where are the main brothers? Where are the main brothers? Are you all in the room right now? I don't know where they are. No problem. I'm going to go ahead and break this down, everybody. Let's go. So first, let me go ahead and present the beautiful question that was sent in by the brother Nahum. And first of all, let's give a shout out to his donation. Shout out to the brother's donation, $20. Yes, you can send in a donation of support and ask me a question about egg cleansing. Shout out to the good brother sending questions about egg cleansing. Now, this is the support. He actually said that he's going to send me what does it say here? Question in Gmail. Question in Gmail. Question in Gmail. Question in Gmail. Shout out to you, $20 for the question in Gmail. So let's go to the Gmail and see what the question is. Let's see what the question is. And the question is, here it is, into the Gmail. Here's the question that came in. I came across this question right here, and what does it say here? It says, SABA, can you shed light on where using it? Let me turn off the 1 second. Let me turn down the applause. Let me turn down the applause. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. So the question that came in, SABA, can you shed light on where using an egg to cleanse someone of negative energy or hexes comes from? I know the egg is used as a vessel for negative energy to take root in, but what group of people came about this? I hear voodoo a lot, but when I hear that word, I feel like it's a poor representation. Thank you for all you do. P.S. What's the P.S.? I saw you in one of my upeshas. It's a dream. You were sitting at the table of an auditorium, like sitting, and you were doing something with a deck of cards, putting some face up, facing down. I don't know what happened after because I ended up transitioning into a different upesh realm, but I say all that to say you finally made it to the depth of my subconscious. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And he says, shout out to one of the greatest teachers of the modern times. Shout out to you, my good brother. So this question was actually sent to me. I got this question actually last week. It got sent in. But I couldn't get to it. I couldn't get to the questions because, I do them all in sequence, in order, so I couldn't get them. So I said, okay, when we start off the next pod class, I'll start off with that if I can. The egg cleansing. So here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Press A9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. Can you see me and hear me clearly? There they are. There are the brothers. Okay, Menko Ara is here. Peace to the chat. Atef is here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Are you ready, everybody? Let me get some agua. Okay, here we go. All right, so ink drop. Just for a moment, if you can, please. I'm going to need both of my hands. 42 dot ink drop. I'm going to need both of my hands. So let me put my tuning fork with the rope of the Tehuti'S set. You want to go back in here? Hold on. Ink drop. Wait a minute. I know you want to hang out. Given to me as a gift from Annie PTAH at 10 Tehuti. Customized, made, and brought all the way from KEMET. This was made in the Nile Valley, shipped down, given to me as a gift from Annie PTAH as a part of a reciprocity. This is just a part of the gifts he gave me for the reciprocity for the naming ceremony. The naming, giving him a name. I received this, all other gifts, and huge financial reciprocity support. Thank you, good brother, Annie PTAH. I'm going to take ink drop. I'm going to put you right here just for a minute. It's okay. Stay right there for a moment. And now I'm going to get into the answer, everybody. Here we go. XA is here. Sal Vega is here. Shout out to you. What is this egg cleansing? For those who just stepped in the room, I'm going to do it one more time to show you the diversity. I'll do this really quick. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is right here. $20 sent in from the hum, and his question is about, $20 sent in from the hum, and his question is about egg cleansing. What can Tehuti say? He says he wants to know the origin. When he gets into it, they're not telling him, he's not finding the origin. Caro said a lot of people do it in Mexico. I don't know if you all have heard of that, but let's see the way I can answer this. Put me to the test, everybody. Let's see. Does Tehuti know anything about egg cleansing origin? Wow. Can you said, so again, for the new people that just came in, Tua Saba, can you shed light on where using an egg to cleanse someone of negative energy or hexes comes from? I know the egg is used as a vessel for negative energy to take root in, a vessel for the negative energy to take root in. But what group of people came upon this? I hear voodoo a lot, but when I hear that word, I feel like it's a poor representation. Thank you for all you do. So what group of people came up with the knowledge that an egg is some type of vessel that can remove negative energy? That's the question. What people came up with this? He hears this voodoo. We shall see. Everybody ready? What can Tehuti do with this? Let's go. For all those who see this, I appreciate it. I'm going to see what I can do with egg cleansing. I don't know anything about egg cleansing. That's not in the laws of Ma'at, is it? We'll see. I don't know. Let's go. Well, I do know. Here we are. If you can see the screen, press a 9 for me. Ready? Ink drop. You chilling? You're relaxing? Let me look in the room. If y'all can hear me and see me clear, press a 9. I see 999. What's up, Bean Frank? What's up, Bean Frank? I want this to be a very good pod class today, everybody. Okay, Jody. Hey, Ja Rashid, give him much respect. Shout out to Ja Rashid. He has a lot of respect for me. Shout out to Ja Rashid. He had typed something earlier. I had to scroll and find it. I know he typed something earlier. Shout out to Ja Rashid. Shout out to Big Ja Rashid, who has a lot of respect for me. Oh, here it is. Ja Rashid. Ja Rashid. I wanted to play this earlier. Saba Tehuti. This is a great subject you're sharing with us. I have always wondered if the Tamahu has a soul. Ah, okay. Wonderful. That is one of the questions in. Does the Tamahu have a soul? Oh, well, here we go. This is the question about egg. Look at that. From the Europeans have a soul to what is the egg cleansing? Oh man. Everybody, I want this to be a good podcast, please. I'm going to give you my all. I'm going to give you my best. I'm going to give you the Tehuti style that you all like. I'm going to give you the snake style. I'm going to give you the archaeology, the anthropology. I'm going to break the matrix. I'm going to give you the Perm Haru. I'm going to give you information from the Metanetter. I'm going to give you information from neuro-linguistic programming. I'm going to break down all of that, open the doorway, tear your reality away, replace it with the good, break Isfet, bring you Ma'at, give you anthropology, give you scientific journals. I'm going to give you medical documents. I'm going to give you medical articles, everything tonight. I'm going to give you all type of things tonight. We may even get into, I think somebody sent me a question about Qigong. It's Qigong, and we're going to get into many different things tonight. And all I ask everybody, please, I should not have to keep on asking this, but please, if you respect what it is that I'm about to give, or that which I have give, or that which I'm giving, then in return, giving works in receiving. Giving, receiving. I'm giving you my life. Respect what it is that I'm giving, and support my time and that which I'm giving you, because I'm about to give you your own personal book. Egg cleansing. What in the world is that, man? What's egg cleansing? Boom! Egg cleansing. Using an egg to purify? Where does this originate? Why would any culture associate an egg with purification? Why is it popular today? Thank you for sending these questions in. What is the origin? Thank you for sending these questions in and your support. These questions will be addressed here at the Tehuti podcast. Let's start, everybody. You ready? Let's start this. Rigo said, "Oh my God." I don't even know. Rigo's reacting already. I don't even know what. I don't know if anything's happened yet. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Powerful egg cleansing, step by step. These are the things that pop up on the internet. We see sisters. We see what actors does this look like? Who does this look like? I don't know who that looks like, but we see brothers and sisters. We see people from South America. We see Europeans. It seems like it doesn't matter the culture. It seems like multiple cultures are popularizing this concept that an egg can cleanse something, some type of negative thing that's inside of you. Even it may be even a sickness, negative energy that could be around you that needs to be taken out. Something deals with an egg and removing negativity. All of that is negativity, whether it's negative thoughts, of course, if it's a sickness, that's the manifestation of negative energy. Oh, we're going to be talking about that today. We're going to be talking about when does the sickness actually come to you. We'll see. Okay, what is this egg cleansing thing? What is going on here, everybody? Different races are a part of it. Different cultures are a part of it. We have people in what they call Mesoamerica. We have people in Voodoo. We have even Christians doing it. We have all kind of people are doing it. What is this? It keeps using the word spiritual with it too. Spiritual egg cleansing, powerful egg cleansing. You see people in different spiritual stances. What is this? When we research this, you'll always see that it will say it traces back to Mesoamerica. That's why Carolina, one of the first things she said in the chat when I mentioned the class is, what did you say, Carolina? I see, this is in Mexico a lot, right? That they were the first, Mesoamerica, Mexico was the first to apply the concept of eggs in the form of a purification ritual. The name of this practice, though, when you look it up, what do we see as the name of this? Do they call it egg cleansing in Mexico? What do they actually call it? Well, Limpia de los Huevos. That's it. Limpia de los Huevos. That's the name you find, which directly translates to as egg cleansing. But note, that is Spanish. Spanish is the language of the invaders of the indigenous people. Was this practice actually observed by people in Spain first? We will get into that later. But until then, we have no Aztec or Mayan telling us of this ritual by the name in the Nahuatl language. The Nahuatl language being the language of the indigenous people before the people of Spain came and forced them to speak Spanish. So remember, Spanish is the language of the conquistadors. It is from Spain. Those were the savage rapists. They were allowed to rape 5 native women legally. They were allowed to each have and rape 5 native women. They forced the language of Spain on the Nahuatl people and the so-called Aztecs and Mayans. All right. So we know that that's not the name of it. It's the name of it, though, in Spain or by Spanish people. We'll get to that in a moment. Did they really get it? Did the Mexicans, did the Spanish people get it from the Mexicans? Did Mexicans get it from the Spanish? Did the Aztecs have this? And then they gave up their name when they took on the Spanish language? Or did the Spanish people have it in Spain and get it from an older version of a Tamil who got it from someone else? We'll find all that out here and only here at the Tehuti'S class. Note, what part of the egg are they showing that's extracting the negativity? So egg has yolk, it has albumin. Albumin is actually what everybody's calling the yolk, but actually what actually people are calling egg yolk is actually the albumin. So it has the yolk, it has the albumin, and it has a shell, 3 parts, right? Let me go in the room and ask everybody, what is the part that's used? Because you can use many parts of an egg, right? You can crack an egg open. Uh-oh. Am I in the room? Wait a minute. You can crack an egg open. You can separate the albumin from the yolk, the yellow from the white. There's also a shell that's left. That's 3 visual, and then there's even a little slimy thing in there. You ever notice that when you crack an egg? There's that little part right there. So there's actually 4 visible parts to an egg, 4 visible parts that you can see with your eye. What is the part that is used to extract the negativity? What was used? Rigo said, I think it's a waste of an egg. Yeah, let's go, Rigo. Oh, Boots says, SABA is about to crush this like he would do his water bottles. Yep, we're going to see. It is popular in Mexico. Oh, Rigo, that's right. I don't know if you have South American background. Maybe that's why you said, oh my God. Right? You can probably see it all the time. So, what part is used? What part is used? When you have the egg in your hand, what's the first thing you do with it for the egg cleansing ritual? You have an egg in your hand. What's the first thing you do? What's the first movement that you do? You got it right. The shell. The shell. Yep. When you have the egg in your hand, what's the very first thing you do for the egg cleansing ritual? What do? Do you crack it open and take the white out and start throwing it on you and start drinking it? What do you do with the egg? You take the shell and you start putting it around you. What's the first thing you do as a part of the egg cleansing ritual? Do you just take the egg? Here, I'll take the egg and crack it and throw it in water. Or what did they show you doing? Let me go ahead and show you all a visual image of what the people are actually doing with the egg to actually extract the energy and put it into the inside. What are they doing? What's this woman doing? Is she cracking the egg on the woman? Is she cracking the egg in a cup? What's the very first thing she's doing? Well, the very first thing you're doing in the egg cleansing ritual practice, this is right out of Mexico, but the very first thing you're doing, you're extracting the energy that you don't want into the egg before you even crack the shell open. Before you even do anything, you have to get the energy, a contact from you to the egg. So what do? They start rubbing it on their body. They start rubbing it around them and extracting the energy around them. Even when you look up, there's a website that has step-by-step egg cleansing ritual, and it shows the person with the egg on their head, and they're moving it around them. And then after they feel they've extracted it, then they crack the egg, put it in the cup, look for the color change, such and such. But the very first thing they do is they touch you with the shell. Keep that in mind. So that's the very first thing they do. Touch you with the shell. So the shell is actually doing the first aspect of the work in this ritual. So who were the first religious ceremonial priests to use the egg for purification? Who was the first? Who were the first religious ceremonial priests or shamans, if you want to go to the indigenous, so-called indigenous term, shaman? Who was the first highly religious person to do this? We always associate it with Mexico. When you look it up, you actually see people in Mexico doing this with pictures, as you see right here. Who was the first to use the egg for purification? Where did this concept even come from? I'm going to give you the hint, everybody. Let me go ahead and give you the hint. Are you ready? I'm going to give you the hint as a picture that's actually not the first, but we're going to use that as a hint to get to the first. Are you ready? Yep, that's what Jody said right there. First, you run the egg on the person being cleansed. So the very first thing is you make contact with you in the shell. So where this idea even come from? I'm going to give you a little hint of where this came from, and you're going to look at the hint and say, what? What is that hint? Who was the first? Who were the first religious ceremonial priests to use an egg for purification? The hint is here. What? What's this? Are these ceremonial priests? What is this, Tehuti? What is this? Natural solution for dropping eyelids. Hooded eyelids using egg whites. Before, after. Egg whites. Who's this person here? This is the hint of the origins. How is this European lady rubbing egg liquid on her body? A hint as to who was the first religious ceremonial priest to use the egg for purification. So she's using it to get rid of something that is, some people use it for anti-aging. They're using the egg for something that's giving you a more youthful look, which is slowing down the ailment of aging itself. Which aging itself is an ailment. Aging itself is actually what brings you closer to death. Some faster than the others. But who's this person right here? Note, this woman is not seemingly doing any quote-unquote spiritual practice, is she? It doesn't look like these women over here. These women over here look like they're doing a belief type practice, a cultural, maybe ceremonial, some type of a belief system type practice. They look like they're even dressed similar. They look like they're part of the same type of culture. But this woman does not look like she's a part of any culture that has anything to do with them, or it doesn't look so like a woman putting a pad in her eye. Okay? So, the psyops, here we go. The psyops is the word, or words, quote unquote, spiritual cleansing, ritual, etc. Not the words itself, but the European separation from the medical doctors and the quote unquote spiritual shaman / witch doctor, quote unquote, the high religious priests, which originally were one, even to the European at first. What does this mean, Tehuti? So the psyops is not the fact that these terms are being applied to over here. Let me go right back to the beginning. Right here, see? Spiritual cleansing. You see the woman looks like she's in a prayer type position. It's always associated with spirituality, in-depth intuition, in-depth insight, cleansing so that you can see clear. Something to do with the unseen world. Something is happening that you can't see. And these people here don't look like what this woman over here is doing. Not that one. She looks like it. They look like it. But it does not look like what this woman is doing here. But this is the key to where the concept originates. The psyops is not that they're using the term spiritual cleansing and ritual, because it is. The psyops is the European separation from the medical doctor world and the spiritual shaman. The European is the first inventor of the separation of a medical doctor and the spiritual man. That you can't be a witch doctor. If you walk into your hospital right now and say, could you take me to the witch doctor? I have a pain in my elbow. I need a witch doctor. You're legally not allowed as a doctor to have any spiritual terminologies connected with your doctorate, supposedly. So you can't be a witch, from the word Uber. You can't be a witch and be a doctor in this civilization. But every time you watch a voodoo show or a shaman show, there's a witch doctor, as they have. The spiritual man, who's also the healer, one and the same. So the psyops was the separation of the two. Not that one person is doing it for what seems to be medical and the other person seems to be doing it for spiritual, but that at one time both of those were one. And when we trace those back to when it was one, then will we see the origin of the concept of egg cleansing, or an egg even being associated with removing negative energy. Even to the European at first, it was one. Let me go ahead and show you. What? So who were the first exorcists of evil spirits who did rituals to cleanse with eggs in a magical way that were also doctors and pharmacists? You see, you can't have that in this society. You can't go to college and say, I want to learn how to be an exorcist to exorcise evil spirits, and I want to learn rituals, how to cleanse with an egg using a magical way so that I can become a doctor and a pharmacist. You can't do that today, can you? Is anybody here today? Anybody's children, parents, friends have their doctorate, their PhD in exorcism? Can you get a PhD in exorcism and egg cleansing and be a doctor at a pharmacy? You can't do that today. So where did the first exorcists of evil spirits who did rituals to cleanse with eggs in a magical way, that were also called doctors and pharmacists, who were they? Who are those people? Let's see, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti's Pod class. Welcome. Who are those people? Well, we're going to go to medical news today, because if anybody would know, it'd be the medical society, right? Health conditions, health products. Hey, what's this? What was the Egyptian medicine like? Ancient Egypt was a civilization that lasted from 3300 to 25. Ancient Egypt was a civilization that lasted from 33 to 525 BCE. So what is ancient Egypt even being here discussed in medical news today? Does medical news discuss ancient Hebrew? Ancient Egypt was a civilization that lasted 3300 to 525 BC. This is probably where the concept of health started. Some of the earliest records of medical care came from ancient Egypt. Ebers Papyri, Brooklyn Papyri, the oldest. Ancient Egyptians believed in prayer as a solution to health problems. What? But they also had natural and practical remedies, such as herbs. Let's stop right there. The ancient Kemetic people, according to the modern day doctors, they believed in spirituality as a solution to health, so-called quote unquote spirituality as a solution to health problems. Does your doctors do that today? Does your pastor do that today? If I get the flu, does the pastor come over with his other pastors and spiritually heal me from the coronavirus? No. But the ancient Kemetians believed in prayer as a solution to health problems. But they also had natural or practical remedies such as herbs. So they believed in spirituality, as you would call it, prayer, inner energy work, meditation, conceptualizing, sending the energy out, and they dealt with herbs. Those were the doctors. It was a structured society with tools such as written language and mathematics, which enabled them to record and develop ideas, and meant that others could learn from them. Ancient Egyptians thought the Netiru, the gods, demons, and spirits played a key role in causing diseases. There is your mesh that the doctors themselves would teach in our original paths, and all the cultures teach this. Whether you were in Mexico, whether you're in Aztec, whether you're in ancient China, with all the ancient cultures before the Europeans taught that it is demon possession is the disease itself. Why? Because as I teach here at the Tehuti'S class, every element, the atoms themselves, quantum, thought, the things that you can't see are all conscious. They're conscious things working on you. Disease, virus, all of these are living things that you can't see working on you as what you would call today a demon. But there was a separation between spiritual exorcism and medicine when the good old European came. So the Netiru and demons and spirits played key roles in diseases. Doctors believed that spirits blocked channels in the body, and that this is effective. Doctors believe that spirits block channels in the body, and that this affected the way the body worked. They looked for ways to unblock these channels. They used combination of prayer and natural or non-spiritual remedies. They combine both. Interesting. Most healers were also the priests. But in time, profession of a doctor of medicine emerged. The fact that the ancient Egyptians had systems of letters and numbers meant that they were able to record and develop ideas and make calculations. Documented ancient Egyptian medical literature is among the oldest existent today. The ancient Egyptians had an organized economy and system of government and several population social conventions and properly enforced laws. Before this, the local people mainly lived a nomadic life. This stability allowed medical research to develop. What's this? This is in their article. Medical records on the walls. Early concepts of homeopathy. Some treatments use products or herbs or plants that look similar to the illness they were treating. A practice known today as similibus, or similar with similar. Today, homeopaths follow similar principle. In Egyptian times, people use ostrich eggs to treat a fractured skull. And the Ebers papyri, Brooklyn papyri, all these papyri going back some 1800 BC, 2000 BC, where the Kemetians would use an ostrich egg. Of course, we understand, due to the Tehuti'S class, the significance of the ostrich. This was E. Manifesto's question, by the way. E. Manifesto's question was about The ostrich. Why is the ostrich feather the feather that the Kemetians use? Why the ostrich feather? I did the first and only class on explaining that, I believe, on the internet. I don't know if I've never seen any other class, but I did a thorough class on the specific ostrich feather reason. And of course, because the ostrich in the spiritual sense represents Ma'at for the shoe feather, the shoe, the air, the wind. That is the spiritual sense of the Kemetians. But was there also a medical sense? They had access to many other eggs in Kemet. Why the ostrich egg? Because the Kemetians we imbue our spirituality with the science. The doctors, the high priests, and the healers, and the scribes were all the same man. They were all the same woman. They were all the same person. So as they're healing you, they're going to put the belief system of Ma'at using an egg to extract and fix an illness, but it's an ostrich egg because as they're using it, you're imbuing, looking at the ostrich egg, thinking of Ma'at. This is how beautiful, let me get back to the room for a second. This is how beautiful we were. The ostrich egg used, and this is one of the over 100 applications for skull fracture. But it's the very first time in history that we see anybody associating an egg on record with some type of ailment medically, but the people that are using it teach that ailments are demons. So thus, healing somebody of a medical ailment is also cleansing them of a demon. You see? So who were the first exorcists, high priest, shaman to associate an egg with spirituality and cleansing, exorcising demons, but at the same time medical? The ancient Kemetians. That's the origin. That is a pretty good breakdown for an answer, would you say? Yeah, but at the Tehuti'S class, you know, it doesn't end there with me. Nope, it doesn't end there. I've answered the question. That's the answer. I hope you appreciated it. That is the factual answer of where egg associated with cleansing comes from. It comes from the Ebers, Edwin papyrus. It comes from the medical papyrus, the Kemetians, using the egg, associating with Ma'at spirituality, and also using it for cleansing. But we're not going to stop there. Nope, I'm not going to stop there at all. Although I've already answered the question. So Nahum, your question is answered. But I don't stop. Here's where the extra information is going to come in now. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Ready? We're not done. Boom! The followers of Ma'at had the first doctors that used magic and eggs for healing. Wow, Tehuti. But wouldn't that be a witch doctor? I'm an atheist, Tehuti. And I have faith in today's medicine. I don't believe in witch doctors or combining spiritual gods and magic and medicine. I don't do that. You know, I do have Ankh in my, but I don't do that. I don't believe in spiritual Kemetic stuff mixed with modern day medicine. That's a pseudo, the more the pseudos. You are the pseudos. That's a Kemetian pseudo. We're not gonna mix gods with medicine. Are we gonna do that? How you gonna mix gods with medicine? Let me get him out of here. So they say I go by today's doctors. Tehuti responds and says, okay, perfect. Let me show you your original witch doctors. Here's your original witch doctors. What's this? The earliest surviving, what is this? It's a papyrus, but it has Greek on it. The earliest surviving Hippocratic oath, what is that? Earliest surviving Hippocratic oath. This is the earliest surviving version of the Hippocratic oath in Greek, then followed by the English translation. What is this though? Why do I have Greek up here? Why do I have a Greek papyrus up here? Is this the papyrus of Wish Dot? What is this? Well, here's a translation, everybody. This is the Hippocratic Oath. And I'm going to go ahead and read the translation. There's the Greek for those who read Greek. That's the actual Greek that's on the papyrus. That Greek that you see there in the white, all of this are the actual letters that are on this papyrus. 3rd century, of course. Third century. Well, the time of the Christians. Hey, look what it says here. Like some witch doctor stuff. What is this stuff here? I swear by Apollo, the healer, Asclepius, and Hygeia, from where we get the word hygiene from, and Panaxia, by all the gods and goddesses, making them my witnesses, that I will carry out according to my ability and judgment this oath and this indenture. To hold my teacher in this art equal to my own parents, to make him partner in my livelihood when he is in need of money, to share mine with him, to consider his family as my own brothers, and to teach them this art if they want to learn it without a fee. So whoever these people are, they're not allowed to charge a fee to be taught whatever this is talking about. They're not allowed to charge a fee. This is without a fee or indenture. I impart precept, oral instruction, and all other instructions to my own sons and sons of my teacher, and to indentured pupils. Make note of the word pupil. Who have taken the physician's oath. Huh? Physician's oath? But to nobody else. What physicians are these? There's some physicians out there that are swearing by gods and goddesses that are not allowed to charge money to learn this art of being a physician. They treat their brother, they teach this art as if people are their brothers. They teach it for free. Who are these people here? I will use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury or wrongdoing. Neither will I administer a poison to anybody. So whatever doctors these are, they have to make an oath to the gods. They have to do it for free. They're not allowed to charge anybody. They're not allowed to do any wrongdoings. And inside of the drugs that they administer, there can be no poison in it. When asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. So they won't suggest or prescription, they won't prescribe for you to get any kind of drug that has any kind of poison in it, because they're not allowed to do so, whoever these doctors are. But I will keep pure and holy. Hey, here are doctors using the word holy. Interesting. Spiritual doctors, who are these? Both my life and my art. I will not use the knife, not even barely on sufferers. From stone I will, but I will give a place such as our craftsmen therein, into whatsoever houses I enter. I will enter to help the sick. I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoings. I can't harm anybody, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. I'm not allowed to damage anybody's body. And whatsoever I shall see or hear in the course of my profession, as well as outside my profession, in my intercourse with men, if it be what should not be published abroad, I will never divulge, holding such things to be holy secrets. So these doctors, they believe in gods and goddesses. They worship them. They do this for free. They believe that what they're doing is holy, and they keep holy secrets. And they're not allowed to hurt anybody. They're not allowed to administer anything that has any kind of poison in it, nor are they allowed to prescribe anything or send anyone on a course to get anything that has any type of poison in it. Now, if I carry out this oath and break it not, may I gain forever reputation amongst all men for my life and for my art. But if I transgress, it will forswear myself. May the opposite befall me. Who is this talking? Who is this? Says I have to make an oath? Who's making this oath? To Asclepius Apollo? What doctors are these? What is that, Tehuti? Well, first, before I explain what that is, let me tell you that's called the Hippocratic Oath. I'm going to give you the name Hippocratic Oath. It's what medical doctors today, what modern medical doctors have to or had to swear by to practice medicine. You know, to give dedication to the Kemetic magical priests. Oh, the Matrix never told you in school what an oath is, did they? So the medical doctors today, or they used to, have to say this Hippocratic Oath. Let me go in the room and ask everybody if they even know what an oath is. What is an oath, everybody? So a doctor has to make this Hippocratic Oath. What is an oath? Anybody know? What is an oath? What actually is an oath? Because to become a doctor, you have to make this Hippocratic Oath to the gods, Asclepius, Hygeia for hygiene. You're not allowed to charge anybody either. And you can't prescribe any medicine because what you're doing is holy, because you will not divulge the holy secrets. You will just do your bidding as this art as you would do for a brother. What is an oath, though, that a doctor has to make? You know, the doctors of today who are not allowed to be spiritual, go to your doctor and ask them to start doing a prayer ritual for you. And watch them kick you out of the hospital, or they'll put you in another hospital with rubber rooms in it. So what's an oath? Let me see. We got an oath is a swear allegiance. We got an agreement. We got a promise. We got a sworn to secrecy, pledge. Okay, good. We got pledge. What is an oath? I don't know if Jody's answering. Maybe that's for something else. I'm not sure. But what is an oath? An agreement, a pledge, a vowel, a spoken promise. Look, everybody's pretty much saying the same thing. A vow, a promise, right? A vow, a promise, right? That's right. Right? That's right. Divine promise, vow, spoken. So it's a promise, a swear, a commitment, a decree, swear, allegiance. Okay, fine. A doctor is allowed to do that, right? A medical doctor is allowed to make a promise. Here on the Tehuti'S class, I'm going to break the matrix again for you to show you what was always in front of you, and you never saw it. Are you ready? Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Let me break the matrix for you and show you what was always there. What is an oath? You've been using this ever since you were 6 years old, 10 years old. Everybody seems to have an agreement of what an oath is. It's a commitment, a promise, a swear, an allegiance, a pledge. Somebody put a vowel, spoken promise, vow, divine promise, some type of promise. It has to do with making an agreement, a promise. So everybody's putting a vow with consequences. Nanya sent Shannon. Agreement, vow with consequences. Vows is basically an agreement. Is that really what an oath is? Because as a doctor who's not allowed to use spirituality in the hospitals, you can make promises. You're allowed to make a promise. I will be there at 8 o'clock today, I promise. I promise this pill can make you drowsy. The doctor can make an oath. I will be at work. I will work 10 hours this day. Those are vows. I will sign these papers. I will do surgery on you. Those are promises. And doctors are allowed to make promises. I promise that I will come. When is our appointment? At 8 o'clock? I promise I will be there. A promise is an agreement. If a doctor has any type of home meeting with you, if you set up a schedule with a doctor, that is a promise that he will be there and he will prescribe this to you. And that is also a promise. When you come here at this time, and you will get this piece of paper from me. It's a prescription that you can go to Rite Aid or do it here, and you can get this. That is a vow and agreement that I make with you. Doctors are allowed to promise, or else they wouldn't get to work on time. I can come to work anytime I want. I make no agreement to you. No, a vow is a promise. Any type of structured agreement where you sign a paper or give your word or shake a hand, that is a vow, according to what everybody thinks a vow is. But that's not what a vow is. You're going to learn what a vow is for the very first time at the Tehuti'S class, because you're going to learn what an oath is. What an oath is. Woo! Ask Chat GPT. Oh, what is that? I keep seeing GPT in places. What is GPT? Ask Chat GPT. I don't know what that is, but I keep seeing that. Okay, here it is, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Welcome to pod class. So they make an oath right here. See the oath? They make an oath. The doctors make an oath. See that? So they have to make an oath to keep the holy secrets. They make an oath. Now, if I carry out this oath and break it not, so it's something that can't be broken. Everybody put pretty much the same answer for what an oath is, and that is because the Matrix never told you what an oath is. Here's oath, etymological dictionary. Judaical swearing, solemn appeal to a deity, sacred records, in a witness or truth or promise. So they just gave you the promise part, but they didn't tell you that it has religious, spiritual backing. Its sacred relics is to a deity, solemn appeal to a deity, sacred relics. That's what the oath is. And we can see that those of the Hippocratic Oath agree to that, because what is the swear by as soon as it begins? To the sacred deity. I swear by Apollo. I make an oath by Apollo, the healer. I swear by Asclephalos. I swear by Hygeia. I swear by Panacea. They tell you what the oath is and agree that an oath is a swear by a deity. That's what the doctors had to do to become a doctor. You had to make an oath, which is a swear, appeal, solemn appeal to a deity. Boom. Who is the black deity Neter God that the European scientific doctors have to swear by? But Tehuti, even though, wow, you did show modern doctors take a vow to gods, it didn't say a black god though, Tehuti. It said Asclephalos. That's a Greek god, Tehuti. Greek god of medicine, isn't it? Why are you asking us who's the black deity, the Neter God of the European scientific doctors have to swear by? Even though that was amazing, that to become a doctor, you have to swear by these Greek gods and say that you're holy. It is something that doctors are not allowed to do, supposedly, at least in front of you. Of course, the oath and what they do behind closed doors is different from what's done in front of the masses. But Tehuti, why are you saying the black god? It says Asclephalos. That's the Greek god of medicine, right? Yes, Asclephalos. This guy, the guy doesn't look black. Who's this? God of medicine. See, the doctors are swearing to the Greek god of medicine, of healing, rejuvenation, Asclephalos. See? Rejuvenate, and the god of the physicians, Asclephalos. See him right there? He looks like every single, what's that right here? Is that a snake? No, that can't be a serpent. Why does Asclephalos have a snake? We'll find out later. Okay, so Asclephalos, he's a Greek god, but for some reason, you don't usually see the Greek god with a snake on their staff, but here's a Greek god with a serpent on his staff. He's Asclephalos, the Greek god, right? There he is. This is in the serpent intertwined staff, Asclephalos with a serpent intertwined staff in the Archaeological Museum of Epidaurus. That's Asclephalos, right? Yeah. That's the Greek god. This guy. Right? Oh, wait a minute, what's this? Asclephalos, Mount Olympus, parents Apollo, Imhotep. Does that say Imhotep, everybody? Asclephalos was walking around calling himself Imhotep? Is that right? Imhotep equivalent, Imhotep. There's Hygeia. Why is Imhotep's name there? Well, that's the only equivalent. Imhotep. No Sumerian equivalent, no Chinese, no Aztec, Mayan. Imhotep. Is Cephalus the god of medicine? Or is Cephalus stolen from Imhotep? Oh, when it says, when the European says equivalent, he means stolen. Why? Because Imhotep was an actual real being with a date. Cephalus wasn't. Thus, they can't be equivalent. Do you understand? You can't be equivalent. If you already have a father of medicine, a real person, a real being, if you already have a historical figure that's already the origin of medicine, and the Greeks said they learned medicine from the Kemetians, that means whoever the father of medicine is to the Kemetians, that's the father of medicine to the Greeks, because the Greeks learned from the people of Kemet. So no, you can't have a Greek equivalent thousands years later. You can't know. There's no Greek equivalent. There is who you learned from, the real people. That's your father. And then you wanted to whitewash it and take it away from the father. So you make another creature and you call him the equivalent? No. The stolen, because I can't make up a character and say he's the equivalent to Obama. No, Obama is the actual president. There's no equivalent. He's the only president of that number of presidency. There's no other one of him. He is that only being. There's one Mike Tyson. There's no equivalent to a Mike Tyson. Not if you're a boxer, you don't have an equivalent to a Mike Tyson. One Mike Tyson. So there's one, and that was Imhotep, which is the Papyrus Berlin. This is where your Ebers Papyrus and Berlin Papyrus are inspired from. The Kemetians say they come from Imhotep. That's the father of medicine. He was called a Neter Imhotep. He was the earliest known physician. He was the founder of medicine in Kemet and writings. He was the original author that inspired what's called the Edwin Papyrus. He's considered to be the first architect. Here he is. That doesn't look like a cephalus. So if you already have Imhotep, why do you need an Acephalus? Why do you need a Acephalus? It'd be the equivalent. The equivalent. What? Wait a minute. If I have Bruce Lee, there's only Bruce Lee. You can have 1 million guys doing martial arts. There's Bob Marley, and that's it. There's one Bob Marley, one KRS-One. Okay, there's one of that person. There is no equivalent. There is those who are inspired by Bruce Lee, but they will never be Bruce Lee's equivalent. Do you understand how that works? You can be inspired by Bob Marley. Who's Bob Marley's equivalent today? Who's Tupac's equivalent? There's a Tupac, right? There's a Tupac. And there's one. And he made songs that affected people only the way that he could have done. Only the way that Bob Marley could have done. Michael Jackson is only one. And I don't care how many other R&B guys come out and try to moonwalk. You can say, he. You can do all of that. But you're not the equivalent to Michael Jackson. You are inspired. He's your father. So by saying you're equivalent means that some type of evil is going on. To even dare call yourself an equal to that which there's only one of. You're trying to knock down that being and say, yeah, there's him, but I'm equal to him. No, you're not equal. All rock stars, you'll never be Elvis Presley. Always understand that. There will be one rock group called Kiss. I don't care if you grab a guitar today, you're not going to be Kiss. You're not going to be Bon Jovi. And you're not going to be Macho Man Randy Savage. There's one Hulk Hogan, no equivalent. So that equivalent is his equivalency, smooth way of saying, I'm not going to steal this, let me steal it. And then the equivalent, no, you stole it. Just say there's an Imhotep. We don't need another one. As a skeffel, just say Imhotep. That's all. You're good. You're fine. Just say that. I don't want an equivalent to Tehuti when I pass. Don't say, well, our equivalent to Tehuti is Brian St. Patrick, and he's the Irish equivalent. No, there's one of me, and that's it. No equivalent. Sorry, but that's just how it goes. Here is the real father of medicine, Imhotep, and there's his mother. As you can see, doesn't even look equivalent to the equivalent to this guy. He doesn't even look equivalent. There's nothing equivalent from that man right there to this man right here and his beautiful mother. No equivalency. There is, Imhotep, the Kemetic magical priest attributed as the patron of the oldest medical papyrus that originated the ritual healing with an egg. That's where it comes from. That's the origin of it. From priests there were also doctors, and doctors who were also priests, because they did not separate their spirituality from their healing. So yes, the priests of Ma'at understood and brought the world that eggs were AMPPSs. What is that, Tehuti? What's AMPPSs? Well, those are antimicrobial proteins and peptides. Antimicrobial proteins and peptides, AMPPSs. Scientists today have discovered that lectin-like proteins, bacterial permanently increase lipopolysaccharides, binding proteins, and they're part of the Plunk family proteins defenses, and they're anti-proteases, right? And Shalater's antimicrobial activities were characterized for eggshell matrices. Eggshell, the shell matrices. Proteins such as ovocalixin-36, that's OX-36, ovocalixin-32, OX-32, and ovocladin-17, OX-17. Lectins, BPI, LBP, Plunk proteins, defenses, myrmidases, MSMB3, and pleiotrophins can potentially interact with bacterial surface components, triggering lipopolysaccharides, peptidoglycan, and or other membrane destabilization, followed by bacterial growth inhibition or the death of the bacteria. That's what they found out is in the egg, is in making of the eggshell. Where the Kemetians are. Let me take you to Science Direct, Egg Innovations and Strategies for Improvement, Chapter 13 in Modern Day Science. There it is. Let's go to Science Direct, right here. You can look up this article, Chapter 13, the eggshell microbial activity. Okay. To a consumer of eggs, the shell is important for containment, preventing the leakage of a yolk and albumin prior to cooking. Most people don't realize that the shell matrix has proteins and antimicrobial properties that suppress the invasion of microorganisms to the avian embryo. The shell is not only essential for protection, but also goes for gas and water vapor exchange through its pores, and for providing calcium to the developing embryo. The shell and its pore opening are sealed by a protective cuticle. Yet, with all of these defense mechanisms in place, the eggshell can still be contaminated while being formed in the reproductive tract. And after it's laid, contaminants include bacteria, mold, yeast. Shell contamination may be affected by housing system, hen age, egg and egg storage temperature to reduce microbial growth. Table eggs should be stored at temperature of 47 Celsius, 45 Fahrenheit, or below, but above for freezing. That's in today. They found all of these out and found all these scientific terms that is within the eggshell for getting the disease demons, spiritual cleansing, disease demons out of your system. But in today's science, they're not allowed to talk about the demons. They're not allowed to talk about the so-called spiritual aspect. So now, here we are in egg membrane for chemical injuries of the eye. Maurice Kroll, MD, and Leo J. Kroll, MD, Detroit, Michigan. The delayed corneal healing that is commonly seen in chemical eye injuries is largely the result of continuous contact with burned conjunctiva. In an effort to eliminate the injury, conjunctiva as a toxic reservoir, a series of cases were treated with the intermediate insertion of egg membrane between these two structures. Clinically, this method of treatment proved to be quite effective in preventing corneal destruction and in preserving the normal function and depth of the cul-de-sacs. Source B was of the opinion that the delayed corneal reaction seen in the lime burns was secondary to the unhealed conjunctival damage rather than to a delayed effect of the immediate corneal injury. In his book, Modern Trends in, this word was hard to say, ophthalmology, he reported a group of 58 cases divided as follows: 43 injured by lime, 7 by caustic, and 8 by miscellaneous agents. He treated these cases by using amniotic membrane grafts and outlines of involved 14-step procedure of preparation of the amnion to be used as a graft. The results of all these cases were excellent, with the exception of 3 cases in which the cornea did not clear. Of the entire group, 5 showed up. Of the entire group, 5 showed a tendency of symblepharon formations, which were quickly suppressed by amniotic membrane grafting using the egg membrane. Medical articles. Oh, Mr. Atheist, let me show you some more witch doctors, Mr. Atheist. You know, the Kemetic witch doctors using magical symbols and Medunetter symbols to represent healing. Here's some. Hey, what's this? Novo Nordisk. What is that? Is that Het Heru? With the horns and the disc over top? The cow symbol of the Medunetter of Het Heru? The cow goddess? What's Novo Nordisk? What's that? With flags and everything. What is that? It looks like Sekhmet. A version of a Sekhmet. Or a Sekhet. We'll get into that afterwards. But look. What's this? Novo. Welcome to Novo Nordisk. Obese brain is the battleground. What is this? Our head of obesity research, Madsting Christensen, explains brain's role in struggle to lose weight. And we have the Het Heru symbol with the Sekhmet sun and the Ra sun of Sekhmet Het Heru. What? Novodisc announced its existing research collaboration in oral drug delivery technologies with Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and Brigham and Women's Hospital. BWH has been expanded with the Sekhmet symbol. Are they still continuing the oath to the Netter? Why are there Netiru Medunetter symbols on medical hospitals today? Novo Nordisk, a Danish multinational pharmaceutical company headquartered in Bagsværd, Denmark, with production facilities in 8 countries and affiliates in 5 countries of Sekhmet Hedheru. Are these witch doctors? Are they doctors that are invoking Medunetter symbols? Why use this? The sacred cow, Sekhem, was also called Uwajit. Hedheru, the cow. Hedheru was also a version of Sekhmet. Hedheru, the cow, who is also Uwajit. Here's the word Uwajit right here. Uwajit in Medunetter is the symbol of the eye and the pupil. Remember the Hippocratic Oath with the pupil? And the students of the physicians are called pupils, which is also the same word for the eye, because the eye is the symbol of healing, the symbol of the doctor, who's also the healer, who is also the priest, who's also the Heka magician. And the symbol is the eye, the pupil. And he's to do and be a reflection onto his brother, like a pupil. And this is the Uwajit symbol, which means healing. That was the name of the holy cow of Hedheru, Uwajit. Here is the original. Hey, look at this. This is the back of the Per-Em Haru. And look what it says here in the Medunetter here. Hedheru. Can everybody see this? I'm gonna Hedheru. Wait a minute. Hedheru Uwajit, the healer. That's the T-bow, right? Shannon says, I will never look at an egg the same. Because guess what the symbol of Hedheru is? Did you see it? Did you see it? Guess what the symbol of the antimicrobial is? Could it be the egg? Let's go back to the Novo Disc flag symbol and what's on their medical hospital. Let's go back to that. And let's go back to the back of the Per-Em Haru. Let's go to the back of the Per-Em Haru. And let's look at it again. But this time with the eyes of Ma'at. Let's look at it through the Tehuti matrix breaking eyes. Take a look. Hey, look. There's the Novo Nordisk, the Danish medical center, still continuing the oath to the Uwajit, the Hedheru, the holy cow, who is also Sekhmet. Now when we see where they got it from, it's the back of the Per-Em Haru, which this Medunetter here says, and I'm going to show you step by step. There's the Het, the house. There's Heru. There's the T. Het, Heru. There's the house again. There's the face of Heru, which is her. And there's the R, which makes the her. Emphasize Het, Heru. And what's that right there? You know what that is, everybody? That's an egg. Hey! Hedheru, the Uwajit. Uwajit means healthy, to heal something. Uwajit, the eye, the pupil. It means health, the symbol of Hedheru and the holy cow. And Sekhmet, Hedheru, and there's the egg. The egg is a part of the healer's name, and it's a part of Aset's name. It's the holy egg that was right there in the Medunetter. Because in KEMET, the same word for priest was the same word for doctor. We do not separate the two. Who is the netter of medicine, everybody? Who is the netter of medicine in Ma'at? Who is the netter of the holy writings for the scribes and the priests of Ma'at? Who is the netter of magic in Ma'at? Everybody put the answer for that. Who is the netter of medicine in Ma'at? Who is the netter of the scribes and the priests? And who is the netter of magic? Let me go in the room and see. Who's the god of medicine? Who's the netter of medicine? Who's the netter of the scribes and the priestly writings? The medu netter, that they call the hieroglyphics, the holy glyphics, because they didn't change the R to an L yet. So instead of holy, it's hiero, because the R was still the hieroglyphics. So the holy. Who is the god? Who is the god of medicine? Anybody know? There we go. Imhotep was the student of him. Who was the god above Imhotep? There it is. Tehuti. Tehuti. Raphael Gary says Tehuti. Ascari says Tehuti. Maheru says Tehuti. That's right. Imhotep was the father of the medicine in that time, but Imhotep and the beings of that time, who did they worship? Did Tehuti give praise to Imhotep? Or was Tehuti one of the netter over Imhotep and his people? It was Tehuti, the god of the scribes, shown with the finger, writing. That's who all the scribes gave credit to. That's who Imhotep would give credit to. Who's the god of magic and Hika? Tehuti. Because the one being, the one representative, represents all of that. There was no separation. Tehuti is the god of, he's your doctor, the god of medicine, the healer, the scribal priestly writing, and magic. All four in one, represented by one god. Tehuti, no separation. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here he is, Tehuti. Exactly, Tehuti, the netter that is the embodiment of all of those. Oh, speaking of Tehuti, the netter, that you atheists call a pseudo for following. You did a pseudo, you Kemetic people believe in magic and in medicine. We don't do that. I believe in my doctors who have AKERU's Sekhmet symbol on their flag and make a Hippocratic oath to Imhotep. That's who you believe in, atheists. Gotcha. I believe we agree. Oh, speaking of Tehuti the netter, let's go back to the modern day medical articles. And let's go to Australia. Hey, History of Medicine. History of Medicine, right? This was published in 2001. This is an Australian article and has a section called Earliest Medicine. And we go to there, History of Medicine, Earliest Medicine. In the field of the history of medicine, which civilization should be considered as having produced the earliest practicing documents. So see, this is the article History of Medicine by who? By who? The Australian Academy of Medicine, Mr. Atheist Man. Mr. Atheist Man. Are these who you're fine with this? Okay, I'm gonna go atheist with you. And I'm gonna go to the Australian Academy of Medicine and Surgery, where the atheists dwell. Here's where the atheists dwell. Let's see what the atheists say. Because remember, they're not witch doctors. They don't believe in spookism and the pseudo mythology. They don't believe in that. They're strictly by the book, strictly science. Science is undefeated. And so let's see what the atheist scientists say. Well, they say in the field of the history of medicine, which civilization should be considered as having produced the earliest practice and documents, abundant data led the historians to show that Egypt has primacy in this field as many others. Yet, as far as science and methods are concerned, most of the modern physicians were taught that Greek medicine was the first due to such figures as Asclepius. Remember him? Asclepius, the patron of medicine, and Hippocrates. Remember the Hippocratic Oath? 460 BC. But Imhotep is prior to 2300 BC, prior to that. Yep. The founder, pioneer, scientific approach to healing methods. However, we should not forget that the Greeks, Solon, Pythagoras, used to study medicine in Egypt, and that Hippocrates himself, after spending several years studying in Egypt, was obviously influenced by Egyptian medical texts and writings in his treatises. The earlier antiquity Egyptian physicians were reputed as highly reliable in 900 BC, before 500 years before Hippocrates was born. Homer in the Odyssey speaks of Egyptian doctors as the following: in medicine, knowledge, the Egyptian leaves the rest of the world behind. And then your scientists, physicians go on to say, not just any physicians, not just any scientists, not just any article. No. The Australian Academy of Medicine and Surgery, Mr. Atheist, what do they say? They say the Egyptian god Tehuti was the first patron of wisdom and medicine in human history. The Egyptian god Tehuti was the first patron of wisdom and medicine in human history. The Egyptian god Tehuti was the first patron of wisdom and medicine and human history. And the Egyptian architect Imhotep, you see, minister of Pharaoh Djeser in the third dynasty, 2800 BC, 2900 BCE. In the 20th century is the earliest medical practitioner known. But the first patron of wisdom, medicine, and human history before Imhotep is Tehuti. That's what the scientists say, Mr. Atheist. Are they witch doctors? Huh? Tehuti, the master sorcerer, father of medicine, one and the same, creating your doctors who were taught and vowed to Kemetic sorcerers. And this is why, when you look up the word pharmacist, remember, Mr. Atheist, you go to the pharmacy because that's where medicine is. But let me look up pharmacy and see, well, what do the pharmacists believe in? The pharmacists the pseudo? Are the pharmacists the pseudo? I don't know. Pharmacists, medicine that rids the body of excessive humors. Okay, goes on. Treatment, medicine. Medicine from the Greek pharmakia, a healing of harmful medicine. Okay, good. Poisonous herbs. Pharmakia, prepare of drugs. A poisoner, a sorcerer from pharmakia, drug of poison, charm, spell, enchantment. Huh? What? The pharmacist. Wait a minute. The pharmacist is the spell enchanter, the charmer, the sorcerer. That's the pharmacist. They keep that word, Mr. Atheist, Mr. Scientist. They keep that word, knowing that word. They keep that word, right? They're going to keep that word. They're not going to change it and say, no, we do not involve ourselves in any type of magic, no sorcery, none of that spiritual pseudo. We don't have any of that. But you know what? We're never going to let go of that word. I don't care what you say. We're never going to let go of the word pharmacy because that holds the true roots of what we really came from, which were Imhotep and Tehuti, who worked with enchantments, spells, charms, and sorcery. And we have more vows and oaths in alignment and allegiance to them than you, Mr. Atheist, who don't believe in them. Well, guess what? We do. I love seeing atheists argue with each other. There we go, everybody. So there's Tehuti with the same serpents that Asclepius had, right? There's Tehuti right there with the same serpents. They took it, put it in the Bible, Numbers 21:8. Of course, where Moses holds up the two serpents, Jesus says, be ye wise as serpents. Hey, the World Health Organization, they're the ones that helped us with COVID, right? Hey, they got the same staff as Tehuti, as Asclepius, who's Imhotep. What is the World Health Organization? So all the doctors across the world, whether it's in Denmark or Australia or the World Health Organization, they all have Kemetic Menunender symbols? How come they don't have any atheist symbols? Here it is right here. Here's Tehuti. There it is. They all get praise. There it is right there. It's even in the Bible. Even in the Bible, in Revelation 9:21, neither repented they, the murderers, nor of the sorcerers. And you look up the sorcerers in Strong's Concordance, G5331, drugs, enchantments. Drugs, enchantments. Pharmakeia. Do you see right there? There it is. Pharmakeia. Your pharmacy. There it is. Go ahead and argue with the pharmacists. Go argue with the Greeks. The doctors of healing. Remember I taught you the word for heal. Remember that? What was the word for heal, everybody? Uwajit. Right? Uwajit. The symbol of the eye. Remember that over here? Here it is. Uwajit. To be safe. That was the symbol of the doctors, the healers in Kemet. Remember that? There it is right there. Well, how else do you write Uwajit in the Medunetter that represents healing? Look at the other way. The other way Uwajit to heal is spelled in the Medunetter. Uh-oh. 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 What was the healing symbol in Kemet? 2900 BC? Boom. Uwajit is spelled with the egg in it. The Kemetic priests of Ma'at, who taught the Greeks, who eventually influenced the Romans, Italians, and the Spanish, that the properties within the egg can spiritually cleanse ailments which were seen as demons. Hotep, I am done. There it is. Hope you all appreciate it. Hope you appreciate it. Nahum, I'm going to go back in the chat and see if anybody appreciated that answer. Let's see. Welcome to the Tuti podcast. For the new people, that's what we do here. Right? That's what we do here. There's the answer to that. Now, do you know where the origin of the concept of an egg associating with healing and touching the shell on your body came from? It came from real medical practitioners in Kemet that understood all the scientific antimicrobial activities in the shell and the white that's in the other side of the shell. There's your answer. Hope you appreciate it. Let me go check the room and see who appreciated the answer. And let me check my Gmail. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see who appreciated the answer. For those who appreciate that, for those who, if that affected you in any way, and you appreciate that more than the waiter that brought you the steak that you paid for and gave you the greasy steak, that'll probably clog your heart up, and you tipped them $20. If you appreciate that, what I just broke down, more than the waiter that you tipped $20 to kill you, please send your support to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I'm putting the link in the room for the team to jump in, the brothers to jump in, so I can take my break and they can talk about what they felt of the answer. They can give updates, break it down. Nahum, that is your answer from Tehuti. That is how the Tuti podcast answers questions, and I hope you appreciate it. Now we know it didn't come from Mexico. It has a Spanish name. The Spanish, from the Italians, the Romans, from the Greeks, who got it from Kemet, who understood the egg touching on the body all the way back before there was any Spanish that went to Mexico to give it the Spanish name. Boom! All right, jump in the room, team. Jump in the room. Jump in the room, because you're next, Primordial. You're up after this. You're the next question. I see it. Ooh, wait. Let's see. Rigo says, "Thank you for breaking that down." Woo, woo. So the next what I'm doing for you all is I'm giving you means to get people into the truth. Now, Carolina could be walking through Mexico, and people could be talking about Lamita, when they talk about and say no, and actually use that as a conversation and break all this down to show that it's actually from Kemet. I'm giving you a means to anything around you to bring people to Ma'at. That's what the Tehuti's podcast is. And it's not even my choice. I wasn't even thinking about egg healing. I am the servant and the genie. You all just throw it to me. Egg healing? I'm gonna take you to Denmark. I just want to play with my snakes. I just want to hang out with the lizards, but I'm here to serve. So show your reciprocity, and if you appreciated that, which I do, PayPal at RockSV, Cash App T.O.M. If not, then just type in the room, we don't appreciate you. We're not gonna help support you at all, ever, never, no, keep feeding us. But if you appreciate it, show reciprocity, because it's a two-way system. That's actually what Ma'at is. That's why there's two sides on the scale. If it was just one thing on the one side, it would go whoop, like that. There has to be something to weigh out the other thing to show where the balance is. And the balance is only good balance. It's not bad and good. All right, let me go and check the room. Rigo says, thank you for breaking that down. Boss Nation says, great information as always. Shannon says, that was powerful and very practical. GoldenEye said he just got in here. That's the one who asked the question, by the way. What's up, GoldenEye? I just gave you an hour answer. Hope you appreciate it. Anna Amun says, masterful breakdown, Saba. Kemi summarizes the whole class by saying, so basically all things are from KEMET. That's the answer to all questions. That's basically the answer to all questions. You're right. You are right. Ananya Setmer says, Tehuti is the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me, Netter. Mind-blowing breakdowns again and again. All right, we got Rigo saying, I appreciate you and the time you have shared with us. Rigo, you prove it. You are the definition of appreciation. Woo. Oh, Primordial Pot says, my God, it's a so-called Mexican, and she's blown away. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Any other Mexican people in here? Who else in here? Scribe, you know anybody from Mexico at all? I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a sister named Carolina in the chat.
Carolina what? Say it again?
Yeah, I think there's a sister named Carolina. She's in the chat.
Okay, good. All right, there's a Tef coming with teeth smiling. Kay says, me. Oh my goodness. You guys seem to like the answer. Thank you for coming in, GoldenEye. Let's see who else appreciated the answer. Here it is. Menkura says, SABA is lighting it up once again. Legendary teachings. Wonderful. Freddie Cowley says, Tehuti Thoth was worshipped by Imhotep. Yep. Glad you guys liked it. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Jay Dilla put the Tehuti. Jay Dilla, I like that name. One of the best producers ever. Matt Goddard Ray says the Tehuti. Okay, good. You all liked it. Wonderful. I'm gonna take my break now. You all support the Tehuti pod class. Scribe, you can let the other brothers in when they come. And I'll leave the bottom rolling on the bottom. I'll take this one off. All right, there you go. All right, brothers, what y'all think of that egg class? I don't know why I'm teaching about eggs now. This is crazy. Okay. I'm thinking about eggs. What the hell?
Look, the Matrix have you saying like, that don't make no sense, and it makes absolute sense.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. It's these journeys you take us on are, as the great people in the chat room say, just mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Again and again.
And it's so beautiful how you're able to take us and completely just break these spells and these matrices and take us back to the origin. like the good brother KEMET says, you know, back to KEMET. And where it's so much more pure and powerful. So Tua, great SABA Tehuti for what you do. Absolutely.
Yeah, Tua SABA.
Thank you, brothers. Hope you appreciate it. That was I never show anybody that you know I don't know if anybody's ever seen that before. That a wajit, the word for healing, is spelled with an egg. I don't know if that's been seen before, but that's very deep. And there's much more. Actually, stop right there. There's much more egg symbolism in KEMET that deals with the doctors and the medicine. I just chose to stop right there because it keeps going on. The egg was a very high symbol of antimicrobial activities. They just separated from the spiritualism. There is Menkur Ra. How you doing, my good brother?
I couldn't be better, Saba Tua, for the masterful display of brilliance. That was so good. Thank you for your teachings. You're the GOAT, the greatest to ever do it. So I'm doing amazing. Thank you for the light.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Freddie Cali said something very good. I like this. He says, Kemetians benefited from the prophet, priests, doctors. In today's world, doctors profit. Bars! That's bars. Who wrote that? Rum Nitty? I don't know. That's bars. That's awesome. That is awesome. And remember, the oxymoron of it all is that the oath they took said they can't make a profit. Remember that? They can't make money from this. They can't spread the information and have money. There can be no profit. And here they are. It's all about money from giving the drugs that are actually poisonous. And the oath said they're not allowed to give out anything that is poisonous. It is the opposite of the oath. And that's why the world is in shambles right now. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll be back in about maybe six minutes or so. We're going to do a couple donations, and then we're going to have Primordial. Where is he? This brother right here asked a question, and he's going to come to the panel, and I'm going to interact with him and answer his question on the panel with him. I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Hotep, my how's my sound? Sound good?
Yes, you sound great.
Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at. Man, listen, y'all know that was a phenomenal breakdown. That was absolutely excellent. The SABA breaking more people out the matrix than old people in ASICs. I live in Florida, man. The people down here walk all the time. It's like the retirement capital. It's a beautiful thing though to have a teacher that's excellent, that is consistent, that consistently week after week brings us the truth. Consistency, like he said. So like, subscribe, and comment consistently, like we do, like all of us do. I came on the panel, I was laying down. I never left. Why? Because I'm motivated by the truth. What are you all motivated by? I stay up all night for this truth, because it's late right now. It's like 12:55 right here where I'm at, East Coast time. But I stay up because this information is important. SABA is important, and this wisdom and knowledge that he gives us is absolutely important. It's necessary for our people right now. I'm gonna point out something to everybody. This is a quote unquote they celebrating something this weekend. Somebody's celebrating something this weekend somewhere. Somebody's culture is celebrating something this weekend. And I'm sad to say it, but every year when it happens in my jurisdiction, it's a lot of death. It's a lot of death associated with that, with our people, because people come down here to get drunk and indulge in isfet. And it's sad because right now the highway is backed up. Right now, the highway, the The highway to get to the ISFET is backed up. People are in line to get down to South Beach to get drunk and participate in nothing but pure ISFET, and more than likely someone's gonna lose their life. And they're in line to do that. We're lining up. We're standing in line to do this, as opposed to how many people in the chat right now? How many people in the chat? I can't see. 70 people in the chat right now. So peace and love to everybody in the chat, and peace and love to everybody that understands what's going on here, and the teacher that we have in our midst. It's a beautiful thing. I love his intros because every week he drops a little bit more. We learn a little bit more, and it's a beautiful thing, Saba. I so appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do, everything you say, your existence, your family, you two brothers here, hail Annie Patah, hail Minku Ara, hail Ahati Ma'at, hail Tehuti, and hail everybody in the chat and everybody that appreciates the truth. Because when are we gonna wake up? When are we gonna wake up and begin to start appreciating and valuing the things that benefit us versus the things that destroy us? You know, like, people are in line for the destruction, and it's sad. It's really sad, because we have a teacher in our midst. We have Scribe, that Scribe, I'll be on your shout out to you, good brother, because today was a rough day at work in the Matrix, and it wasn't bad. It was just very, very busy. But I want to shout out to my brother Andy Patah, because that audio book of I'm in a Mope, it really got me through, brother. So 2 out for that, because that's a beautiful, 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 beautiful gift that you gave us. And I remember early on when I was beginning to get into the knowledge, like a couple years ago, I was listening to an audio book of Tehuti'S, and I would listen to it every single day. And now I'm beginning to listen to your I'm in a Mope audio book, and it's a beautiful thing. So 2 out to that, brother. And I just want to say 2 out to you, Minku Ara, for everything that you do and the energy that you bring. Teachingsamaat.org. Like, subscribe, comment. Tehuti'S podcast, the best teacher on the internet, the Saba. Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, hail to you, Saba. I just appreciate y'all, man, and I'm not gonna hold y'all brothers up, because y'all know I go, man. But I just want to shout out to you guys. I just want to hail y'all, and I want to demonstrate to everybody in the chat how we 4 brothers can be up here, and we can hail each other and congratulate each other and salute each other, and you know, share this beautiful energy versus that other thing that we see so many of our brothers and sisters doing. So shout out to you, brothers. Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at, and Hotep Ma'at to everybody in the chat.
Hail to you, brother. Hail to you, Atep, for the energy you bring. I love it, how you just bring the truth yourself. And, you know, the reason why people are coming to your jurisdiction to they in line, because what that great MC say, deaf culture, they all hey, they are surrounded in a 360-degree deaf circle. Deaf culture, it's easy to line up for that, because in every aspect of life, that's all they get. And until they come to Ma'at and take that inheritance, that's all they have. You know, their religions support death, their music support death, the way they eat is death, they're working a job that doesn't support and promote life. Everything they doing is pretty much surrounded by death. So why not go to these bars and this thing that they're going to be celebrating this weekend is all about death. It's deaf culture. I'm not celebrating that. I'm celebrating Ma'at. I'm kicking it with y'all. I'm gonna be with Tehuti, and I'm trying to live my life to the fullest. So peace to the chat, man. Saba, that teaching to, man, that That was mind blowing. That was so good. That was so good. Every gets better and better and better. He's just getting faster and stronger, more brilliant. So it's a beautiful, beautiful thing to be here. So I appreciate you, brothers. I love the conversations that we had in the Discord, the community gathering. Ani went in on there. He said some beautiful things, very powerful. So it's a blessing. It's an honor and a blessing to be in this energy with you, brothers. And I will pass to Ani.
All right. Hotep Ma'at to you, great brothers. To everyone in the chat, hail to you, great brothers, for everything that you do. This is absolutely beautiful. The energy that you two brothers bring, that fire and that electricity. So keeps me energized. So peace and love to you, good brothers. And shout out to all the people in the chat who appreciate this information. I hope you all are supporting and showing the great Saba Tehuti that you appreciate him and what he's doing. This is a one of one. So let Saba Tehuti give him his flowers, while he's here to receive them. And that's what we need to start doing, and not waiting till later on to start to appreciate what's happening in real time. Most people are running on a delay and they don't recognize until later on in what's called the future, before they actually recognize what they were a part of. And everyone here is a part of something spectacular and something that's never been done before, and will not be done again at this level. It can only be done this time. So make sure you're showing the great Saba Tehuti your support. And there's many ways to do that. There's many ways to do that. teachingsofma'at.org. Be sure you all go there. Support that. Here, I'll show my screen for all the new people who are in the chat. Let me show. Once you go to teachingsofma'at.org, this is our home base for everything. You'll find everything here. Our study guide Sunday that the Teachings of Ma'at host, the Tehuti pod class, more detailed bios on the leadership members you see here, how to join our Discord community, which is beautiful. We just had a excellent Discord community meeting, and some great sisters and brothers came out and let themselves be heard. It was wonderful. Our social medias, it's a lot here, but here we're on the shop download section, and this is where you can purchase these beautiful Teachings of Ma'at t-shirts and also hoodies, short sleeve, long sleeve, and they're absolutely beautiful, all sizes. You can get them for you and your family, your children, your mates, your brothers, your sisters, and they're absolutely phenomenal. And this is another way that you can support Saba Tehuti and the Tehuti pod class, and wearing this wonderful, wonderful, very magical symbol on you. So teachingsofma'at.org, go here. This is also where you can get Saba Tehuti's ebooks for all of you who are in the chat room, and for all of you who are watching this after, who have not purchased these two phenomenal books, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Volume 1, and Melanin Dark Consciousness. These are two phenomenal ebooks that are very, very affordable. So if you do not have these in your library, you need to get these books ASAP. The Teachings of Ma'at over on Teachings of Ma'at YouTube, we did, this is what started the Teachings of Ma'at, is this Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook. And we broke this down. We went in and we read it, and we gave classes to further break down what Saba Tehuti brought forth for us in helping us to step out of this matrix. And it's absolutely phenomenal. And we did the same here with Melanin Dark Consciousness. So be sure to go here and be sure you have this in your library. The wonderful affirmation that the great Saba Tehuti introduces the podcast with and closes out the podcast with, and the same thing we do at T.O.M. is here. You can download this and print this out and put it on your wall, so you can read it before you go into the Upesh, which Upesh is the word for dream, the dream realm. And it's good to take these tones with you and rise when you rise. Uben, you read these words here, and it carries this frequency throughout the entire day, and it's absolutely beautiful. So you can download this here, high quality. And there's other affirmations here as well, the Makaru Victory Voice and the KEMET Foundational Ideals. So there's a lot of information here on the teachingsofma'at.org website. The audio book that the great brother Atef was just speaking about, you can listen to that here as well. It's phenomenal. You can download it. There's a link to a SoundCloud link, and you can download it as well. So you can listen to it offline if you like. Our Discord community here, becoming a member. You can go through and read this, and you can subscribe to our newsletter. We send a newsletter out every single week, every single Sunday, and it's absolutely packed full of information. It's beautiful. It's like a little mini website in itself. So you can sign up for this newsletter, and we'll add you to the list. And when you sign up, if you have not signed up yet, you'll get 10% off your first purchase in the shop section. So you can utilize that. Members get 10% off for their entire membership. So as long as you're a member, you'll get 10% off. And we're looking to add a lot of beautiful additions to the shop section. So we are doing some wonderful things and creating a lot of opportunity to support Ma'at and support Saba Tehuti and what he's doing for us and what he's bringing forth for us. There's the reason why Saba Tehuti is you all feel that comfortable to bring these type of questions to him, because you're confident in his ability to be able to bring you the truth and bring you the answer. There's no other platform that exists where you can bring these type of questions and get this type of information, this type of answer that's so detailed and elaborate. You will not find this on any other platform at all. So this is absolutely phenomenal. What Saba Tehuti has done for me personally is something that I'll always be in repayment for. And there's so many ways to do that. And my very first step in doing that, aside from supporting financially, was to just come to the front and echo his sentiment, echo his consciousness. And that's something that I took on personally, because there's so much that Saba Tehuti has done for me. And I understand that reciprocity is so very important for you to even want to expand and grow and attain the things that you like, right? So we are great consumers, even in just this physical marketplace. There's not a lot of creators creating ways of being able to bring in what it is that's necessary to survive. But there's a lot of consumption. There's overconsumption. We're overly consuming everything that's around us, and we're not doing enough of putting and creating, putting back out. So what Saba Tehuti is doing is, anyone who does any type of creativity work knows the time and effort that it goes to putting something together, even on this digital side. These presentations aren't easy, and that's even before you get to getting the information. I mean, this ain't in a book somewhere. Saba Tehuti is the book. He's bringing that forward for us, and he's creating a book of magic for us to be able to take with us and study for as long as we're here, and utilize to change our lives and change the lives of the people around us. So there's no price tag that you can put on that. So whatever it is that you can do, in whatever way, be creative in your way of being able to support this and play your part. And I just want to always give supreme gratitude to every single person who does that, who supports us in whatever way that you do, and for your attention, for being here. You know, for those who, you know, the numbers go up, the numbers come down, but it's really about the quality of people here, and that's what's most important. That's what's most important, and we're creating a community of like-minded individuals, and of the same consciousness and frequency, so we can connect with. Because once you step out this matrix, it becomes real lonely, right? Everyone around you fades away, because they're plugged into this false reality, and it's, you know, coming into the actual truth of what all this is based on and built on top of, you know, which the matrix comes from the word mother, which comes from the word mut, which creates ma'at. And so they didn't create anything original. Everything that the Tamahu did, and when the Greeks came in, they literally had to implant themselves within what was already there. They couldn't create anything original. So it's very deep, and it's been that way for thousands of years. So as we continue to unplug ourselves and get back into ma'at, this is why this is so important here. So, you know, I can call up Atef, I can call up Menku can call up Ahati. We all are, we're building a brotherhood and sisterhood of very, very important people that walk in ma'at, that follow in SABA Tehuti'S teachings, and bringing forth the actual, real, validated teachings that the ancestors brought forth, and how they lived, and, you know, doing our part in recreating to the best of our ability what they brought forth. And so with that, I just want to say Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to everyone. Yes, this is phenomenal. I hope everyone really recognizes where you're at and what's going on at this time. And the word to see is ma'a. It's a glyph of an eye, which is the root word of ma'at. So I hope you all have your ma'a open and are able to really recognize where you're at. So with that, peace and love, and I'll pass it back to the great brother, to Chetu, Atef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at. Peace and love, good brothers.
Hotep, the Techetu. the Techetu. Peace and love, man. Y'all know what we doing right now. We in the midst of greatness right now. Yo, we got the best teacher on the internet. We got the best. Hey, listen, I'm finna shout out. It's Friday, so I'm finna shout out the young Ani, my good brother. I absolutely love you, good brother, because you are an excellent example of a young netter, and what you bring forth, my brother, with the internet, with the website, with the everything that has to do with the backgrounds of what the people see. I just want to shout out to you, brother, because man, listen, I didn't know what was going on. It came so fast and beautiful. Like my aunt actually like revealed itself beautifully in like real time, and me and Menku and the other, we participating, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? This is my aunt. This is the truth. Oh, okay. Wow, this is absolutely. It's been moving along so fast, brother. It's like, it's almost unreal, the consistency in which we bring forth Ma'at and represent. It's unreal the way, how beautiful the website is. First of all, let me just say how beautiful the website is. That's first of all. Then second of all, I want to say how beautiful the merch is, and I want to credit you for making it easy to obtain the book Stepping Out of the Matrix and the Melanin and Dark Consciousness to further promote our great teacher. I just want to acknowledge how great it is for everyone now to be able to get that, because it wasn't that easy for me and Minku, right, Minku? Hey, it wasn't that easy. So when SABA is talking about retreating and going back to the woods and all of that, I remember when he disappeared for a little bit on the pod craft. I was like, hey, what's going on with? I'm logging in and that was when they had that big lie or whatever it was going on, and people were getting sick. So I was like, well, I don't know what's going on, but listen, I was like, that's when I absolutely knew my art was real, because I was actually going through withdrawals from the truth. I'm like, what is going on? I couldn't. I'm listening to, shout out to the Mother Brothers, no disrespect, but it just wasn't the same. I'm like, okay, this conversation is high level, but this is definitely not my art, not the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my art. So shout out to you, SABA. Oh man, you can't go away, SABA. We need you. We appreciate you. Yeah, some of us do anyway.
Can't go away.
A lot of us are. Shout out to you, Annie, for making it easy for the people to obtain SABA's books, because it wasn't as easy for me and Minku, like I said. So, and I hope everybody appreciates the website and what our great teacher brings forth consistently week after week. Come join us. Yeah, go ahead. We have 2 real live mentors who are scribes in the digital realm. So I have this intuition. I can't prove it yet, but I believe the first coding is the meta netter. I think coding comes from the meta netter. I don't have receipts, but I'm gonna find them because I want to be in alignment with these 2 scribes up here. So I'm gonna pass it to you, SABA Tehuti Tua.
Oh, thank you. And Atef, you were saying for me not to go anywhere. I was on mute, so I know you weren't hearing me. You were saying for me not to go anywhere. Yeah, I remember when you wasn't on the other show. So I don't know. You used to come on there consistently. And then you had disappeared for. It wasn't that long, but it was long enough. I'm like, hey, what's going on? It's not something not right. Hey, what?
Atef, you're talking about the gap between when he stopped being on Killer Priest and when he started the pod class?
No. On Killer Priest, he was gone for a few. Yeah, listen, I have not missed nothing, Sab. I've consistently from day one, from the very first time that I saw you on the Podcraft, I have consistently tried to catch you on everything. And I think I have, but there was a time when you had this. You went away for a few weeks. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. Mm-hmm. yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. I'm. Don't worry. I'm not. If I go anywhere, if anything happens, you'll know. you'll know. I won't. I only disappear on those who weren't. I never knew even existed because they don't support me, so I don't know they exist. So let me go ahead and get into the speaking of support. Let's go ahead and give a shout out to the beautiful. Hey, what's going on? The beautiful Maria Ben CB. Maria Ben CB. She gave 1111, and she said Tua pod class was evolutionary and transformative. Those are beautiful compliments. They're actually the same words. Evolutionary and transformative. She's saying it basically changed her. It changed whatever perception. Some people really were hit by last week's pod class. Where some of the pod classes hit people, and they send me messages saying they changed them. And some people like Maria Ben Sibi sends a donation to tell me that it's changing of her. So shout out to Maria Ben Sibi.
I hope to one day see her in a pod class. I don't know if she works the entire time we're doing the pod class, but I'd love to see her pop up one day so I could tell her thank you while she's giving these donations. Shout out to Maria Bensibi. Shout out to you. Okay. If you're in the room, well, if you hear this, Maria, thank you for your great energy and the good things you do to help the energy behind the scene. All right. Shout out to Maria Bensibi, if I'm saying that right. Okay. Next donation given. Oh, we got a monster in the house. We have XA came through. Hold on to XA came through to do some damage. Let me see if that's on the screen. Is anything on the screen right now?
Not yet.
Okay, no problem. It's coming up. Who's got a gun's being cocked?
Loading up, Saba. We loading up.
It's loading up. Okay. Let me see if this pops up on the screen right here. Shout out to, give this man some big noise coming up. XA in the room. He gave the big Tehuti number donation. The big Tehuti number donation, which is $72. Give this man some noise. Give him some noise. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out to you. That's a great donation. Appreciate that. That is amazing and awesome. We got the next one. Oh, we got Stranga with the donation and question. Oh, you know what? I didn't read it. Hold on, let me put him back. He actually has a note at the he did put a little note, and he may be in the room now. I'm going to read what he said to the pod class. He said $72, and he says for application, yes, of course, because the last couple pod classes were about the application of the knowledge in my particular life. And this class is going to be about it as well, because after this, the next question is from Primordial, who asked about how I avoided certain temptations and to make my transfiguration. And I'm going to be talking about, yes, what rituals that I did. We're talking about that as well. Shout out to the good brother XA. And for the next is Stranga, the namer of the moderators. And here we go. Let me see. Put this on the screen. And it is, here he is. Boom! Is it showing on the screen yet? I hope.
Not yet. It's coming.
Oh, it went to full share. Hold on. Long share. This is share, and window share, which is, there we go. Yeah, it's a stranger. Shout out Stranga, the namer of the moderators. Stranga, the namer of the moderators, the atheist haters, but they lose when they try to debate us. Shout out to you, my good brother. Stranga. He said,
bars
will make you famous.
It's not a game, Saba.
To a gun side. Thank you. I heard will make you famous. I heard the gun pull. Oh my goodness. So he says, why did the Romans choose KEMET as the place to write the book of Exodus? I wonder, stranger, go ahead and put my email on the screen there, Scribe. Because I know stranger's in the room right now. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes, it is up.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, I think it's a little delay. So I don't know if he worded this. Email me, stranger, tell me, is this exactly what you're wording correctly? Why did the Romans choose KEMET as the place to write the book of Exodus? Or do you mean why did they choose KEMET as a place to write the story of Exodus? Are you asking if the actual individual book of Exodus was written in KEMET and the other books and the other 5 books weren't? Go ahead and clarify that for me. No matter which way, whatever the question may be, I will address it. So the question as it's written is, why did the Romans choose KEMET as the place to write the book of Exodus? As the question stands right now, I don't quite, I'm still timing. As the question stands right now, strange, I don't quite understand it. I don't know if you're even thinking the Romans wrote the book of Exodus. Go ahead and just go ahead and send me an email, and we'll get that there clarified. Not a problem, my good brother, because you ask great questions, and they always lead to great breakdowns. 5. I'm gonna put from May 26, and I'm gonna put a note beside it. I'm gonna call it clarity. I need clarity. Hey, is Nook Panook in the room? Nook Panook, if you're watching, I have a little surprise for you today. Nook Panook. I forgot he has a Spanish name, but Nook Panook, I got a treat for you today. I hope you're in the room. Okay, next donator is we got the Giants are back to back today. The Giants. This is good. This is what motivates me right here. Oh my, look at, this sister Sharika. I don't know if you're in the room. Sharika, is Sharika in the room? Are you watching? I'm going to put a 6.
She say that she wouldn't be in the pod class this tonight.
She told somebody that, or she said that in the Meta class?
She emailed that earlier.
Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, the soul question is for her. Okay, May 26th or May 20th. So look at this question, everybody. This is how you know a serious studier. This is how I know when somebody's actually studying the Kemetic information. Right here. Tell me if you've ever seen this question asked before, brothers. Ever. Look at this. First of all, $55. Give her some big noise. Big noise. Big noise. Shout out to you. Appreciate you very much. And look at the question. This is how you know a sister's, really anybody, but I've never had a question like this from a sister. This is like the kind of questions that maybe my goddesses would ask. Look at this. Does anybody even know what she's talking about? This is a true studier. Sharika says, a burning question. This is a burning question. Who are the AKERU? Budget Dictionary, page 11. She gives the columns. Page 11a notes them as ancestors of Ra. How can earth gods be ancestors to Ra himself, Tua? This is her burning question. That is beautiful. What is this sister doing on page 11 of a dictionary, looking for questions, getting a burning question about the AKERU? Oh my, does anybody even know what she's talking about? This is top tier Kemetic information. This is not, I'm sure 99% of the podcast don't even know what this question means. Sharika, you are a true student of Kemet to be able to put a question like that together. The AKERU, nobody. Last time I taught about the AKERU was to one of my goddesses because of a study book we were doing. That's not nobody asked me that. And then asking about the ancestors of Ra and then being earth gods, that is beautiful. Thank you, good sister. You are the motivation to people to study. That's how I know people are studying. Shout out to you. I'm going to do a couple more, then we're going to get to the next beautiful question, which is Primordial is going to come on the panel and talk, and I'm going to answer a question live to his face, breaking the things down. Shout out to the next person who was a consistent donator. He definitely one of the heavy hitters. His donations used to be like $72 and large amounts, always in sections of 9, always breaking down in 9s. Let me close this second. Close this too. Let me close McCafe, which I can't seem to get off my computer. Shout out to this brother. His name is Nito Campbell. He is, I think his name is Squano Trending. This brother here. These donations that he gives are before the podcast even begins. He gives these donations before the podcast begins. Shout out to you, good brother. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are excellent with the consistent donations. And for the new people that are seeing this, his donations used to be way larger than this, and it was consistent. It still is. It never stopped. Since the podcast began, Nito has donated in sets of 9s. Some of them I haven't even announced because he said there's no need to announce some of them. So there's a lot of the donations that he gave that I didn't even tell the audience. Okay, shout out to Nito. I already did. Who's next? Where are the monsters? There's Primordial Thought. I see you. I see Owen Hythe. The monster. Here we go. Hold on. We got I'll do this one in Owen Hythe. Look at this, everybody. We got Anema. Anema, that's how you pronounce her name. Anema just shutting the podcast down. I think this is the highest donation of the podcast today thus far. This is what I like to see. This is what motivates me to continue. And this young lady here, get ready to give her some noise, gentlemen. She, listen, this young lady right here, she has altars, she has worship altars built for my goddesses. She sends pictures, she sends audio of praise. She has I don't know what's happening, where this person, what developed the mindset of this particular being, but this person has altars set up with pictures, all type of things happening. She's done things that I can't even tell the podcast, but she is definitely on another level of dedication. Let me go ahead and share a screen. Get ready to give her some noise. This is Anema with the biggest podcast donation of the night, I believe, right? Yep. Give her some big monster noise. She says, for your never existence. Wow. Shout out to the biggest donation of the night. She has become one of the most consistent. She is consistent. This is going to be her consistent donation always now. She told me this is it. So all you haters can get a warning. Stop hating the truth. Stop hating donations. I know it brings pain to some to see me receive these donations, to see me ask for them, to whatever it is that makes you feel uncomfortable. Take that isfet out of your system and turn it into support. Shout out to you, Anema. Shout out to you for the largest donation of the pod class thus far tonight. Another horn. And she wanted it to be perfect. She wanted it to be perfect. So what she did, she actually, her dedicated donation is every time she donates is $100.72. But she forgot to put the 72 cents. She forgot to put the 72 cents. So what did she do? She went and did another $1 to add to the 100. Let me see if I can fix this. So it's really $101 because it's supposed to be $100.72. And so she sent this here. Let me fix that. I don't know why it's showing like that. 1 second, everybody. I guess this is how it will be. Okay, here we go. So she sent this with a message to me. And it was a message saying, where is it? Where are we? Here we are. Share screen, boom, boom, boom. It's a message for the $1 to make up for the 72 cents. My apologies. Got to add the 72 cents to the 100. So she added another $1 to make up for the 72 cents. Shout out to Anema. That makes it $101. The largest donation of the night. Shout out to you. I see you, David Reed. I'm going to shout out you next one. I see you, David Reed. I see you, David Reed. Shout out to you. I'll do one more, and that is Owen Hythe, and then I'll get to the next question. Here is the next donation from Brother Owen Hythe, who... he put a message too. This is the brother that actually is responsible for asking the question about Harriet Tubman. So I'm going to put here 10 May 26th. And let me go ahead and put up on the board. And tell me, brothers, when you see it. Oh, is it this?
Let's see it, son.
Okay. Shout out to you, my good brother. Owen Hythe says, teach on Manny. I don't know. Look, the question. Now, I don't know about the Neferu part, but I already know what I'm going to do. Guess what the question is, Nanny? Teach on Sobek, Neferu. Oh, wow. Owen Hythe, thank you for that question. I just finished doing a transfer. I just finished doing a transfer import thing. Oh, wait, am I on the screen? I'm stuck. Am I moving? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we moving. We can see you. So I can hear you.
Okay. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Shout out to you. So I just did a transfer. Everybody knows that I'm a reptile breeder. People constantly contact me to do trades, to purchase reptiles. A woman just came here a couple days ago to get eggs. People want to give me things for things I have, and I just did a certain transfer and got a peaceful Sobek. So I'll be talking, and I said that I have Sobek peaceful, and somebody's going to ask me about a Sobek, and I just made the Sobek situation peaceful today. One of the reasons why I just made it peaceful today, and that's what actually caused the pod class to be a little bit late, because I was taking care of a Sobek situation, and I made a Sobek situation a peaceful Sobek situation, and so peaceful Sobek will be in this answer. And when I made it peaceful, I said, now somebody ask about Sobek, and here's On Hythe, and tell me about Sobek Neferu. Yeah, Sobek is going to be here nice and calm. No more Jurassic Park chaos. All right, so that is beautiful. I love it. I love it when the frequency. It's like I'm writing a frequency. I'm saying somebody's gonna ask me about Sobek. Let me take care of it today. I take care of it today, and here's On Hythe with the question about Sobek. I love this thing that I'm on. It's like I don't know what this. What is it? What's going on here? Why do you have 42 dots on you? Huh? Why 42? All right, here we go, everybody. Let me. That is beautiful. Okay, everybody, we're going to get to the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Shout out to all the people that are still donating right now. Primordial, Carolina Mencina, who said, after this answer, who said, beautiful question. I'm going to shout all of you out after I answer this. Stephen Escalar, I see all of you. Shannon, Big Vapes, I see you all. Everybody continue to send in support. Let's make this, please, a great pod class. I'm going to now put the link in the room for the brother to step in, because he's not going to, I'm going to interact with him. I'm going to show you all how Tehuti interact with the students that's asking a question. That is actually asking about his body. He saw my bodily transformation. He sent a donation and asked a question. I asked him to clarify, and he's going to come on, and we're going to talk about what did I do to make my transformation. Shout out to the Honey Jar, who said, I made it. Shout out to the Honey Jar. Peace and love to you, the saver of lives. Shout out to the Honey Jar. Shout out to you, Honey Jar. Don't send the helicopter for me yet. Shout out to you, Honey Jar. Peace and love. Okay, and here he is. Sharp, right on. As soon as I put the link in, he was there with his button ready. Sharp and ready. He came out of the trenches. He said that he was in the background watching for how long were you watching me? Was it 2 years?
Hey, Saba, yo, I gotta correct you. I gotta correct myself on the last time I talked to you.
Okay.
I have to make sure my words are in order this time. Yes, it was definitely 2 years ago. Once again, I was on that line between fully crossing over to KEMET, and what made me step over completely is when you first on your podcast broke down the Septuagint and the Ptolemies, and that was a question, and that was an answer that I've been looking for the longest, because we're looking for the root. If I'm going to base my soul off of a teaching, then I need to know the root of it. And so when you broke that down, that's what completely separated separated everything. And that's what made me leave from Dr. Moata Ashby's teaching to follow you. And I was like, yeah, we're ready. Let's go.
Nice. Very, very nice. That's a great piece of the puzzle. And let me tell you something. What's this? That's odd. Okay, I wrote. Do you have the Stepping Out of the Matrix book?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, that's the. I wrote that for the purpose to hear somebody say that. I put the Septuagint answer together to hear you say that in 2006. When I wrote it, I said, this will be, somebody is going to hear this breakdown, and this will be the thing that changes things in their life. Because as I was putting it together, I could feel what it must feel like to hear that for the first time, and nobody's making that bridge. There's a bridge missing, and that the Ptolemy and the Septuagint and the Rosetta Stone bridge is extremely important to know. And that's actually what the whole conscious community, the whole Garfield and everybody's arguing about right now. Well, what's the connection between, what's the thievery? Where's the Greeks reading Medunet, or what? That they're arguing over my book.
Yeah,
that's great, my brother.
So I want to go on record for that, you know. So hey, that's for the need, you know what I mean? So when you cross over when you transition to the dua, like at least they know, like at least you help Primordial Thought 9 come to KEMET.
So when you were studying under Muta Ashby, at that time you weren't
I was fresh in it. He was the only one. He was the only one that I felt like was answering particular questions that I had, but it wasn't towards the origins of the Bible. So that's kind of, you know what I mean? He taught on a more inclusive type of thing. And I wanted to know the root of things. So once you broke that down, I was just like, hey, all right, cool. Like, I bought so many books from him, and you broke it down in one question in a podcast, and that just make all the books just go to just push that to the side. Like I don't need that. I'm right where I need to be. And so to you, Sab, I appreciate that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and put his question, his donation that he gave, and the question that he gave, and then the correction of the question, the clarification. I won't call it correction. He asked a question and he clarified it, because I actually thought he was talking about a class I did on the impotent revolt attached to the intestines, but it wasn't. So let me go ahead and put it here. Here it is, the good brother. You can give him some noise. It's going to be a good one, and it's so first he gave $40, and it was broken up. So give him some noise for that. $40. $40. Thank you, my good brother. That's $40. And what he did with the $40. What he did with the $40 was he broke it up, everybody. So he broke it up into let's see if this is it. I think this is the first email he sent. Okay, here it is. So here's the breakup. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, it is, Saba.
So it says, to SABA Tehuti, gratitude for aiding me towards the path of Ma'at. $10 tip for the, you know what, actually, Primordial Thought, can you see that on the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, this is your question. I'm going to get you to actually read this. This is your writing.
It's very small. I can barely see it. I can see you sharing it, but I can't read it.
Okay, I'll go ahead. To SABA, gratitude for aiding me towards the path of Ma'at. So here's how the $40 is broken down. $10 tip for the question just answered. which was a question you asked, right? Primordial, I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Which question was that again?
That was about how to apply my art to our life.
Oh my goodness, yes. So I answered that. He gave a $10 tip on top of what I believe was either 20 or 30 for asking the question. He gave 10 on top. Do you remember what you gave for that? Was it 20?
It was 30.
30. So he already gave 30, then he gave another 10, and then he gave 30 for the question below, which is gratitude, SABA, respect. How do we break the spell of being ruled by the stomach? Gratitude, SABA, health and prosperity to you and your family. And I had said to him that I didn't know which one. I didn't know what he was speaking of because I taught on a stomach class. So I asked him for clarity for that question. And so he sent in this for clarity. And it says, is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, Saba.
It says, remember the subject you talked about in regards to the gut? You also showed an old picture of yourself before you transformed your Ka body. What rituals, etc., did you do to retain from going back to that old form and completely shedding? I was 350 pounds in 2017. I dropped down to 235 in 2018. After going through some personal things in 2019, I put 80 pounds back on. Now I'm down. I hope you're not down to 50 pounds. You put 80 pounds back on. Do you mean that you're?
Yeah,
what do you mean
I put 80. I put 80 on, and then I dropped 30 of that. So now I'm at 50 now.
Oh, I was about to say, oh man, you guys about to die. Okay, so you're down 50 pounds. This guy's the weight of a 10-year-old. Okay, so you're down. You're down 50 pounds from gaining 80, so you lost back 30. That's good. But I am constantly battling, trying to overcome my gut again. But it seems much more challenging than before. I'm very curious about the depth of your knowledge on any topic. Not expecting a long breakdown, but I will be mind blown if you give a Tehuti style breakdown on this particular topic. The picture is just for proof. So he sent me a picture. Gratitude, Saba, health and prosperity to you and your family. Okay. Let me get back to the room. So he did send a picture. I'm not going to show, but he did send a picture of a before and after. I actually don't have that picture in my grasp right now. I'd have to go back in my email for it. I think it's in the file, but if he wants me to show it later, I can. But that's a very good question. So I didn't tell everybody. I was actually 230 pounds. 230? 320. Some 320, 330, some crazy number like that. There's people in the room right now. Raphael Gary says, strong question. That's right. Yeah. Very strong question. Thank you, Raphael Gary. There's people in the room right now that know me from back when I was that particular weight. And that weight, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey. And that weight, the big weight actually came from me continuously working, trying to get to California, and being in a situation where I was I could only eat street food because I just basically stayed on the streets working and performing until night. I went home, went to sleep, woke up, went back on the streets. And I was working. So I was eating whatever I could get access to, and people were treating me to like Japanese foods after my shows and teaching them like how you all give donations. People were giving me donations by buying me meals. And so I started gaining the weight, and I didn't have time to hit to the gym or even have time to get proper rest. Let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about what actually changed me, because there was a change in my mind that took place, and it had nothing to do actually with any kind of ritual. The ritual was my acknowledgement of biological imperative as a man. So I'll go ahead and tell you something. So it was biological imperative because I was around animals. My story is a little bit is a little unique from everybody's life change because I was around animals. The animals taught me that which was important to life itself. What was important by being around the animals? I saw that they were basing everything on biological imperative. Everything was based on the male structure being the strongest and the fittest and even the prettiest to attract the female, because that male was only concerned with keeping its race alive. It wasn't concerned about the other species on the planet. A lion is only concerned about keeping a lion alive. He's not concerned about other cats. He could care less if a jaguar went extinct. He could care less if a panther or cheetah went. He's only concerned with lions existing. And so being around that, that is what helped me grow into the mentality that that developed me. Now, what happened was I was around 27 years old. And this is one of the things that happened to me. When I was around 13 years old or so, I was always I'd be around my aunt. I'd visit my aunt and spend time with her. Since I was a child, since I was around maybe 15, 18, and all those ages there. And my aunt had a friend. And my aunt's friend was always very wealthy. She lived upstairs. And I stayed away from my aunt for a little while as far as her friend was concerned. And I came back at 27 years old. And my aunt's friend saw me and was extremely attracted to me and was inviting me upstairs. The aunt's friend lived on the floor up. And so it was so easy access for me. I'm staying over at my aunt's, and at nighttime, my aunt is going to bed, and I'm just walking out the door and taking the elevator upstairs to her friend who's 52 years old, and I'm 27 years old. So this is what happened. I asked her one day, why? I have nothing to offer you. I had no money, nothing at all. And I said, why are you not with a rich man like yourself who's also 52? And she said something very important to me. She said, the men that are my age can do nothing for me. And I said, nothing for you? They're well-established men. They have businesses. She said, they can do nothing for me in the bedroom. And that's the first time I heard somebody that I used to look, I'm 13 or so. She's like 30 years older than me. And I'm a little boy looking at my aunt's friend, and she's just this rich business lady. And then I get to 27, and she's telling me that the men can't do anything for her. What happened to me was a shift in my brain. The shift in my brain was the biological imperative realization that I'm 27 now, but I'm going to be 52, because I remember when I was just 11. 11 years old was a blink of an eye ago. Remember that, everybody? Remember when you were 14? Just a little while ago. Remember that? I was 11 years old, and now I'm 27. That means I'm going to be 52 in a couple more blinks of an eye. And it brought me pain inside that I would establish myself as a man at 52 and be off to work or running my company, or I'd be 60 and my 52-year-old wife would be saying that. Same sentence to a 27-year-old man. No lion, no biologically imperative driven man can accept that. And because I was raised around animals, I said, that's the lion that goes off and dies. The old male lion, when the young lions come in and take his wife, and the old Simba or whatever that's called walks away off into the mountain and dies, that can never be me. Ever be me. So I made a vow to myself that I will never be 52 years old. I will never be 60 years old, and my mates say that. What is it she likes about me? I immediately analyze, what is she like? Oh, I was working out at that time, and I was in good health. She didn't care about how much money I had. But yet the young girls were talking to the brothers who had the nice cars and the money. But the older women were talking to me broke with a nice body. And I said, I can never have that ever happen to me. That caused a complete mental wake up to me when that particular situation took place. Because to my knowledge, that wasn't supposed to happen. When I got a little bit older, I started exercising and working out, and I got caught up in the big man complex. That is, I'm bigger than you. Yo, who's the biggest guy in the gym? Yo, what's up, big man? What's going on? Hey, yo, you're kind of big. Yo, you're getting swole. They were using these matrix words. Yo, you're getting. I'm sure all your brothers heard that. Yo, he's swole. He's big. Yo, and I got into that, and I was very big. I used to look at bodybuilding videos, and I was amazed at Japanese men called Haritata and Jay Cutler and Ronnie Coleman, that the human body could configure itself to look like that. That amazed me. That was an anomaly to me. And then I lost track of why I started working out. I started getting big and big and big, and really, really big. And I could pick up a man and throw him across the street. I was extremely strong. I was like a power lifter. I was really, really large. And then I went into the grocery store, and something happened. I went into the grocery store doing a particular, what you call a ritual, a food ritual. So maybe I do them, but it is, I find the food in the aisle that I'm the weakest about, and I run to that aisle, and I run directly to the box, and I open my eyes, and I stare at the box of the fruit roll-ups or whatever it is, the Danish, and I stare at the box, and I stare at it, and I keep looking at it, and then I look at the ingredients, and I stare at it, and then I look at the item, and then I look back at the ingredients, and then I look at the item, and I realize that the item that I'm looking at, this beautiful Danish, doesn't look like the 78 things written on the back. There's 78 things written on the back, but this doesn't look like, and guess what? I can't pronounce those words. I can say Danish, but I can't pronounce all these different words that are on the back that I can't seem to read. So I'm actually eating 72 things, and I'd stare and look and stare, and then go look up the 72 things and all the ailments they cause, and then I go back and print that in my mind and go back to the grocery store, to the aisle, and stare at the item again. What that did is a form of neural programming. It programmed the look of the food with the poison that I looked up and the damage that it did, with the 72 ingredients not being delicious to me. Not one of the 72 ingredients, dextrofroctafane, I don't know what those words were, but none of them sounded delicious. So I associated the item with non-delicious Greek words that are on the ingredients. I don't know how to even say those words, even right now. And what I did is it reprogrammed me to associate the look of the item with the damage that it caused and the words on the back. And I would run up to the aisle every time I go to the grocery store. I'd be with my goddess or whoever I was with, and I'd say, pardon me a moment, and I'd run to an aisle and just stare at and put my face right up to it. That did something to my neurological programming, and it changed my my dopamine. It changed the dopamine. So then I got out of the aisle and I went to the checkout, and the women were there, and they were like, "Hey, big man." One girl I scared, she said, "Woo, you're big. Hey, big man." And I was getting that. Hey, big man. And then there was another guy in the other aisle, and the women were rubbing his stomach through his he had a tight Under Armour shirt, and they were rubbing his stomach, and they were saying, "Woo," and they were getting aroused. And I was wondering, what was going on, and they were rubbing his six-pack through his clothes. And I looked down at my stomach, and I said, why are they rubbing my stomach? Why are they just saying, hey, big man to me, but they're not rubbing my stomach? They look like they're scared of me because I look like a big bear, and they look like they're scared of me, but they're rubbing this other man's stomach, and he's getting phone numbers right in front of the other room, and he's getting phone numbers in front of. And I'm like, very, very interesting. I said, oh, biological imperative again. I lost the route. I was working out and getting big, getting all this weight, but actually the females were attracted to the person who was fit, because it's not the size of the individual that is attractive to the animals. It's the longevity and endurance that represents in their psychological, biological imperative. How long can they live? How much stamina do they have in the bedroom? How can they protect the family? Can they do good martial arts with that big, big body? Jet Li and Bruce Lee will destroy any big guy in this pod class. And they're about 140 pounds. But they got six packs and rips all over their body, and they can move agile like a grasshopper, because that is how a man is supposed to look. And so seeing that happen changed my mind again. And I was already in the aisle trying to change my mind by staring at the products and saying, I got to get off of this, I don't want to get fat, but I'm getting big. And then I went down to the beach one day, and a brother who looked like an Aztec, he said, man, you're big. He said, but why when you walk are you holding your shirt like this? So I used to walk down the street holding my shirt like this. And that is so people couldn't see how large my stomach was. But I had big arms. But when I would walk by the buildings and look in the mirror as I'm walking, I'm like, oh my God, I look like I'm pregnant. And he said, lift your shirt up. And I wouldn't lift my shirt up. He said, yeah, your arms look big, but what's under that shirt? That is the shirt, what's under the shirt tells the discipline. You can get big, but the goal is to get your stomach line smaller, your waistline smaller. And you can't do that by working out. You can't do any exercise to get your stomach smaller. So that was biological imperative awakening again. He used to walk around with no shirt on, but he was way smaller than me. But he could probably beat me up. He could probably destroy me in a fight because I was so big, I was having breathing problems, but I could bench 316. So biological imperative hit again, and I said to myself, that's not how the animals live. That's not what the animals are doing. All of these things developed me and started transforming me. This is just my particular path. Then I was told, ever since I was young, that that man is superior to animals. This is another thing that changed my mind state. I was taught that man was superior to animals, and ever since I was young, I could not understand that. It caused me to actually move away and question Christianity. Because I said, if man is superior to animals, why aren't animals getting hooked on crack? Why are they have the ability to make chemical compounds? Termites invented air conditioning. I don't know if anybody knows that, but termites invented air conditioning. They're the inventors of air conditioning. They knew how to take chemicals and mix it with salt to put it in degrees and angles, so when the air moves off of it, it actually cools their termite mounds. So they're the inventors of air conditioners. So they can invent chemical compounds, and bees Can you guys see and hear me? Raise your hand if you can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can see you.
Very good.
Hear you.
Well, why don't they commit chemical compounds that destroy themselves? How come only we do? I said, that doesn't sound superior. So I started believing that animals were superior. And then when I believed that, I said, oh, the only way humans can be superior is if we get back to our animal pure state. All of these are psychological changes that took place in Tehuti when my name was the Word. I had multiple names. When my name was the Word, and when I had different names, and I was transforming, realizing that I can't keep getting this weight because I was not made to look like that. Then I realized that I never saw myself before. So when I came to the realization that unless you get to around 15% body fat as a man, you don't know what you look like. And that to me was a realization of the biggest deception that could ever take place with a person. Forget about knowing whether the Bible is true or not. I said, forget about knowing what the pharaohs, were the Egyptians black? What did this pharaoh look like? What did this person do? I said, hey, we're actually a walking lie. I'm walking around at 20-something% body fat, which means the real me, that's a real man, like as if I was a lion with low body fat, or a zebra. Every male zebra looks the same because they're in shape and they don't work out. So I said, this fat is on top of what I look like. I'm actually a walking lie. I actually don't even know what I look like. Forget about what Ramesses. Let's research the bones of Ramesses. Did he really have straight hair? Did he have thick lips? Did he thick lips? But I don't even know what I look like because my body fat is too high to show what Tehuti looks like underneath. The man that's in shape is what you actually look like. So I was a walking lie. I don't know what I look like, and I couldn't make anybody see what I look like, which is completely frustrating when you truly understand that you don't look good. I used to say to the people, women used to say, do you think I look good? I'd say, no, your clothes do. That's how I compliment women. Do I look good? If I get a new goddess or a new mate or something, hey, do I look good? I say, well, the clothes look good. You don't. But if I tell you look good, then I'm lying to you because I've never seen you before. I don't know what you look like. If you are overweight and have all this weight on you, that is not what a human is supposed to look like. That is actually a biologically imperative, successful human in the wildlife. You can't climb a tree at 300 and something. You can't defend yourself. So I was a walking lie. But I couldn't show anybody the truth because it's a type of truth that you can't teach. These are the realities that develop Tehuti. I can teach you the truth, but I can't teach you what I look like. The only way to show a woman or a son or somebody what I look like is to put in hard work and discipline with the eating. I can't show you what I look like now, but don't worry. I'll be back in a year and a half. And when I met the people after a year and a half, they didn't know it was me. So that means if you didn't know it was me, you never seen me before. I was wearing a suit of obesity, a suit of fatness, a suit of unma'at, a suit of lack of discipline. That was a suit, and I couldn't take it off like I can take this shirt off. I couldn't take the suit off. I was trapped in it. It was horrible. So all of that was the motivation. And I was like, why do I want to make love in the dark? Why, when I go to the swimming pool, I have a shirt on? What is happening here? Something is, I'm living a lie. Why do people turn the lights off? No, let me see every crevice of you, but I don't want you to see me because this isn't what I look like. I'm wearing a fat man suit like what's that show called? I don't watch TV, but what's that show with Eddie Murphy? It's the Rumpelstiltskin. I'm not, what is it?
Nutty Professor.
the Gump? I don't know.
Norbit.
The who?
Norbit.
Nutty Professor.
Something where they had fat on. I don't know. But I said, I'm living a lie. And I got to work hard as a man to get out of this suit that is not me. so that people can see the real me. Why walk around and not show people what you look like? Why walk around in a suit of laziness? Why walk around in a suit of undiscipline? You're wearing a big fat suit because you're undisciplined, and that's a suit that you're walking around in, and you might as well just tell people, I don't represent anything. And I used to tell people, if you're a big fat preacher, you can't teach me nothing, because you can't teach me to love Jesus and you don't even love yourself. You can't teach me to love Jesus and you're eating apple pie and donut. That means you don't love your own self. So how do you know Jesus loves you? You don't even love you. All of these were hitting biological imperative realities that actually they hit me hard. These are hard-hitting things when you know that you're getting old and you must change, or you're gonna die. You're gonna pass away, never even knowing what you look like. What a miserable life if you die and you don't even know what you look like, because you're too lazy and too undisciplined to say, I just want to see what I look like. And the only way you can see what you look like is without the laziness. That is what actually hit Tehuti. That is what hit me. So I'm going to go ahead and show something here, because this is very, very important. These are the things that I did. And it takes a lot to do this. It takes a lot to come to this realization, because you have to down yourself. That means you have to realize that, hey, I'm at flaw. The laws of Ma'at say, find the malice within self first. You have to say, I am wrong. I am lazy. I don't want to be. And I can't teach people to be mentally unlazy with a big gut on, unless I'm working on changing it. Then I can teach people and say, see what I have now? I'm changing just like you. And I'm working hard and disciplined. I don't want to hear nothing TD Jakes has to say to me. Nothing. TD Jakes can't tell me anything. You can't eat apple pie and donut and be telling me that I'm going to go to heaven and look, is my spirit going to look like you too? Absolutely not. So, does everybody see the screen? I don't know if I'm screen sharing. You guys see the screen?
Yeah. Yes, we can see Saba.
Okay, so this is the zebra test. I was raised around animals. Now, everybody see these zebras?
Yes.
Do you see my mouse moving over particular ones?
Yes.
Is this one here older than this one?
Can't tell.
Is this one here younger than this one?
Can't tell.
Does this one here have a different body type than this one? You know, black people say, well, I'm just big boned, the big bone. Does this one here, is this one big bone, this one small bone, or?
No.
Why do all these zebras look the same? Is it because they're inferior? You ever take a good look at the pictures of the walls on KEMET? Have you ever noticed something? Just pull up pictures of ancient Egyptians. You know what you're going to notice? You're going to notice something very, very strange that doesn't match today. And that is, most of the pictures on the walls of ancient Egypt, everybody looks the same. You ever notice that? Almost everybody looks the same. They almost look identical. You don't see any fat people. You don't see any, you may see the odd fat person, but you don't see them in any kind of abundance. You may see somebody with like a little bit of rolls, but you don't see the obesity where people can't even step out their bedroom. They can't run down the street. The KEMETians were imitating how the animals looked. And if you look at a zebra, and if you look at one, you look at the other. Why? Because they all have the same diet. Zebra doesn't veer off its diet. You know the animals that are out of shape? The animals that hang around us. The bull terrier. Look at my British bulldog with the sagging face, and I'm like, I've never seen a British bulldog. I've never seen that in the wild. Where's that? Where'd you catch that? where that big dog with the face, the blah blah. Where's that? Where's that fighting a jackal in Africa? You can't. It'll die. Let your German Shepherd, the German Shepherd that everybody's afraid of, let your German Shepherd and Labrador Retriever, let them go in Africa and watch the hyenas laugh and eat him alive. They're going to laugh at him too and eat him right there. He'll have no defense. He doesn't even know. Bring your toughest pit bull. I dare. Bring your toughest pit bull. Feed him pepper and bullets. What is it? Bullet powder. Feed him all of that, and bring that pit bull to fight a hyena. And let's see how that works out for you. Because all those animals are out of shape only because they hang around us. We are the devil to these animals. We're the ones making cats look the way they look, and all these big fat Garfield cats. And no, a puma is in shape. So once I realized that, I started looking went back to my animals, and started looking at zebras, and realized all these zebras are in shape. And guess what? When the alligator comes, those zebras can take off in 1 second and run 0 to 60, 0 to 50 in a couple seconds. They're all in shape. They're all aware. None of them are, I'm having a lazy day. I'm having a bad day. None of these zebras are having a bad day. None of these zebras are suffering depression. I'm depressed. None of these zebras, I'm super sad. I'm so sad today, and something's bothering me, and I'm going to eat a donut. And none of these zebras are doing that. They're all sharp. They'll all outrun you. They're all ready to kick you to hell. They're all ready to mate. They're all ready to have children. They are ready. But this guy's not though. So when I looked at this guy, and I looked at these guys, and I said, so this is what's superior to animals, right? We are superior. We're the superior beings, and the zebras are the inferior. But I don't see any zebra looking like this. I don't see any. Where's the zebra on the bed that can't move? What's the species called? I can't find it in the wild. So they're the superiors. And once these things started to hit me, look at this guy. And here's where the real psyops comes into play. This is a sports fan. Do you see the sports fans? That's what it says, right? There's Sixers fans. They had the shirt lifting contest. I don't know if you ever heard this, the Sixers shirt lifting contest. Probably never heard, but anyways, these are the people that like the Sixers. Now, what are the Sixers, everybody? Is that a basketball team, or what is that?
Basketball.
Yes, sir.
Do the basketball players look like this?
No.
And that is where the psyops comes. Because the sports fans, the psyops, is a fan does not mean you're inspired by the athletic discipline. A fan of the sport means you like the fighting conflict. If you're a sports fan, it's because you like to see fighting. You like to see two things go against each other and compete. Not necessarily the training necessary to be able to run and slam dunk a ball, to be able to take football hits and spin around and pop up on one foot and tuck the ball and make a mad dash and look over heads and all of that mental discipline and physical structure discipline. You don't want to be that. You want to be a fan so you can wear the hat and have a big belly. That's my team. My team the best, and my team's the best. But the animals see the fighting is different. And that's what inspired me. And that's why I'm not into sports. What inspired me was I said, how come both of us watch competitiveness? We watch it and the animals watch it. But when the animals watch it, it's different. When we watch it, we look like this. None of these people here are in shape, but they're all watching people play sports that have to be in shape in order to play the sports. So are you a fan of the discipline of a sports player? Or are you a fan of the fighting? My team's gonna kick your butt. We're gonna whoop your butt. You just like the fighting. But when I look at the where animals, none of this is in the animal kingdom. So the lion cubs, they watch the older lions hunt and fight. They like that sport. They can learn the same and put it into action. The intent to watch the conflict was biological imperative for the animals. So when I watched these two lions fighting, which I grew up watching the nature channel, I would always notice that the cubs and the female lions would be right here, just like we are on the street. When a fight breaks out, you know, 40 black people watching, people all different races watching, everybody's watching the fight they're breaking out, the fight they're breaking out. Look at the fight. And we're all watching the fight. Especially if it breaks out on the sports, imagine that. Imagine one of your sports players starts a fight on the basketball court. We're all cheering. We're loving it. We love it. But when the animals are fighting for the sport of competitiveness, you will always see in the nature videos the female lion right here staring. And here's the lion cub on her back and the other lion, and they're watching the two lions fight. Why are they watching the fight? Are they watching the fight to say, my team is slam dunking over your team is slam dunking? Are they doing that? You can pass better than you passing the ball to pass. Or are they watching it so that the male lion can pass on to the cub the information and the expression and the example needed? So here are the cubs now doing it. They're doing what they see Papa Lion doing for a competitive sport, because most times lions fight, they don't kill each other at all. They're fighting for the sport. It could be two brothers fighting for the sport of testing each other's strength. Who's going to rule this if dad dies, father dies? Can we go to another lion pride and take over the father over there? They're practicing. They're actually not trying to kill each other, even when it looks aggressive and crazy. And here are the babies practicing. Why are the babies practicing? You see that? It looks nice and cute, right? They're practicing because they were the ones over here watching themselves in the future. That I may have to fight you, big brother and little brother. We may have to fight over our own mom, our own sister. Let me watch you. Okay? It looks cool, but we're watching you. So that, hey, dad swung his arm to the left and put his claws out. I'm going to do the same. Rawr. So they're watching it for biological imperative, a completely different reason than this guy's watching it. This guy's watching it too. He's eating his donut and his pizza. And he's probably the master of sports. He could tell you Steph Curry and the Steph Curry, I don't even know their name. The Steph Curry and the Michael Jordan slammed on the Scottie Pippen, tell you everything and look like this. Because the biological imperative wasn't in there. With my mind, I just simply placed the biological imperative. Now, I was a master teacher. Let me tell you all this. This is what happened to me. I was a master teacher. While I was out of shape, I was still teaching. But when I got around these men, I went to a gym called Gold's Gym. And I got around this man right here, who was an advisor of mine. His name was Chris Cormier. I don't know if anybody ever heard of him. Yeah. But he would give me 1 joule a day, years and years ago. His name was Chris Cormier. Yes, he's over 50 here. And I bowed my head to him. I bowed my head. I was I'm still Tehuti. And when I saw him, master teacher. Master teacher. And if anybody saw that in the pod class, they'd be wondering, what the heck is Tehuti bowing to? Yo, we found Tehuti's teacher. And then you find out it's some bodybuilder, the teacher, because in that discipline, he was superior to me. He didn't know nothing about KEMET. He couldn't tell you one law of Ma'at. He couldn't tell you nothing. But he was disciplined, so thus he is my master. And to become a master, what I did, primordial, was I bowed under the feet of different masters of different schools, people that wouldn't even talk to each other. I'm bowing to mafia assassins, mafia hitmen, bodybuilders, short little guys that are a part of the Gracies. Some of the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu are watchers of the pod class. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu teacher, those guys, my teacher, Jacques Carré, bowing to him. He doesn't know anything about any kind of Ma'at. He's about 5 foot something tall. He killed me in 4 seconds. I bow to you, master. So I humbled myself and became a master by being masters under people that you wouldn't even talk to each other, and form them all as one, as what you see right now. It wasn't one thing that I did. I looked at all the people that were interested in mastering their biological imperative. Chris Cormier was one of them, and I bowed to him. The other one's name that influenced me, his name was Charles Glass. He's the teacher of most of your Mr. Olympias. His name is Charles Glass. So there's this man, Chris Cormier, right here. And then there's this man, Charles Glass. And then there's Robbie Robinson. These are the brothers that would give me advice. And this man here is 70 years old. 70 years old. He's 70 years old. I know 70-year-olds right now that can't walk. They're on walkers. They can't remember who their child is. They wouldn't know how to have a diet because they have Alzheimer's and can't remember what they ate yesterday. This man is 70 and he looks like this. And that brought me back to the zebra, that if I expanded this to the point and cut his head off, you couldn't tell me how old he was. There's Chris Cormier in the back. This is the gym that I went to, Arnold Schwarzenegger's gym, where I used to train and watch the masters. I would train beside 50 Cent when he was trying to be in that movie where he had to be big and muscular. It'd be 50 Cent, Mickey Rourke. On the other side of me was The Rock. He'd come in and train for the Scorpion King. So I'm there training right beside all these brothers, watching them master a discipline. And I realized that the body always stays young if you take care of it. Is this a 70-year-old body or a 20-year-old body? Is this a 40-year-old body or a 36-year-old body? You can't tell, just like the zebras, because when you're in shape, the body stays very similar. It doesn't change. It goes back to what you're supposed to look like. Then I realized there was a race of people that was shorter and smaller than every other race. They were kind of small. And they were Asians, and people used to crack jokes on them, that they're just small people. And then I saw this man right here. His name is Hare Tate. This man right here, a small Asian brother. He was small. You can see him beside Arnold Schwarzenegger, but his body didn't have 1 ounce of body fat on it. He didn't care that he was smaller than everybody. He was competing against people that were 6'2". He was winning trophies. His name is Hare Tate. He's a Japanese legend, he's the Japanese legend, Hare Tate Yamagishi, the Japanese bodybuilding legend that didn't care if he was smaller than everybody. He said he's going to stay disciplined and he's going to get this type of body. So I broke his fear by having him hold my snake when I was that big guy. In this picture right here, this picture right here of me at 325 pounds, I stared at this picture and I said, I'm finally with the Japanese master. I'm finally with Hare Tate Yamagishi. Look how small he is. But I'm looking at myself and him, and I said, I'm way bigger than him, but he looks way better than me. So it hit me again. And so I broke his fear. He liked the snake. Look how small he is. That's me and this man right here, Hare Tate. People that wouldn't even think Tehuti would be with. But yes, I'm surrounded myself by these masters, and I got influenced by them because they were basing themselves on biological imperatives. So I was big, but I was not in shape. Then a little white guy by the name of Ed, in the same gym, Ed came up to me and he said, yo, you're so big, man. You have a lot of muscle. And he asked me a question that I couldn't answer. And Tehuti doesn't like questions that he can't answer. Tehuti likes questions that he may not have the answer for right there, but he's going to put together a masterpiece for you. But he doesn't have everything pretty. But to ask me a question and I can't answer it, but I represent what's supposed to be the answer, that means I'm a walking lie. He said, you're so big, but how come you don't have any veins? He said, how come the other guys that are big, they have these veins and you don't have any veins? And I said to myself, but of course I have veins. I'd be dead. And I realized my veins were covered by fat. And the reason why you could see their veins and they look cut and ripped is because the fat was gone. So that question put Tehuti in a position where I said, I can never have anybody ever ask me that again. Why am I big, but I don't have veins? I have to have veins. Oh, they're covered. That means you can't see because the body fat is too much. It's too big. It's unhealthy. I started realizing that there's visceral fat that you can't see with the eye. And that's actually the fat that kills you. And it's not the fat that you can pinch and wiggle. The fat that's internal, called visceral fat, that's actually killing you. And I said, I can't have, if I have that kill me, that means I committed suicide. Because my look is based on what I decided to put in my body. And I always taught myself since I was a child that suicide is the worst form of murder that you can commit. That's the worst crime that you can commit. How can I commit that? So Ed asked me that. And so I went from this. I met another brother. Unfortunately, he passed. He was a competitive guy. His name was Sean Roden. But he passed. But he told me, eat all your meals with a digestive enzyme. Because our digestive enzymes have been destroyed. Our digestive enzymes are mainly destroyed because of all the junk that we've eaten and the overworking of our internal system. We're not digesting food properly. So I went from this, and that's how I turned into this. Same person, but now, oh, that's what I look like? That's what I look like. Okay. That's what a man is supposed to look like, because that's what I would look like if I was an animal, because no zebra has any kind of beer belly. They don't have any kind of big gut and huffing and puffing walking around. So I discipline off of all of those stories that I'm telling you about. There was no personal, the only ritual was me going and looking at the food, and I disciplined myself, and I ended up getting the six-pack that I was looking at when I was this guy, and I was wondering, why don't I have a six-pack? And then I realized the reality is that I do have one. Every human being has one. A 5-year-old has a six-pack. The skinny skateboarder does. A six-pack is just your stomach muscles. You have to have stomach muscles or you couldn't walk. No set of exercises gets you a six-pack. You already have the six-pack. The discipline of you losing the fat around the stomach, not done by exercise, but done by proper eating, gets you the ability to be able to see what your stomach looks like. And so I finally saw what my stomach looked like, and I finally saw myself, and then I realized I love myself. But now I know what I'm loving. I love this person. This is what I actually look like. So it's the love, the biological imperative, and the love of seeing myself and realizing this is what a man looks like when he loves himself. Thinking about that on a regular basis, that primordial thought, all of that is what transformed me. It wasn't any particular ritual, but it was realizing that I was living a lie. I'm a walking big lie, because I can't even tell anybody what I look like, because I don't know what I look like. So who am I to be telling people what to do? And I can't even tell them you're not even looking at the proper man. So that was one of the other reasons why I went into seclusion. I went into seclusion to get myself right. To come back out to be right. So that's what I have to give to you, my brother. If any of that, my life.
So come on, man. You still gave me a Tehuti style breakdown.
Oh man! Oh my goodness!
That was good, man.
Thank you, brother. That
was amazing. Thank you for that.
You're very, very.
That changed a lot. I want to. I at least want to say. Let this podcast. After breaking that down for me. Let this podcast be the beginning of the transformation, and I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you, my brother. I'm glad you appreciate it. That is I tell myself when the people see me in the gym when I used to go, how many plates do you lift? Yo, I do 3 plates. I did 4 plates, and I'm looking at the guy. I curl. I even told Menkora, I curl 40 pounds. The guy told me, I curl 40 pounds. I curl 35. I curl 60 pounds. How many plates do you lift? I can do 3 plates. What do you do? I say 1 each meal. And I realized that the plates that were in front of me on the dinner table were actually what was changing my body for the better than the plates that were at the gym. And I never bench press. I don't do any plates, none of that stuff. I do specific movements that cause me to supinate muscle fibers to actually build the physique, not get bigger, but actually get smaller. But the physique stays built. It's the food. So that's what I tell people all the time. Don't worry. When it hits you, yes, as you said, today will be the first day of the change. Exactly. The plates on the table are more important than the plates of the gym. So that's my answer. Hope you appreciated that.
To us, SABA. Appreciate you.
You're very, very welcome.
That's gratitude. I appreciate that.
You're very, very welcome. Hika Kepara said, very beneficial, SABA. Applicable for one's daily walk. Thank you. Shannon's putting up fire. Anki Ma'at says, aw. And it's true, man. That's my biggest critique. I don't show myself. I only compare myself to animals, so I'm a hard judge of myself. I seem very humble because I know what it takes. It takes nothing but humility to become what I've become. You can't do this egotistically. You will get lost in the sauce, as they say. You'll get lost. You can't do it. You can't lift a weight, lifting it to try to lift heavy things, or you can't stay up. You have to have a bedtime. There's a way of life to this that keeps you sane. I'm gonna look like this and better when I'm 60. Because I have more time to develop, and so will you. You know what I'm saying? So, boom! I don't know if I do boom.
Hey, to us all for sure. To you. I appreciate that. Like I tell you, like all of my questions is pretty much going to be based off of my art or things that I can really implement into my life. So, and I just kind of piggyback on everybody else's questions when they ask about, the questions that you get on a weekly basis. So that's extra for me. But everything right now for me is only my art. My art. I have to stand on the foundation first, and then everything else will play its part. You're breaking everything in the matrix. But to me, I can't see that breakthrough if I don't have a foundation. And so that's what all of my questions are like based upon this just leading with that left.
I see why you liked I see why you gravitated first to Muta Ashby. What I'll give him is he's not as deep as me or anything comparable to the pod class, but he's basing his life on that. On he's focused just on Ma'at and the Medunetter sentences that actually give him better life, and he's one of the more honest of all of them. I have nothing bad to say if there's mistakes in his doctrine, but you'll never see him on there screaming on the other channels.
Yeah. and that's gratitude, because when I first started watching you while I was studying under him, that was one of the first questions I really wanted to send to you, was like, hey, what do you have against Muta Ashby? But you just said it right now. So I just realized, like, if you stick to the principles of Ma'at and not really send a question based on conflict, you'll kind of still get your answer if you're patient.
Absolutely.
And that's gratitude right there, Saba.
Absolutely. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, because I see it's 11:47, I do want to get into this this last thing. I appreciate you, my brother, because
thank you, sir.
You and some others, you, Ani Patah, Sharika, are creating the balance. There's a couple others, the balance of asking questions that are about Ma'at and applications. That's a good mix. It's helping the people that don't think that Ma'at has any kind of way of life. People just think it's about us proving the Egyptians are black and winning a debate, but no, we are actually supposed to be the most religious people on the planet. There was nobody more spiritually zealous than a Kemetian. No Christian could come close to a Kemetian. 24 hours a day, every second of the day, the Kemetian, everything, his shoe had to be Ma'at. Everything was Ma'at. So thank you, my brother. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to get on to a couple donations, and I'm going to get on to the very last question, and then we're going to go ahead and close it out.
Hey, too, so I appreciate it. You already know I already got another question loaded up for you, so it's already sent to you. So we on to the next one.
Oh my God, you and Sharika are gonna. Oh my goodness, you guys are gonna make a file just for YouTube, the Kemetic questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my brother.
I appreciate it too.
While I'm putting this up, the other brothers on the panel, you guys have anything to if you guys have anything to say while I'm putting this up, go ahead.
Hold on, before they get on, Saba, hey, mark this class. Transformation, mark this class. I'm gonna back out and let the brothers do their thing, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. Peace and love to you. You look good in black. We're all wearing black tonight. You see that? Okay. I love this wave. Okay, brother, I'm gonna let you guys talk a bit. I'm actually gonna take a quick break, let you all talk, and when I come back, everybody, we're gonna get off with the explosive last question of the night. I'm gonna do a couple donations. I'm gonna do the last question of the night. What is does everybody have a soul? That's gonna be a good one. It is. It's gonna be great. So, brothers, you go ahead and take off. Go ahead and speak, and I'll be back.
Hotep, peace and love. Hotep, my aunt. Saba, that was an excellent breakdown as usual, and it was different, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you showing us and sharing your personal experience with us. It's real motivational and inspiring. I'm like blown away. But I totally agree with everything that you said, and the same thing with you, Primordial Thought, because that's what I'm doing right now, and that's why it's a slow process for me, because I'm implementing Ma'at as the foundation, period, and then building off of that. So for me, it's a everyday, it's a everything thing. It's not just a one thing, if that makes sense. It's everything, and that's a process, because I can't change everything overnight and at one time. So it's a process, but it's a beautiful process. So shout out to your journey, good brother, because I'm definitely looking forward to that, because we walk in the same path together, all of us here, that understand Ma'at and appreciate our Saba. And it's an honor, and it's an honor to bow my head to you, Saba, and also you too, my young brother Scribe. I bow my head to you, my brother. Your teachings are absolutely excellent. Somebody put it in the chat. Annie Patah is the real scribe. That's a fact. And so, yeah, I listen. I'm grateful to stand next to excellence and to bow to excellence so that I can learn. Cause I just want to learn. Y'all know what's up. I just want to learn. So. teachersma'at.org. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet. Come join us. The Saba. No competition at all. Y'all already know what it is, man. Listen, it's no competition for my young homie. You know how, y'all know how you be like, listen, I'm finna go get my young homie. Hey, listen, there's no competition for my young homie, for real. I mean that, Scribe. That's, man, it's beautiful. I'm honored to stand next to you, brothers, and I'm honored to begin to understand Ma'at in the way that you're teaching it to us, Saba. So two up for that, and I'm gonna let you brothers talk, but continue to motivate and inspire and be the example of what we are supposed to be and how we are supposed to be behaving. So Tua for everything.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I'll be right back. I'm still listening to you guys, but you won't see me.
Yeah, I agree, Atef. That's really beautiful when Saba, that's why he's the ultimate master teacher, because not only is he, sharing the ancestral artifacts and his knowledge and wisdom of the Netzeru, but he can also break down things that we can apply to our lives right here, right now. And, the way we eat and the way that we live and how he trains and, talking about his relationships with the bodybuilders and, how he transformed his body is very important, because a lot of people struggle with their diets and self-consciousness. And so for him to be able to have the discipline to, live a healthy lifestyle and share his journey, who would have known, like, this process for going to grocery stores and, liking to what the animals do, how the animals are, and the zebra. Who would have thought he was talking about zebras and how they look the same? And I had an idea he was going to go there when he started talking about the Comedians. When you see them in the temples, how they all look alike. I think that's actual fact. So that's awesome that he shared that, and definitely an inspiration to stay in good shape and eat food. And I like how you talked about being big is one thing, but being lean and cut and taking care of yourself is very important. And that's so true. Like, so many preachers and reverends trying to tell people how to live their lives, and they're totally out of shape and eating McDonald's and stuff like that. So that's not really representing any kind of God that I want to worship or praise. So, Tua to Saba for being the ultimate master teacher. He's definitely the GOAT. Nobody does what he does. So, Tua to Saba, and I will pass the Ani.
Yeah, hell to you, brothers. Hell to you, Atef, for your wonderful words. Yeah, Saba Tehuti is excellent with how he's able to do what he does. That was phenomenal, very inspirational, very, very motivational. And I know that helped a lot of people who's listening and who will listen after. So shout out to you, Primordial Thought 9, for having the courage to even come forth and ask that question in a public forum, because that's going to help so many people. So shout out to you, good brother, for that. And yes, that's the biological imperative. And when we really recognize, it's hard to see when you're within the matrix, because everything you see around you is just unhealthy trash that's available at your convenience. And so they make it very, very easy. They make it extremely easy to do and eat foods that's not even real food. And it's very deep. And we can look at us, the people around us, and see the results of this. And so this is why I love questions like that deal with applying ma'at in your everyday life to better yourself, to benefit who you are, and affecting those people around you. It's so necessary. And just like the great ancestor PTAH, who teaches every man leads by his action. Every man instructs by his lead, and that's leading by example. And and I've said that from the beginning, since I've come across Saba Tehuti, is that he lead.
Scribe, you muted, bro. You went out. You lead by example. Hotep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, brother.
Okay, yeah, my mic cuts out sometimes at certain points. So yeah, just leading by example, leading with the left. So I'll say that, and peace and love to you, great Saba Tehuti. Support our Saba. Support our Saba. And, yeah, I'll just say that Hotep Ma'at, and may those of you who needed to hear that take that and carry that energy with you. And this podcast is here, so anytime you need it for inspiration, you can come right back here to listen to that and get that necessary inspiration to continue to stay disciplined on the path to achieve success and become who you're supposed to be. So peace and love.
Hotep Menku, you got some words, good brother? Hell, shout out to Ahati Ma'at, the general. Go ahead, Menku. I just wanted to hail my good brother, Ahati Ma'at. Henu to you, good brother. Henu Ahati Ma'at.
Yeah, I definitely, Saba has definitely helped me with my health and my workout regimen. So that's definitely just giving me more energy. But I was already kind of on the trajectory of, it's been a while that I haven't eaten any like red meats. sport or anything like that for like 30 years. So I always have known the importance of dieting to raise my vibration, and so it's very important. I once heard that the saying that let your food be your medicine and let your medicine be your food, and so I've been on that trajectory for a while, and making sure I take care of myself. My health is our health is everything. We were talking about that in the Discord. Tef, you were talking about that yesterday, and health isn't just food, and people think of health as just not being sick, but with your body. But health is a lifestyle. It includes your mind. It includes your spirituality. It includes the environments that you're in, the people that you hang around, your ability to give to help your community. That's a healthy lifestyle. So Tua to SABA for giving us the 360 degree explanation of Ma'at and how in every area of his life is healthy, and Ma'at is representative and who he is and how he teaches. And so that's crazy. We were just talking about that in the Discord, the importance of health. So that's basically all I have to share, brother.
Oh, tap, peace and love to the chat. Shout out to Shannon Southart. Peace and love to you, sister. Peace and love to Leon Brown. Peace and love to Caro. Peace and love to Beijing Pharaoh. Peace and love to you, good brother. Peace and love to Heka Kepara. Peace and love to everybody that support the truth. Got a lot of names in the chat I'm not familiar with. I'm not used to reading the chat. Shout out to you, Rigo. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Peace and love to everybody that understand what's going on here as we step out this matrix, man. teachersmit.org. Go to the website, like, subscribe, and comment, and support our SABA. Support our teacher, like these great brothers said. We have to support our leaders, and we have to, and you know what we have to do? We have to start respecting the real, because how can you be a person and not appreciate that, what our teacher just shared with us? You don't have to be into KEMET to appreciate that, that transformation, because our health is our wealth. Saba, you frozen. Our health is our wealth. Our health is important. And we do not value that. We do not value the things that are important and the things that are beneficial to us. Saba, you're frozen.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you frozen, Saba.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you froze. We can hear you though.
Okay, let me How about now? Same thing?
We can hit. No, you good now, Saba.
Okay, good. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there's two questions, and I'm gonna see if there's two questions in. I can do one of them. I really wanted Sharika to be here for the soul one, and I have another question I see in here, which is oh wow, the Anu people. Oh god. Are the Anu people the Anunnaki? I don't know if you all have heard of the Anu people. Let me see if that brother's here in the room. Who asked that question? The Anu people. Oh, and it's Qigong from Qigong and Ma'at. That's gonna be in the soul one. Who's this? This is Akmos York. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen so in case he's watching. I'm gonna see if he's in the room. I can do one of these. I really wanted Sharika to be here for the soul one. Okay, this is here's the brother's question right here, so he can, if he's skimming through the podcast, you can see that I am acknowledging that he sent this question. Akmos York, if you're out there, Clay Como, Akmos York. Shout out to you, Akmos York. If you're in the room, let me know. If you're watching, go ahead and say something in the room. If you're here, I'll answer this question, and I'll do the soul one next time. If not, I can do the soul one now. Shout out to Akmos York if you're in the room. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give some I'm gonna read out some donations, and then we're gonna get into we'll get into one of these questions. We'll get into one of these questions. I'll see how I feel after the donations. It's too bad none of them are here. Sharika is not in here, and Akmos York isn't here. Okay, so here we go, everybody. David Reed sent in. Oh, and I'm sorry. Hold on. Tef, were you finishing off something, saying something?
No, Saba.
You're just holding off till I got here.
Yeah, I was just holding you down, Saba.
Oh, okay.
Come join us.
Okay, good. So here we go. We're gonna do a couple donations. Windows. Give this man some noise. David Reed sent me $20. Sent $20 to the podcast. Said, and what a fitting donation. This actually came before I did the answer, and what a fitting statement. David Reed said, "This payment is for showing us what others are not capable of, and that's the facts and truth about Ma'at and Kemetic teachings." Thank you, Brother David Reed. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wonderful David Reed. He's in the room, I think, under, I don't know if it's the LLC brother. Everybody has so many different names. But shout out to David Reed. I think he may be the one with the Islamic name, Arabic name at least. Shout out to you, my good brother. That is a beautiful donation statement. Showing us what others are not capable of, and that's the facts and truth about Ma'at and Kemetic teachings. Thank you for appreciating that. That's wonderful. I appreciate you, my good brother. Okay, and I'm gonna take that off the screen. And the next person donating is Monster Steven Escalar, one of the big, consistent heavy hitters. Every pod class is a $40 donation from this brother. Every pod class, he's at every Marinetta class. He's been there from the beginnings. Is that on the screen right now?
Yes.
And his message is Unk Uaja Seneb Saba Tehuti. Unk Uaja Seneb Saba Tehuti. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. Uncle Jaseneb Sabatahuti. Stephen is a great listener, great brother. And next up is hey, Shannon. Saldar giving her gratitude. Says giving her 10 gratitude. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, it's showing.
Thank you. What'd you say?
I said it's showing, Saba.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. This means a lot to me. I'll just leave it like that. This means a lot to me. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate you. And if you're in the room, I can't see the room right now, but shout out to the great Shannon Saldar. Okay. And next up is the brother Big Vapes, who says, this is Big Vapes' new thing. Now I like this, Big Vapes. So every class, Big Vapes comes and donates. He used to donate about maybe like $5 every class, but now what he's doing is every class he's donating for a new Meta class. I like that. Thank you, brother. I'm going to put that. So let me show the people in the room that just like this brother right here is showing, you can get Meta classes. Give him some noise, gentlemen. Is it on the screen? Thank you. Did somebody get put out?
Man, cool.
Okay, is he back?
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to you, Shannon Southard. And Bijan Farrell's in the house. Shout out to Bijan Farrell. Peace to you, good brother. Definitely send me a message, and we can definitely set up a reschedule. Shout out to you, good brother, Big Vapes, for getting a Meta class every class. And he sent an extra he must have watched a Meta class. This is from a long time ago. He sent for the San People Heru origin breakdown. I remember that was a long time ago. A while ago. I wrote that down. Tell me when you all can see this in the room. Extra Sand People. Okay, not yet. Present. Boom, boom. And I'll do one more and then give this man some noise right here. That's $30 right there. He said his donation for Asian San Heru origin breakdown. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Appreciate your support. Always supporting. And the supports are getting bigger and bigger. And we got what's this? Scribe. Okay. I'm just gonna save this. Shout out to shirt. Shout out to Stranger, which I already actually shouted him out to this, but I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the transaction pop up now. So shout out to Stranger for getting a customized customized shirt. Shout out to you. And then we got the wonderful Caro. The wonderful Caro with, what does she do? This is for 17 for a breakdown of one of the breakdowns, something I did. I don't know. Let me go ahead and screen share this, and this will be the last one, and I'll go ahead and answer the question. It's getting late. Shout out to Caro, who gave 22 for, give her some noise. 22 for Tua for that incredible breakdown. Give her some noise. Give her some noise. Shout out to Carol. Appreciate you. Awesome. Carol can do she could do toothpaste commercials. She has a great, huge, bright smile. She could do natural toothpaste, I hope, but she can do toothpaste commercials. Wherever you are, Carol, if you can hear, you may be asleep by now, but wherever you are, thank you for the donation. Thank you for the great consistent energy and everything else that you know that you do. Everything else that you know that you do. Okay, and shout out to Marvin. Shout out to a Tef for the donation. Primordial Thought for another question. And Sincere Austin. I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer right now. I'll do these donations afterwards. Shout out to you. And everybody who saw the answers and support. Oh, you have another name now. You guys, it was Carolina, Carol, and now Carolina with a K and the two E's and a unk. Okay, I like it. Okay, Carolina with the unk and a heart. Shout out to you and thank you for the great support and good energy. And keep representing and stay strong, and you will be the greatest. All right. Now we're gonna get into what answer should we get into, everybody? I don't.
Does everyone have a soul?
Okay, man. Oh, Sharika, where are you, Wolf? Okay, everybody, here we go. I'm gonna break this down. This will probably go to almost 1 o'clock. Oh, you all, welcome to Tehuti's podcast. This is the last answer that I can do of the night. It's already 12:19. I'm gonna try to see if I can get this answer done by 1 o'clock. I wish Sharika was here, but she sends many of them, and she'll be here for many more. This is one I really wish she was here for. And shout out to you, Akmos York. We'll start off the next pod class. We'll start off with your answer, your question. I already have the answer ready, but I really want you to be here because you're a new name, and I really want to see your response after I answer this. So we're gonna go ahead. This is actually 2 questions that were asked. Oh man, this is gonna be. This may be 2 parts. This is 2 questions that were asked, and I wish this brother was here too. He's usually always here. The new brother, Nook Punuk. He's usually always here, always giving donations, and he's not here either. Oh, he's not here either. But this is for you, Nook Punuk. I'm gonna put your question in here. There's actually 2 questions that I'm going to answer. So it's maybe a 2-part. If it starts getting past 1 o'clock, I'll have to shut it down. So it's Nook's question and Sharika's question. Let me go ahead and load this up in the room. Okay. Okay, good. You all are going to really enjoy this because what you're going to see is you're going to see a mixture of things that some things that I've already taught, a lot of things that I've spoken on and taught, and then you're going to see some brand new things that ties those things together. Let's get into it, everybody. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. We're going to get into this last question, see if I can wrap this up in maybe 40 minutes. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me. Press a 9. Welcome to the Tehuti's Pod class. I hope you all can see me and hear me. So get ready to give them some noise. I see somebody put I am here. Stephen, Carolina put I am here. Stephen, you put a 9. Okay. Who else is here in this pod class? Who else is here? Who else is here? Anybody? Okay, so first, hey, hanging around is here. Let me see. So first, we're gonna go into we got the question here from Emmanuel Rodriguez. Emmanuel Rodriguez. Nook Poo. And it is for Hotep Saba Tehuti is Ma in Tai Qigong. So I was asking him to send me clarity, what exactly he wanted to know about. What was the question? Well, if you could clarify what he meant to ask, but that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and tell everybody. Ma'at's inspiration to Qigong, and then that question is actually going to merge into the question right here. You're in Amsterdam? Oh my, wow. Shout out to Amsterdam. I have students all over the world. All over the world. That's beautiful. The Tehuti's podcast is blasting somewhere in Amsterdam. Okay, shout out to Sharika. Give some noise. I'm gonna give some noise. 3333. Sharika's question. Please clarify. Do all individuals? Let's go. Boom. Do all individuals have souls? Kick. I can't say that name, but shout out to Sharika. Do all individuals have souls? 3333. Sharika with the consistent massive donations and support. And 999 from Emmanuel Rodriguez. Nook poo. Shout out to you. Shout out to Akmos York, who's not here, so I'm going to answer his question next week. Hanging around from Amsterdam says, thank you for your work. You're welcome. Jody's here. Higa Kipara's here. Good. Ascari, the great, is here. Let's get into it, everybody. Okay, gentlemen. I don't know if this is the last time I may see some of you. I know some of you will make it through this question and beyond for the closeout, and some of you may be in the sleep world. Tef has been doing pretty good so far. Tef has been doing pretty good. He usually was the first to go. Oh God, you work. What do you say? 36,000 footsteps.
36,000. Saba.
What do you say?
I say it'd be serious with them steps.
Okay.
Gotta stay healthy.
Yes. And Mankara, you've been hanging in there. You actually were the first in the old days to fall asleep. At the end of class, I never would expect to see you. You were gone, but then lately you've been hanging in there.
I fluctuate. I fluctuate a little bit. I'm up and I'm down on staying late. But yeah, I'm 2 hours ahead, so I do my best. Y'all, I look young. Y'all keep forgetting I'm 52. I'm gonna be 53 in August. I'm an old man, so I do my best to do my best.
Robbie Robinson is 70.
That's what I was gonna say.
What's that?
I said that's what I was gonna say.
He's 70 in 2017. That picture was from 2015, actually.
I gotta step my game up.
Yeah, man. We don't want our wives saying, "Hey, our wives when we're 60 picking up 27-year-old men." We got to stop that trend. So we got to stay young forever. All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into the next question. Oh, Sharika, where are you? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I wish both of you are here, but you're not. So let's get into it. Let's just do it. I'm gonna break this down to 40 minutes. Let's see if I can do it. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to Tehuti's Pod Class. We're about to get into this answer, and here it is. Can you all see the screen? And here it is, everybody. Ready? Here we go.
We can see it.
12:27 at night. Oh, my eyes are blurry, but we can do this like Brutus.
All right, Sab, I'm gonna go back in the chat. Peace and love.
Oh yes, brother. Yes, go back in the chat. Thank you.
Love.
Peace and love, everybody. Let me check the room. Make sure you guys all signed out, so there won't be any glitches on my end. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're about to answer this question. Does everyone have a soul? Let's go. Ready? Here we go. Pick up the pace, everybody. Here we are. Boom. Do all people have souls? Is there quote unquote soul in KEMET? Actually, in Ma'at, there are 8 aspects of the immortal self. So is there soul? Well, in Ma'at, there's 8 aspects of the immortal self. The first we have, and they're not in any particular order. This is the first that I have written down. So the first that I have written down is Ren. This is the sound body, or what they call the name body. I'm not going to explain each of these bodies today. Those are separate podcast questions, but I'm just showing you that in KEMET, there's actually 8 aspects of what people are calling a soul body. We have the Ren, we have the Sekem. There's the Sekem right there, symbol. The conscious memory. We have the Eb, the deeds they do, the heart, the compassion, and the guilt, and that which you're holding within from that which you picked up. The Ba, we have the Ba, the part that leaves the body and goes through the journey. We have the Sahu. The Sahu is a whole nother breakdown. We have the Sahu. We have the Ku, the conscious. We have the Kai Bet, which I did a class on already. The black light, or the black sun, the black soul. And then we have the Ka, energetic template. Okay, the Europeans try to condense all of these into his dualistic Masonic principle of 2. Thus, all you know is the lazy version, soul spirit. So in KEMET we had 8, but you get the lazy version, soul spirit. Nobody can really name anything else taught in religion of the immortal body other than soul spirit. But where did the concept come from in modern day religion that everybody has a soul? Where did that even come from, that we all have a soul? In modern day understanding, where does it come from? It comes from the good old Bible in Genesis 2:7. And the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. We have here the word for soul is nefesh, nefesh. Strong's Concordance H5301, soul. So if Adam was the first person created according to the religious story, and God breathed in him the breath of life, and the soul was born, and according to the narrative, we're all from Adam, this is where it came into concept that we all have this one thing called soul, except for the psyops begins. The very first time, what we now identify as the quote-unquote immortal self, the soul's very first mention in the Bible immediately reverses the meaning into a hopeless self-sabotage, meaning there is no heaven anywhere for the soul to go to, whether Adam did good or bad, whether he was, no matter what Adam did, he was doomed to the physical world regardless. Ask any Christian or Hebrew, is there any afterlife to attain for the first 4,000 years of God's plan? So from Adam all the way to Jesus, is there any mention in the Bible of any type of heaven or afterlife that you go to that you're promised if your deeds and actions and heart is good? So the way the Bible works, it actually works through this psyops where it introduces a soul for the very first time, but it introduces it in a story where there's no heaven. That's how the Bible introduces a soul, where there's no heaven, where it's just a nefesh. Okay? So the concept of the breath of life and being the image and likeness of God was grafted directly from Mary Kara, 2075 BC. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Here is Mary Kara. This is found in volume 1, page 106 of Miriam Lithium's Ancient Egyptian Literature. Well tended is mankind, God's cattle, Neter's cattle. He made the sky, the earth for their sake. In Genesis 1. He subdued the water monster, Genesis 1, 2. It goes right from God created the heaven and the earth, and then the earth became void, and God moved across the face of the deep, right into water. He subdued the water. Then he made breath for their noses to live. There is God breathing the breath of life into man, Genesis. They are his image. God made man in his image, who came from his body. He shines in the sky for their sake. God is in the heavens. There's your Genesis 2 story right there from Mary Kara. Stolen, grafted. Genesis 2 was taken from Mary Kara, then spliced with the teachings of the afterlife in the Purim Haru, where the breath was given to you in the afterlife, which was symbolic of the sail's smooth, fast movement over the waters. When you would move as fast as air, wind compared also to the greyhound, to be as fast as air and wind, compared to the greyhound, which is the fastest canine on the planet. So when we get to the Purim Haru, it says another chapter of giving breath. I am Sab, Sabu. I am Shu. So you're being compared to the breath, the freedom of movement of breath uninhibited, and you're compared to the Sab, which is the fast greyhound, because the object is in the afterlife. You're actually a light body, so you can move the speed of light. The greyhound symbolized something that moves faster than you were when you're in the physical realm, because no man is as fast as a greyhound. You are the Sab and the Sabu, which are plural because there's multiple aspects of you. And you are the Shu. Shu is the word for wind, and it represents moving as free and as fast as air itself, and being as free and as light as a feather, causing you the ability to fly or the ability to move out of body. I draw in the air in the presence of the glorious Neter, the Ku, at the limits of the heaven. So here we see when it mentions the breath of life in the Purim Haru, it immediately associates it with being in the presence of light consciousness and being in a place called heaven. In the book of Genesis, when it introduced the breath of life and soul, it's just physical world. That's what Genesis did. Genesis brought the Purim Haru and the teachings of the ancients into a strictly physical world. And that's why you wonder, why are the Hebrew Israelites so angry and violent and aggressive? Is because the Old Testament Hebrew Israelites have no afterlife to look up to, look out for, or anything positive after they pass away. It's just a physical world. There is no punishment. Note, Nephu is the word for the breath of life given to you in the afterlife as you go to this place called heaven. Where did we hear that before? So look over here. Nephu. Nephu right here is the word for the breath of life. Nephu. Anybody heard of that or anything sound similar for that? Yes, grafted right into Genesis 2:7. The breath of life in the living soul, Nefesh. One is Nephu, one is Nefesh. Completely grafted, and they're both the breath of life. The wind, Nephu and Kemet, where you go into the afterlife and move as smooth as the sail of a boat down the Nile. associated with the speed of air called the Nefu, and then stolen, put into the book of Genesis as the Nefesh, the breath of life, except for this time, you don't have any afterlife, making you physical and angry. And boom, in Genesis 2:7, Nefesh, the breath that came, in Genesis 2, boom, in Genesis 2:7, in Genesis 2:7, Nefesh, the breath that became a soul, clearly from Nefu, the breath, except the immortality aspect has been removed. The Torah, etc., created by beings who want you trapped on the earth's plane. This is where the beginning of earth plane teaching came from when they introduced the Bible, because from Genesis all the way to the book of Malachi, there is no immortal aspect or teachings of any type of soul that can leave the body, that goes anywhere because of your good behavior. So it's all about physical life and no punishment, nothing at all, or no thing to look forward to. And when you die, you die. That's where the Genesis book was introduced. And to give you yet another Tehuti jewel that has never been released, to tie it all in and confirm this was blatantly stolen. Remember the Purim Haru, and the immortal conscious moves like a boat over water with the sail image. Remember this right here? Chapter of giving the breath, and there's the sail image because it represents something that moves over water. The breath of life, or how your soul moves over water, symbolically, because the boat of the Nile would move smoothly over this big body of water, and so it shows the symbol of the breath of life as a sailboat, as a sail on a boat. Okay, I'm going to reveal a crumb left by the matrix that you have never been taught before. Soul, and I'll look in the room real quick, interact with the room. Soul, according to what you've been taught, just give one or two words of what it is. What's soul? Just one or two words of what it is. What is soul? This is real night school, yeah. Yes, it is, Shannon. What is soul? Let me turn this down. Shout out to the new person in the room, Marcus Allen. I never seen that name before, but Les Brown said, "You are the one. You're my wasir right now. I'm walking up, and you're on. And you're on. Thank you much. I will show reciprocity." Where have I heard that name before? Les Brown. Who is Les Brown? Les Brown said that I'm the one. You're my wasir right now, and I'm waking up, and you're on. Oh, I see. Les Brown said that I'm the one. Okay, shout out to Les Brown. I'm not sure what that is about, but shout out whatever positivity that brings. Les Brown said that I'm the one, and he wakes up, and then I'm on. And shout out to Les Brown, and shout out to the brother Marcus Allen. Shout out to Reciprocity. So soul energy. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. You got soul energy, soul love. So remember, the concept of your soul moving in the afterlife was associated with moving across large bodies of water, showing a sailboat. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's go. Yes, and everybody follow just like the brother Marcus and show reciprocity. Please, this is what I do for a living. I'm going to reveal a crumb left by the matrix. Remember, the Nefu, see the sail right there? Okay. So, it moves over water. I'm going to give you another jewel that has never been released to tie it all in and confirm that this was blatantly stolen. Remember, in the Purim Haru, the immortal consciousness moves like a boat over water with the sail image, and there it is with the sail image right there. I'm going to reveal a crumb left by the matrix. Guess what soul is? Guess what's in the definition of soul that they never told you? To show that it was completely stolen from the Nefu, moving over a large body of water. So here it is. Here's soul right here. The entity believed to be that in each person lives, feels, thinks, and wills. Spiritual and emotional part of the person. Animate, life-giving, and it goes on. It has been suspected to have meant originally coming from or belonging to the sea. The supposed stopping place of the soul before birth or after death. Sea, from the lake. Dwelling place of the souls in ancient Europe. No. The lake was a dwelling place of the movement of the souls, symbolic of the sail of the boat and how smooth the soul can move, or the ka and the ba and these other aspects can move as fast as a greyhound, but as smooth as the wind and as smooth as a sail over the large bodies of water. Now, when you look up the word soul, which they've never told anybody in this room before, nobody typed this before today. Show me anyone that is taught or revealed this before today, that soul, they're finding out, comes from the words from sea, large bodies of water that the body of the afterlife resides in. Boom, soul coming from sea, the stopping place before birth or after death. So boom, soul coming from the sea, the stopping place before birth or after death, dwelling place of souls. You see that? Now to the full truth. There is no one aspect called a soul, but many subatomic aspects of consciousness that actually create everything in this physical world. The Ka aspect is a bioenergetic template that scientists are now studying. And there's a symbol of the Ka right there, showed as doubled within doubled. Double hands, and inside double hands, another doubled hand. It represents doubled. And there's the Sekem symbol right there. Okay, so doubled, the doubled. It has the ability to double itself. And it lives in the double realm, which I've broken down so multiple times. So it is what's called the bioenergetic aspect. The bioenergetic aspect of a human body is the underlying supportive bioenergetic mechanism, an active living template for the bodily intelligence and all biological life processes. It works in line with the biological function of the physical body and exists as an exact bioenergetic counterpart that is firmly enmeshed within the living physical body. The bioenergetic template is invisible to the eye because this conscious light energy permeates all things and actually creates all of its doubles in the physical realm. Scientists have found that even if you cut off the physical, the energy that creates it is still there. You can't cut that part. It's called the phantom region that they found is a double of this world. And here's the science, here's the image right here. This is what scientists are seeing, that you have a leaf right here. And when you cut this part of the leaf off, this part that you're seeing right here is actually not there. It's cut off and moved. But the light energy that formed it is still there. So they call this the phantom region. Because why is this still there after the physical part is removed? Scientists in the University of California found this and they called it the phantom region. Well, we don't need modern day science, quote unquote. We had the Netter telling us this 3,250 years ago. It is right here in the Purim Haru. And here it is, page 90, plate 15, Purim Haru. In the presence of the keepers of the scales, thou art in the presence of the keeper of the scales, thou art my double. That's the double body, the Ka. within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. May thou come forth to the place of happiness, to which we advance there. Don't let my name stink in the Shenet, who makes men to be in stability. So there is the double that forms the limbs. And because it forms the physical world and it's the double, thus the thing that forms it is still there after you remove the physical, just like the cookie cutter makes the shape of the cookies, and you can take cookies away from it, but the cookie cutter that actually formed it will still be there no matter how many cookies you make. You can eat the cookies, throw the cookies, remove the cookies, put the cookies back. The cookie cutter still remains. It's actually the creator of the cookies. It's the source of the cookies. This conscious subatomic light permeates all matter as taught to us by the Netter as far back as 4,400 years ago. If anyone is going to discuss a quote-unquote soul or energetic, eternal, immortal self, and they do not refer the pyramid text, they are lying to you. And they are part of the psyops. There was no discussion, writing, etc. on this planet of anything called souls or immortality, or you being more than the physical body, until the followers of Ma'at brought that knowledge to the planet. So let us source from there. So here, we're in 2400 BC, the pyramid text. And here we are, north wall, east wall, south wall. And we go to utterance 50. And what does it say the Ka is in utterance 50? O Ra, you are adored in heaven. You are adored for Unath. Lord of all things, for your body are all things. For your Ka, for the Ka of Unas are all things. For his body are all things. Glorious altar. The Ka is permeating through all things, creating all things, the bioenergetic template of all things. That's why when you have an out-of-body experience, you can still see all things. You can move your hand through them because you're seeing the double energy of what's creating all the things that you're able to touch. You're seeing it on the other side in the subatomic world, and thus the chair is still there, the couch, your cat is still there, because the Ka is in all things, and it is a double of you that actually creates your limbs and makes you strong. And that's why you can cut off that part of the body or that leaf and it's still there, and this energy emanates through consciousness. And that's why the ancient Kemetians called the brain, which has neuron light that echoes out of it, they call it utut, which means to shoot forth fire, to send out light consciousness. The word, same word for the brain, means to shoot out fire, the utut. So because this soul, quote unquote soul, is conscious light, when we look up Ka, what do we see? We look up Kai, what do we see? The consciousness within the word, Kai, which is to think, meditate, same root. Ka, Kai, they're all the same root. Same thing. Kat. You see? That's how you know it's the exact same word, whether it's Kai, whether it's Kat. There's just the feminine aspect that has the ability to reproduce. So you put the T at the end. It's the same Ka, Ka-T. Thought, meditation, thought of the heart. Your consciousness is in the same definition of the word Ka, because it is the conscious permeating template of everything that has consciousness within it that's actually creating the physical objects you see. So the same word for Ka is the same word for meditate and thought, because it is consciousness and it is in all things, because the mental plane is everything. And the consciousness exists to create things before these things become physical. We acknowledge it as the Ka, creating its doubles. We show two hands and doubles. When we look for the Ku aspect, what do we see? Remember I told you there's 8 aspects of what they're calling the soul. When we look for the Ku aspect, what do we see in chapter of not dying a second time? Stole that, put that in Revelations 20, second death. So not dying a second time in the other world, thus saith Osiris, is open to the hiding places twice, has fallen, and there's light. So the word for light is Ku. There's a word for light, so ku is light, the light within the darkness. Has a range for me, the I, Ma'at, and Heru has nursed me. So here's the ku, which is light, and over here we go, that was page 105 of the Param Haru, and then we go over here to page 113, we see the ku is intelligence. So this is the intelligent aspect. There's 8 different aspects of what people are calling the soul. The soul can't do anything without intelligence. It doesn't matter if you have an out-of-body experience if you have no consciousness to guide it. So the ka is the bioenergetic template. The echoing out is its ba effect to double itself to come out. And then, of course, while you're traveling around, you have to have consciousness within the ba. That aspect of consciousness in the ba is the ku, which is the word for intelligence, light consciousness. And because it's light consciousness that exists outside of the physical realm and the subatomic, this part of you is not bound by time. Thus, this aspect of you can see into the future. And since, as the Param Haru says, it is that which forms the limb, what if I were to tell you that this part of you, this ku, this consciousness, can reach into the mental plane, the Seket Aru, and foresee Isfet, negative ailments that we just broke down with the eggshell. It can see Isfet, illness, that is already having the intention to attack your limbs before the actual sickness reaches the physical realm, even months before you get sick. The Ka and the Ku knows it. Tehuti, you're pseudo. There's no way you can have a consciousness inside your body that can leap into the future and know what sickness is going to attack you in that conscious realm before it gets to the physical realm 6 months later. Tehuti, that's pseudo. No way. That would mean that we have out-of-body experiences. That would mean that we live outside of our body. There's no way, Tehuti. That's pseudo. This is pseudo. Okay, what I'm going to do for you all right now, although the time is running out, but I'm going to do this for you still. I'm going to play for you a May 26 podcast, perfect. I'll go ahead and play some of this right here.
Here these days about the power of positive thinking. Usually this focuses on what it can do for the individual. But now a Russian scientist says it can also benefit the world around us. RT's Sarah Firth looks at the science behind the claims.
Can you directly influence the world around you with just the power of your mind? Although it might sound far-fetched, a leading Russian scientist believes we can do exactly that. And using a device that photographs human energy fields, he's attempting to prove it.
We are developing idea that our consciousness is an active part of our material world. And with our consciousness, we can directly influence our world.
To bridge our understanding of the unseen world of energy, scientific experiments are carried out using a technique called bioelectric photography. The assumption is that we're constantly emitting energy. Now, bioelectric photography works to capture this energy field that's seen as a light around the body, or what some people would call your aura. Discovered in the 1930s by Russian inventor Semyon Kirlian, he realized that stimulating a subject with a short electrical impulse, you get a burst of light, of photons and electrons around the subject.
It looks like aura, but I don't like this word because it has some metaphysical meaning. I prefer the word energy field.
The device itself photographs each finger individually, with different fingers responsible for different parts of the body, and feeds the information into a computer to interpret. One supposed benefit of this technique is early diagnosis of serious illnesses like heart disease and cancer, but some who work in the mainstream medical profession remain unconvinced.
From the point of view of today's medicine, I don't think this can be used as medical evidence. And I would even go further and say that it's harmful rather than harmless, as it diverts people from the true causes of their illness and from the truly effective treatment.
And some of the claims in energy field research are even more far-reaching.
With our emotions, with our intentions, we can directly influence our environment, our space. Of course, this idea is absolutely new. That's why it has a lot of criticism still. It has a very important message for all of us. Because we demonstrated that positive emotions, they have very strong influence. But the same and even more strong influence has negative emotions. But in one case, energy comes up, in another case, comes down. So it means that if we are developing in ourselves ability to create love, to create positive emotions, we change space around ourselves.
The idea that our personal energy can change the structure of the world around us is viewed by many with deep skepticism. But in the sphere of bioelectrophotography, where it continues to find scientific proof for the theory. Sarah Firth, RT, St. Petersburg.
Okay, let me turn that off here. Why is it still on the screen? Shouldn't be on the screen. Present. Am I locked? It's locked on the screen. Okay, let me. Interesting. Remove. Okay, remove from studio. Okay, so I think that was a video I had to step away for a moment, but it's somewhere in that video or there's another video, but I'm not going to find it right now. I'm going to do the next podcast, but maybe that one where the doctor that was using the photography was saying that he could find the ailments 6 months prior to them affecting the physical body. But that was a great video. If it wasn't that one where they said that because I stepped away, then it's another one which I'll play next. I'll play it next podcast, but I have to move through this. But they did say that they used that science to tell that a disease was going to come into the body 6 months prior from the information given in the light body. Okay, let us continue, everybody. Let us continue. Let me do a screen share again. Boom, boom, and boom. Entire screen. Okay, here we go. If you can see me and hear me, press a 9. If you can see me and hear me, press a 9. I'm moving very slow on my end. If you can see me and hear me, press a 9. Malkia is still up. Shout out to Malkia. I am Kadzani. Oh, that's right. You're in a whole different time frame. Okay, wonderful. House of. Shout out to House of. I can't tell if that's Klai or CLAI. House of Klai. House of Klai. I guess that's a. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Okay, good. You can hear me, Carolina. Ariel Chill Productions. Let me check my my Cash apps. I haven't seen anything come in new yet, but I'm going to keep going. And maybe after this one, we'll have some new ones come in, some new support come in. Okay, let's go. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. Okay, so boom, there's a video right there. All right. Speaking of healing, what is the most popular known touch energy healing in the world? Everybody knows this. What's the most popular known non-touch energy healing, everybody? What's the energy healing that is popular where you don't have to touch the person? You can move your hands over the person to work the healing. What is it called? Everybody go ahead and type it. Everybody knows. Milky says she's trying to hang in there. What is that? What is that healing that is popular, that's used. There it is. Reiki. Reiki, Reiki, Reiki. Good job, Stephen. Awesome. Let's go back to the pod class. Okay, ready? Here we go. What is it called? Yes, Reiki. You think it's Asian? After the followers of Ma'at brought knowledge of the Kai, the Ka, it spread across the world and respected. Want me to show you? Remember, we just broke down the Ka and what it is, the energy body of the Ka? Well, what do you think Reiki is? Let's go to the founder. Let's go to Chijiro Hayashi, 1880, 1940. According to the Oxford Dictionary, the English alternative medicine word Reiki is etymologically from Japanese Reiki, which is what? Mysterious atmosphere. A mysterious atmosphere. Let's get even more detailed. Combining Rei, which is soul, with spirit, and Ki, vital energy. Rei, which is soul, and Ki, vital energy. You see right there? What is that? Boom, conscious light. Ra in the Meru Netter equals the sun. Ka, Meru for vital energy. The vital energy, the bioenergetic template, which energizes the rest of the etheric doubles, the pure energetic doubles, right? And of course, Rei, which through religion and time, they associate with soul because they call your inner body the light body. And Rei is the oldest spiritual word on this planet for light. It is a word that's used for light inside as in the sun, and it's also used for inner light. So it is Rei, Ra. So they create this word they think is Japanese, and they say Reiki. Oh, Ra is the soul, and the Ka or the Kai is the inner vital consciousness. And that's exactly what it is in Meru Netter. That's where it comes from. Ka is the Meru for the vital energy, conscious energy, which brings us to Nukpu's question. And what is that? I put Nukpu, but it's actually Nukpu. And his question is, Hotep Saba Tehuti is Mat in Chai Chi Qigong. Question is, do the teachings of Ma'at, of the Ka, even influence Qigong? Do the teachings of Ma'at even influence Qigong? Is that possible? We see it there in Reiki, but how about Qigong? Well, to answer that, I'm going to take you to Yang Zhuangming, who says, Yang Zhuangming says, Kung means work in Chinese. And here's Qi again. Here's the Qi, means the energy that circulates within the body. So Qi Gong means development of body's energy, circulation, both to increase it and control it. Although it has been widely practiced for a very long time, many people are confused about Qigong, even in China. And many doubt the possibilities of internal energy development or even the existence of the Qi. There are several reasons for this. Until recently, 50 years ago, most experts in Qigong would only teach their own sons or a few people they trusted. So here we have the Qi. And I already explained to you that Qi and Qi is the same thing when it gets translated into the English lettering system. We already did a class on that. So the Qi, Reiki, and Qi and Ki and Ka and Kai are all the same origin, the vital energy that's inside of a body, coming from the inside of everything, coming from the Ka. So boom, Ki is the Qi, which is Ki, which is the same as Ka. all the ancient cultures knew after Kemet of this soul, combient consciousness, immortal energy. That is because everyone had it. All cultures could relate to the Ka and the other aspects taught by the followers of Ma'at. So the skeptics come and say, but who is that, Tehuti? Who cares what that guy says? What's his name? Who cares what this guy says? Yang Zhuang Ming. Who cares if he's talking about the Qi? What does he know? Who is that guy anyways? Who is he? Oh, that's just Master Yang, you know, the White Crane Kung Fu, Long Fist Kung Fu, and Yang style Tai Chi master and treatment doctor, 76-year-old master of 30 schools in over 15 countries. You know, the author of the actual book, Qigong. Yeah, that guy. Set up a debate with him on the Qi and the Ka energy and tell us how that works out for you. So here is Master Yang Zhuang Ming, who actually wrote the book Qigong, Health and Martial Arts. And that is the Tai Chi, Qigong Tai Chi, Master, Tai Chi, Study Path, Dr. Yang Zhuang Ming, who speaks about the Qi, and they also pronounce it as the Qi. That's why you'll see Qigong and Qigong, sometimes spelled with a QI, because the same Ka or Ki energy, the exact same thing that came from Ma'at, taught across the world, and they actually kept the same lettering system, just changed up the sound of it based on your accent. Like tomato and tomato, same thing, just different accents. Kai, Ki, all the same thing. Boom. So is there any Ma'at in Qigong? Ma'at's teachings of the Ka from the pyramid text 2400 BC permeates all the way to China to Reiki, Ra, Sun, Soul, Ki, vital energy, Ra, Ka, and Chinese Qigong, Qigong. The teaching of Ma'at is literally its name. Shout out to Charu Harashi, and Master Yang for keeping the teachings alive and keeping that word alive and that vibration alive, maybe changing the sound from Kai, Ka and Kai in Kemet to Ki, and having it as the exact same thing. And there is the Ki right there, there is the Kai right there, an aspect of the soul, just one of the 9 aspects. Remember Qigong? Qigong Master Yang said this. Remember he said that the Ki is the energy, the vital energy inside, and it's also the working. That Kung is the working. Remember he said that? Okay. That it's the working vital energy that's inside of a person. That is the Qigong, the working energy, that which works. Okay. So Qi is Ka energy, and Qigong is working. Remember, Tehuti teaches that Ka is the double living vital energy that causes inner workings of you, and I call it orgon. I use the word orgon a lot, which forms the bion light that can be seen throughout the Kirlian photography, and the same photography that proved that the phantom effect and the inner workings of the Ka. Remember that? Let's look at the word energy. What does the word energy actually mean? So energy in physics, energy is the quantitative property that must be transferred to an object in order to perform work on or to heat the object. Note 1, energy is conserved quantity. The law of conservation of energy states that energy can be converted in form, but not created or destroyed. It just changes, transforms, like the chapter of Kepara, transformation of that Ka or the Qi energy, the Ba, transforming into different aspects inside of the Param Haru. So S1 unit of energy is the Jole, which is the energy transferred to an object by the working of moving it a distance from 1 meter against the force of 1 Newton. So that is energy, working quantitative property of something that causes the thing to have vitality or to move. That is the energy. That is it, and it can convert forms. But what is the actual meaning of the word energy? Do you know? So Tehuti always breaks down that the Ka, let me go back here, that the Ka, oh, let me move this off the screen. that the Ka is orgone energy. Why do I say that? Why do I call it orgone? Why do I talk about that? Why do I even use that word? Why do I call it orgone? I keep calling the Ka this orgone. And I said it develops the word organs, and it deals with organs and sound and all this. But why do I use that term? And I say that it is energy that is the driving force inside of everything, called the Chi or the Ka, originally called the Ka, and then through accents change into the Ki. But why do I use the word orgone? Well, that's one of your pseudo words, Tehuti. You mysticists use those words. You metaphysics or whatever you are, Tehuti, you all use that word. Well, what is the actual? But what is the actual meaning of the word energy? Do you know? Energy, middle expression, active working, from N, from orgone. Energy is the word orgone itself. That's why it is the word. It's not a pseudo word, made up word. It is actually where the word energy comes from. It comes from ergon, which means to work. The same definition of the Chi and the Kung energy that was described earlier. The same thing when it was described as the working of something. Kung and Qigong, the same Qi energy. Qigong, described by Master Yang. The same thing. Then when you get into the English for energy, it tells you that energy is from the word orgone, which means the working of something. That's what causes things to work, is orgone energy. And what causes biological imperative to work is sexual orgone energy. Okay, so we now know that orgone is not some type of pseudo word, that orgone is actually where the word energy comes from itself. And if you understood etymology, you can actually look at the word orgone and see energy in it. You can actually see where the E-R-G-O-N turns into energy. You can see it happening. Okay, from the word werg, to means to do. You actually get the word work from the word orgone as well. W-E-R-G, that's werg, that's from orgone. It means to do, and that is ergon, which is work. And orgone, which is work, is also werg. Why? Because the letter K and the letter G are the exact same, they're the same thing. Those are the same things. One is a soft ga and one is a hard ka. Okay, that's why we're going to get into that. But here we go. Okay, so boom, the force behind the thing that causes it to work. The Ka again. There is the Kemetic reference to Ka. Is there a Kemetic reference to Ka having a rising aspect? Does it have a rising aspect? Absolutely. Here it is on page 760. And there it is, Ka. It's the side of the pyramid, or the what they're calling the Aku. And it means literally to rise. That's why when you say Ka, your two hands are up. See? It doesn't matter if it's spelled Ki or Ka or Ki. Qigong, there's your Q right there. It's all the same thing. Kai, Ki, Chi, Ki, Ka, Kai, Qigong, Qigong, all the same thing. And it is to lift up something, to resurrect something, exalt something, which is exactly what people took and made, put inside the word soul, that your soul will rise to heaven if you are good. That's talking about the key energy. That's the key, which is to rise up somewhere. This is where the Ka echoes out. So here's the Ka's aspect of rising, where the Ka actually becomes the Ba. So the Ka echoes out and it becomes the Ba as the expanded energetic aspect. The Ka is the bioenergetic template, becomes excited, and the pure energetic aspect expands, and the bioenergetic double can now move independently of the Kat's body, and thus the Ba is born. All of this is what people today are calling soul and spirit. And it would look like this if you could see it. We call this the Satut, or the ability to walk out of the body The word for walking around as a spirit is the word satut. And as I've broken down many times, the word satut that's in the Param Haru as walking in the afterlife is the same word to make a copy, because the bioenergetic template has to get excited, and the bioenergetic template becomes excited and the pure energetic aspect expands. The bioenergetic double can now move around and echo itself. That's why there's more than one echoing, doing what? Moving upwards. That's why when you look at the word ka, ka means to move upwards too. People think that the ka does not come out of the body, it's just the ba. No, the ka is actually an aspect echoing outwards, and that's what actually becomes the ba. The ba is its aspect to move around. So it becomes a ba, shown with as a bird with wings, and it's echoing itself. It's just the ka echoing itself. So there you see right there the ba right over the body, echoing out. This was a depiction of what people are depicting in modern day times, which is this. You have this depiction in modern day times. This is something that we had 4000 BC. In ancient times, there's you laying down on the bed, and there's the body echoing out of it. Same thing. Here's you laying down in the bed, and today they just call it astral projection, out-of-body experience. We were writing about this some 4,000 years ago. There it is right there. As the ka becomes energetically excited and echoes out the pure energetic double. That's called the ba. And I'm not done. Can this light consciousness transfer from person to person? And is there anyone who doesn't have it? Is there anyone who doesn't have this thing called, that they're calling soul, which we know there's no such thing as that, that it's actually 8 different aspects defining their different abilities to interact with that plane? Well, can this light Perlian sea hold consciousness that can transfer out of the body? Yes. As I said before in other classes, the University of California demonstrated this, that the light body can move out of the body and into another person. So that's when you have 2 individuals that touch fingertips side by side while they're thinking sexual thoughts. They both merge, the light merges as red, passed from one fingertip to the next. 2 individuals that are angry with each other, what do you see in the middle? It actually merges out into a bridge, into a dam or a bar, forms, blocking them. This is the light energy of 2 fingers touching, but they're coming out of each other, forming another shape. And when 2 individuals think warm, loving thoughts about each other, a bridge develops, and then they can send that communicative energy through the fingertips or whatever other body part touches, and as you can see, a bridge of blue. So that ka energy that's being seen as through Kirlian photography has the ability to come out of the body and connect consciousness, because it's your consciousness that's making you angry. That when you're angry and you make another person angry, you're sending consciousness to them. Well, here, the consciousness can be sent by simply merely being around the person or just touching them. Boom, the aspect of the soul, which as you can see in this class, is an intricate network of refined conscious light, which is the real you. It can leave the body, it can transfer from person to person through bioenergetic excitement. It creates the physical body. It creates bridges. Thus, all life needs it to even exist. Yes, everyone has these aspects, even a rat. So this teaching that there's certain people that don't have a soul is because the Caucasian, when he made up the word soul, he confused you by eliminating all of the aspects that he tried to bunch up into his dualism, soul, spirit, soul, spirit. All the aspects don't fit into those 2 words. Sorry. Everything needs the pure energetic double, the bioenergetic template. Everything needs the vibrational body. Everything needs the ku, the light conscious body. Everybody, everything. This is a rat. Even the rat gives off the same Kirlian light. Everything has it. That's why we have out-of-body experiences. You can see animals. Everything has it. It became so universally known after the followers of Ma'at brought it to the world that yes, it is even in your English dictionary. Yes, the ka and the ba are in your English dictionary. You just keep getting the words soul and spirit pushed on you. Meanwhile, it was so universal that it was in all cultures. It's in Tai Chi as Chi and Ki. It's in Reiki as Ra Ki, Ra Ka. And it's even in the English dictionary under spirit, non-physical. Do you see right there? Ka. Right there in the English dictionary. Harmony between the body and the spirit. There's your Ka right there. See it? Ka's in there. So you can find Ka right in the English dictionary under spirit. A question to break the matrix: when you get cut, your finger, when you get cut, you cut your finger off. If you were to cut your finger off, does that part of you die? Of course it does. As soon as you cut your finger off, notice that it decays. The rest of your body doesn't start decaying. Why is that? You're cutting it off from something. Something that it's connected to is keeping that finger alive. What is it connected to? Because as soon as you cut it off, it begins to decay, but the rest of your body doesn't. What was it connected to? If there's a shape left on the cutoff part that was cut off, if that's still emanating light that holds consciousness, forming that piece, that shape like we discussed in the phantom effect, wouldn't that be proof of an afterlife? If you can cut off the physical body, the leaf, your finger, and when you cut that off, it becomes disconnected to something and it begins to decay. You can wrap material over your hand and stop the bleeding and you still live. You don't decay. But the part that you cut off, it begins to die. But under the Curlian photography, even though the piece is cut off, we still see it there, holding the consciousness to keep the form of the leaf while the piece was there. Is that not pure straight proof of life after death? If that's not proof of life after death, I'm gone. I don't know what else anybody needs to see. That is the Ka, the Ki, that is the Ka, that is the Ba, that is the Ku, that is the energetic template that still exists, permeating consciousness because it's holding the form of the leaf, not any other form, and it's still there after the leaf part that you cut off is blowing away in the wind. It's dying. It's going to go to the ground dying, but yet the image is still there, moving, attached to what was creating the leaf in the first place. So this part is still alive while the physical part is dead. There's your life after death. There it is. Boom. Scientists call this the phantom region. Why did they call that word? Why did they call it the phantom region? Of all words that they could have chose, why did they call it the phantom region? Well, in KEMET, we taught that the Ba has the ability to continue its conscious light life after death. People that believe in just science or that are atheists say, that is the Kemetic pseudoism. We don't believe in a Ba. But yet you have what's called the phantom effect, which is a light energy that exists after death. But why do you call it phantom? Well, we'll look up the word phantom, and there it is, right there. Phantom, to bring to light, make appear, from the old word, Ba. And they cover it up by putting PIE, Proto-Indo-European, which was no such language. I tell everybody, all my students, every time you see Proto-Indo-European, pretty much know you're talking about Medunetter. They just don't want to say Medunetter. They're like as if there's some language that has to have the subliminal word Indian in it and European in it. The two people that destroyed KEMET. The Indians, who became your Iranians and Arabs, and the Europeans, which were your Alexander the Greats and Ptolemies. The two people that destroyed KEMET, now those are the two people that have the name of the oldest language on the planet. The oldest language on the planet is called Proto, but it has to have Indo and European in it. Okay, well, it's Proto-Indo-European. Why not just say the languages? That Proto means before, with the before. So if it was before, what was the language? Just say the language, but they want to put subliminally Proto. Well, there's your Ba, bringing things to light, which is phantom, which the same scientists are calling the phantom effect. Well, we just called it the Ba and the Ka, and the light around it that held its consciousness, we just called it the Ku. And the sound energy that created it, we just call that the Ren. And the fact that it had memory to hold itself together and have its history, we just call it the Sekhem. And if it had any form of guilt or any form of memory of its good deeds, we just call that the Eve aspect of it. And if it could live forever in that form, we just called it the Sahu. Those are the different regions, the different aspects. But the Europeans tried to destroy all that by just calling it the Ba. So boom, phantom is from Ba. Even the scientists know of the Ba and know that it is what is left after the physical dies. So yes, everyone, every creature has this Ka, Ba aspects of itself, and the other aspects, or else they couldn't exist. Conscious energy, or as they say today, everything has a soul. As the Smith said today, everything has a soul. Even demons. When people are wondering, what about the evil people? Do they have a soul? Yes, even demons. And that's why when you get to the other side, they're there too. Hotep, show reciprocity. If this information has been beneficial to you in any way, and you want this level of answers to continue, thank you for absorbing this information. The only reason why we would even question if anything doesn't have a soul is because of the sad Christian filter interpretation that soul is good energy, good beings going to heaven. No, it is not. It is neither good or bad. It is just, there's just the consciousness of everything. A rat has it. That's why when you have an out-of-body experience, you can see your cat. If the cat didn't have those aspects to exist outside of his physical body, you wouldn't see your cat in the out-of-body. It's there too. Everything has the 8 aspects. Everything has these aspects. Boom, that's my answer. There it is. Hope you enjoyed it. And there you go. We just have to get rid of this silly word soul. I don't know where we never taught that. We taught specific 8 aspects of consciousness. The Tamu took it all and said, look, get soul. We're too lazy to have 8 aspects. Soul. Well, which one is the soul? Is the soul the Ka? Is the soul the Ba? Is the soul the Ren? Is the soul the Sekhem? Is the soul the Eve? Is the soul the Sahu? Because the original people that taught about the afterlife taught 8 aspects. So there's 8 aspects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 aspects. Where do we get the concept today that there's only 2? Soul, spirit, soul, spirit. Soul, spirit, for major confusion of Masonic duality. Just transforming it into that. So everything has a light body, everything has a consciousness, and anything can exist after life, even a leaf. All of that. By the silly fact that we were raised up under Christianity, we actually thought that we were superior and somehow more advanced than all the creatures on the planet. So because heaven was only taught to people in the Bible, they started teaching us for years, animals don't have soul. Some people say white people don't have soul, they're evil. A tree doesn't have a soul. That was a psyops to make you believe that there's a God that only cares about you. That was a separation from nature. When in reality, everything has to exist. There is no God, one God that just cares about you. There's no such thing as that whatsoever. Everything, all consciousness can reach the afterlife because it existed in the afterlife before there was a physical realm. Boom, there it is. There it is, everybody. We got to leave the Bible and Christianity alone. The Bible is the thing that teaches only people have souls. That's it. The pyramid text says the Ka is in everything. The Bible says, nope, it's only in man. That's it. Therefore, we can kill everything. On those other men, the blacks, Indians, and Mexicans, the indigenous, they're savage. They don't have a soul, so we can kill them too. That was a justification to just wreak havoc in the world, where we looked at every creature and said, you have what I have. Your life is valuable as well. Europeans said, no, they don't have a soul. We can kill them. We can kill you. Blacks, you're devils too. You're demons. You don't have a soul. We got all that is madness. Hotep, everybody, I hope you appreciate it. I'm going to check the chat to see if you like it. Then we're going to close up this pod class. I'm going to go and check the support that I got. I stayed up till 1:30 in my morning doing this. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to jump in, and we're going to close this out with the last donations. Let me see if there was support given to Cash App TTM Moon. And I'm just going to keep it running at it's been at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, it's there. It is there. Let me go ahead and check the Gmails and see. There was one donation from a good brother, David Alberts. Thank you, David Alberts. I'm going to go ahead and shout you out right now. This was the one donation that was given since I did that major breakdown on the soul and the spirits. I'm going to go ahead and give you a shout out and then do the rest of the donations and see if the other brothers are coming back into the room. 18. And it is ready to go. I'm staying up 8 hours to do this for everyone. I'm going to check the room to see if you all appreciated it. Well, here's Annie, who's up. What's up, my good brother?
Peace. Hotep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Great. I hear you. Great.
Okay.
Raphael Gary says, beautiful work. Oh, what were you going to say, Scribe?
Oh, no, nothing, Saba. You can go ahead.
Okay, Raphael Gary says, beautiful work. Shannon says, so very simple. Let's see who else liked the class. Maybe it didn't come through yet. I do have a lag, so I'm not getting the latest comments in order. Okay, Stephen, he says wonderful breakdown with, I think, claps and fire. Fella B said, great show, bless you. Thank you, bless you too. Bijan Farrow said, I told my Christian mom the same thing, Saba. Every living thing has a soul. We and I'll tell you the psyops, we have to take it away from the silly word soul. When you tell a Christian every living thing has a soul, you have to prove that in the Bible, because she's going to pull out the Bible. The Bible is where it mentions a soul. If you pull out your Purim Haru, it's going to mention Ka, Ba, Ren, Eve, Sechem. It's not going to say a soul. So when Christians say soul, that's their way of making man superior, because the soul was only given to Adam. It wasn't given to the birds. That's nonsense. Okay, all right. Yes, Scribe, what do you think, my brother?
Yes, that's that's psyops in itself is absolutely wicked. And when you really break it down like how you just said, it's blasphemous to think that even when it comes to, as you showed in the pyramid text, and how the Kemetians were the initial ones to bring forth any type of information about anything outside of this physical reality, and then we come across this Bible and Adam being a living soul. It's it really puts things into perspectives, because and that's one of the main reasons why I even wanted to go into the 9 aspects, is because the spirit and soul is used so much today, but no one really knows what it is. And especially when it comes to Kemet, we take these words and we really create our own definitions to these words without ever really looking it up. And so with what you bring forth is so very necessary and so powerful that I don't, if if you don't see and recognize this, and if you don't appreciate what you're doing, I don't know if there's anything that can be done for those people, because it's just something that's just it's so far beyond where we originally started, that I mean, it's like going out and sea and then just losing your oar, losing your paddle, and you're just floating around.
You're so far from the land, you like just in the dark,
Right.
Exactly. What's up, Atef? How you doing, good brother?
I'm riding with you, Saba.
We lost Menku.
Excellent. Oh yeah, Menku fell asleep. Hey, it's 4:30 right here. I'm woozy. This week was real busy, man, but it's a beautiful thing. It's Tua for everything that you bring forth and the truth and being an example. Tua. I and I'm looking forward to our meeting too. Whenever we wake up.
Oh God. I got one. Who I got this week? I got you. I possibly have one of my daughters. I have Melkia Wamangu. I got I think Anu. Oh my God. I can't do it all. I can't. I'm your priority. Your priority though. Your priority. You and Melkia. I gotta talk to her. But so many people. I'm trying to get away from one-on-ones. You guys are not allowing me to escape one-on-one. I gotta. Just when I thought I had a breakaway, I did Scribe and You, and I was like, that's it. I'm free, and boom, here we go. We're back. Oh goodness! But you guys always get priority. All my team will forever always get one-on-ones with me, because they are the backbone. They're the backbone and the arms of what's going on. So you guys will always get, even when I cut it off for everybody, it will always be you guys.
True for that, Saba.
No problem. As I told to both of you, you know what? I sent your message. I didn't say anything personal at all, but I sent a message to that I was going to send to you to another Jay. There's a Jay Kirkland, but both of you show up on my text message as Jay. So, and but I sent a message out. Basically, I'm sending to all the people that I care about that are part of the team. I already told Scribe. If you all want to have the one-on-ones and have your family there, where we do a little family talk, that's open too. If you need that, okay.
True for that. Yes,
definitely. I'm here to see. I did a great emotional family one with some people in this pod class, and literally separated their family, and they came right back together stronger. But I literally had them yanked apart. I put the truth in front of them, tears and everything, and I showed this is the truth. Here it is, cut, boom, away from the nonsense, away from the matrix, just to show them that they really needed each other. that little segment of them being apart was too powerful. That, oh, you see what it is to be apart? Okay, boom, and now they're back way stronger. So I do that. I help bring the families together. So let's do it. Let's do it if you need it.
Tua. Yes.
You're welcome. Okay, let's do some. It's you know what? I'm looking at it. It says it's only 7 hours. I realized I started the pod class late, so this actually would be 12:40 right now. It wouldn't be this time actually. I started much later. So here we go. Let's do some shout outs, and I gotta rest myself Okay, we got. Sorry, who's this? Where are the donators? David Alberts. Here it is. Oh, where'd it go? Right here. Shout out to David Alberts. Give him some noise. I've never even heard this name before. This must be the. This must be the person that came and said that. Les Brown said that I'm the one. I think this must be him. Shout out to David Albert. So this is you that said Les Brown said I'm the one. Shout out to whoever Les Brown is. I know that name, but I don't know. But shout out to, yeah, he's like a real strong faced brother, I think. I'm not sure, but shout out to Les Brown and or anyone positive. Shout out to you all. I'm not familiar with all the celebrities and stuff. He was a strong. I remember the guy with a strong face though. He was a strong, definitely alpha male face. If it's the same guy. What's that? Shout out to the strong face. You know, strong face like Mario. Mario has a strong face too.
That's funny. Strong face.
The strong face brethrens. Let me see something if I have this in my system. It says David, right? Let me see. Yep, David Alberts. Thank you, David Alberts. Appreciate your great donation for the first time that I've ever seen your name to just come forth with $30. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay, next up, let's see if we can whiz through a couple of these. Next up is who's this? Oh, I think this is Bijan Farrow, right? Hey, yes it is. My good brother Bijan Farrow. We gotta talk too, Bijan Farrow. We gotta reschedule the one that you didn't make. We gotta reschedule that too, my good brother. Is that on the screen, fellas?
No.
Not yet, Saba.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna put it on the screen right now, Mr. Bijan Farrow. Is that I like the message too. I like this message. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Very interesting. This will get Christians angry. Let me see. Give him some noise. He said, give the God his offerings. Oh, man. Thank you, Virginia. Shout out to you. Give the God his offerings from Bijan Farrow. For support, give the God his offerings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you all. I'm probably going to announce it next week, but I want everybody to know that all the support that the big support that everybody was giving me for the emergency since December, it's been brought down to like couple $100 now. It was thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It was a lot, but with the support from here and also support that I get off of here, that emergency situation has been pretty much rectified. Thank you all, and all the magic that also helped for it. It took from December till now to do it, but it has pretty much been rectified. It's nothing that I can't handle. So thank you, everybody. In the beginning, see where we're giving like $200 and big all type of things. Thank you for that. I know it died down after a while, but it's actually fizzled down to almost nothing. So thank you all for the huge support from December. And what? Snake sneeze from December till maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, month and a half ago. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. It's Bijan. Is it Bijan? Bijan. Okay, thank you for that. I don't know what any of those words mean. Bijan. I'm not sure, but shout out to you. Shout out to Primordial Thought. So I see Primordial Thoughts consistent donations are like $30 and $10 for Primordial Thought has his system going. I like it. It's $30 for question in Gmail. Do you all see that on the screen yet or no?
No, you're not sharing.
Okay, thank you. Let me go ahead and fix that. Shout out to you. Question in Gmail. So this one has a question. This must have been the one he was talking about when he said that he sent me something from May. I'm getting blurry-eyed. Hold on. May I'll put 26. May 26th. Okay, they put this in the room. I want everybody to know that Ahati is okay. He's just he's not up to able to come to this class today, but he is not missing in action, or he's not in any danger or trouble or any pain. Some dentist thing he has to do or did, but he's fine. Okay, is that on the screen yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Give him some noise. Thank you. Primordial Thought. Who else is here? Oh, we have finally gone all the way up to a Tef, Ram, Chem, Mahat. With his, this is his classic donation. Is that on the screen yet?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Okay, thank you. Shout out to, what's that?
I said Nini up.
Yes, thank you. Shout out to a Tef, Rem, Chem, Ma'at, who's in front of you on the panel right now with the 777. This was his original classic support donation for a long time. Brings back memories, but he's now added another donation to that. And he does this pretty consistently, which is this one coming up right here. Give this man some noise because we have boom 2023. And next up is the man who always gives 666, which is I am Kadzani. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
I am Kadzani. A small tip for your priceless life tips. Thank you. I'm going to put this for extra primord question. Okay. Stephen Escalar came through again. I think this is his second donation for oh yeah, Stephen E always gives he gives his Meta-Netter. I'll go ahead and show it just to show everybody that you can give Meta-Netter donation before Monday. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
So this is for his Meta-Netter Monday. He puts the date on it. And then Stephen E knows that I'm a very, 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 very busy man. So he'll send this. And then on the Monday, right before class, he'll send me a screenshot of it. Very good system. He has, but he definitely pays for his Meta-Netter class way before the class. Days before. So shout out to you, good brother. I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And we have Oh, a couple more came in. Oh, thank you, everybody. Some more came in. Some more donation. I had to refresh the page. I did David Alberts already, right? Yes. David Alberts. Who's this? Ooh, we got another new. I've never heard of this name before. Shout out to. Oh, Claiborne. Shout out to Claiborne. Appreciate you, good brother. Claiborne, the person that popped up. Is Claiborne the one that said the thing about Les Brown? I'm losing track. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing.
Give this man some noise. I'm gonna give him some noise as well. Shout out to Claiborne. I've never seen this name donate before. To my knowledge, it's the first donation, and he pops up with the masterful $50. Shout out to you, Claiborne. Hey, peace, Ascension, good brother Ascension. Shout out to you, Claiborne. There he is, House of Clay. That's what it is, House of Clay. I've never heard of this name before. Have you all ever heard of House of Clay before?
No, sir. I have not.
Nope.
I've never heard of House of Clay. Pops in and just jumps in right into a monster donator. Jumps right into the big waters. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm gonna give you some my personal sound effects. Thank you.
I love that beat, so
that's the best. And you have great memories of that beat. You have history recorded, my brother. You recorded the whole event.
Yes.
Big bombs for you, Clay. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. You are. I'm not sure where. I'm just very happy. Brothers just pop up. People just pop up out of nowhere. And there were people who have been affected for a while, and they just didn't speak until it was the right time to let themselves be known. Like that brother Primordial. He stayed silent watching me for 2 years. 2 years. That means he was there right when you guys were there in the Killer Priest show. He was just a quiet watcher, and then boom, he comes out. He's Mr. Consistent. Mr. Consistent. Shout out to you. Shout out to Thomas Claiborne. Shout out to the good brother shout out to Nana Amun, who I don't think donated this time, but last time donated a big one as well. Shout out to hey, we got am I saying it right? Bejan? I don't know. Bejan Pharaoh with another extra tip for give him some noise. He give a tip already, a nice tip, and now he's giving an extra. Was that on the screen?
No, screen's not sharing.
He gave an extra one for the soul breakdown. Extra soul. Okay, it's not on the screen. Let me go and put that on the screen. Shout out to that should be on the screen now, I hope. Thank you. Look who's... Thank you. Look who's back, everybody. I think he was gone for 2 classes. I didn't see him. And boom, Anthony Drain is back. Thank you, my good brother. I was about to scroll down and see if I had your information and see if you're okay. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing SABA.
Yeah, thank you for. At least we know that you're okay. Thank you, good brother. That, by the way, everybody is the good brother Zep Tepi Slim, who donates every pod class before the class starts. I hadn't seen him for maybe one or two, I think. I'm not sure, but I got a little worried. But he's good. Thank you. Hey, we got a Tef Rem Cam Ma'at again. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing Saba.
Oh, an extra tip for the soul. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Extra for the soul. Appreciate you. I think we have one more. Yeah, let me refresh the page. And let me scroll down and see that's okay. We got one more then. Oh man, there's about to be 2 Africas. I can't wait to see what happens. Okay. Next is Ani Pata Aten. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Give him some noise. It's like I heard shattered glass. So the plane hit the Trade Center or something. I don't know what. That was an interesting sound effect. What did you say, Nay? Yeah, Ted's laughing. It sounded like the plane hit the glass building. That's funny. Okay, I think that's it, everybody. You all that are watching the Tehuti's Pod class, I hope you all appreciated that which you know you just will not get anywhere. I hope you all really appreciate this. Those who are watching it afterwards, if you're watching it and you like the information, go ahead and support. To the good brother Akmos York, I wanted you to be in the room, but I do have your answer ready for you on the Anu people, and you're gonna love it. Come next pod class, I will begin off the next pod class with that answer. I do like it when people are in the room, but if you're not, I'll still go ahead and answer next week. No problem. Everybody who sees this pod class and appreciates it, please support what it is that you see, because this is what I do professionally. This is what I do for everyone. And this is all that I do. I literally have sacrificed that which else I could be doing, because this has more quality to me. Resurrecting people's mind states and actually having them support so that I can continue to do so is more quality to me than some of the other things that I could be doing, which are also enjoyable to me. I want to give a shout out to of course, the moderators, which the screen seems to be frozen, covering let me see if I can fix that. Ticker off. Okay, here we go. All right, we have Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. These are the Ma'atorators. The beautiful Nani Aset Mer, the wonderful Anki and Ma'at, the strong Ahati, and the technician and modern day scribe, called the scribe, Nani, Pata, Aten, Tehuti. Thank you all. These are the Ma'atorators. Let me remove that. Thank you all for coming to another beautiful Tutti Pod class. I'm going to let the brothers close out with a couple of words. Then I'm going to go ahead and close this out so I can get to the Upesh realm. Okay, brothers, go ahead, and then I'll let you. I know the good brother Tef loves to do the affirmation, so afterwards I'll let him do the affirmation. But go ahead, brothers, say a couple final words, and let's go to sleep.
All right. Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. Excellent pod class. Great SABA Tehuti. Another one for the record books. This is going to help a lot of people. And I just want to remind everybody that this Sunday, teachingsofma'at.org, the great brother Atef will be presenting this week. So be sure you are in the building to receive that. It's going to be a journey. This great brother always takes us on a wonderful ride. So make sure you're in the building this Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific time, Teachings of Ma'at YouTube. And hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Have a safe weekend. The crazies will be out. So make sure you are safe. So peace and love, everyone.
Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That's something I always say. I don't know if you got that from me or if that's something you say. The crazies will be out. I always say that almost every day. I say that. So my God, it says the crazies are out. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Anif. Thank you for your beautiful words. Love you. Send your good, send my good energy to your loved ones, your family. And I hope the creation of what you're making is working exactly how you want it to go. Shout out to you for being strong enough to be the Dejed in that situation. You're the pillar there. So keep pillar it up.
2 hours.
Okay, Tef, what do you got to say to close us out, my good brother?
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to everybody in the chat. Shout out to you, the best teacher on the internet, the SABA. Very tired, but very motivated. I just want to say Hinu and Tua to the Natiru for everything. It is so much magic going on, and I'm enjoying it. It's beautiful, and I'm very, very tired, Saba. But I'm motivated by the truth, so I stay up because people do what's important to them. And the truth is important to me. And I really appreciate having a teacher. I really appreciate having someone that's going to tell us the truth and teach us about Ma'at. And I'm going to close it out before I get emotional because it's very, very, very early in the morning, and I show nothing but supreme gratitude to you and all that you do and all that you bring forth. And I am going to make the world know who my teacher is. The best teacher, the Saba. So Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to everybody. And I look forward to our speaking later on, Saba. And Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, thank you. Hotep Ma'at to you. Okay. All right, I'm going to do the affirmation, and then I'm going to go big screen and close out. Let me put the affirmation on the room. Shout out to everybody who lasted to the end, which is House of Clay. Bejan Farrow said, I'm from Barbados, Saba, so I count Bejan, but I'm going to just put Farrow instead. Okay. Shout out to Farrow. That's actually one of my names, too. Bejan still in Barbados. I don't know. There's something Bejan going on. I don't know what's going on, but shout out to Shannon. Beautiful class, Saba Hotep. Thank you, beautiful lady, with your stars and fingers and mountain with the sun going off. Stars and fingers, Hotep Ma'at, with the mountain with the sun going over it. Beautiful class, Saba. Stars, fingers, Hotep Ma'at. sun going over the mountain. Shout out to Leo Fire. Shout out to everybody who lasted to the end. Oh, a Bayesian. Like as in Barbasian. Okay. I get it now. We used to just say Barbasian, but yeah, Bayesian. I remember that from years ago. Right. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Harass Did For Ye Culture. Shout out to Fella B. Shout out to Anki Ma'at and all the great people that lasted, Stephen E. and everybody. Okay, let me go ahead and do the affirmation. Let me go ahead and get attempt to say the affirmation, and then I'm gonna close out. Man, yeah, I'm breaking down too. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like the sleep is always good though. When we do fall asleep, it's gonna be coma status. Even if you only sleep for 4 hours, it'll be 4-hour coma.
Yes.
So, okay, here's the affirmation. Go ahead and Atef, you can say it out.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at. An NS. Min Tet Oset Ma'at. Min Hapapat Ma'at. Her in Hukui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Let me give this. Thank you, Atef. Let me see if this get this off the screen. There it is.
Up.
Okay, thank you, good brother Atef. Okay, my brothers, I'm gonna go big screen and close this out. See you all. Did you say you had a meeting, Annie? You had a meeting recently?
Yes, we had a Discord community meeting this past Thursday.
Oh, okay. All the people that are in the chat, the Discord chat?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Very, very good. It went well?
Yes, it went well. It went excellent.
Awesome. Wonderful. Good to hear. Okay, good. Okay, guys, I'm gonna see gentlemen, gods, netters. I'm gonna see you all Sunday, and Atef, I'm gonna see you sometime when I'm conscious. Tomorrow sometime. I'm gonna see you. We'll wake up and see when I can function.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go big screen, fellas.
All right. Peace and love.
Okay, peace and love. Peace and love, everybody. Okay, everybody. Peace. Tef, you can still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Saba.
1 second. Okay. All right, peace, brother Tef. Yes, I'll see you. I'll do my best to pop in and out. In your Sunday demonstration, and check you out there. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow, though.
Yes. Hotel. Okay. Peace.
Hotel, brother. Peace. Peace, wonderful people. Another beautiful Tehuti'S pod class. Another one for the books, another one for the records. I'm glad you all greatly appreciate this. It is another beautiful pod class. We have made it through at 7 hours and 22 minutes. For those that hung on to the end, you all are wonderful knowledge troopers. It's better than being at the club until 2 in the morning, which I'm sure all of us used to do at one time. This is about knowledge and information. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. You know how to support. On my hat, Charlotte. She is a form of Aniyah, quantum entanglement, and the webbing process that connects us all. This is Ink Drop, the very, very unique black sun dotted serpent who has, yes, 42 dots. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you all appreciate the Tehuti's Pod class. I will see you all next week. Go Sunday to the teachings of Ma'at and check out the brothers' teaching. See what you think of it, and hopefully you appreciate, like it, and enjoy it. Let me move this all the way up so I can get all the light. There it is. Wonderful. Move that to the side. Beautiful. Peace, everyone. Peace and love. I'm glad you all appreciate the Tehuti's Pod class and the information that is only broken down here. Send in your live questions. Send in your live questions. Send your support to TT Amun, Cash App, TT Amun. Send your support to PayPal at Rocky SV for if you're watching this show after it's done on the YouTube and you just want to send in some supports because you enjoyed and appreciated what was taught. It is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. This is what keeps the pod class here. This is what keeps the pod class going. Peace and love, everybody. I hope to see future teachers soon that will base things on ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. You can inquire how to get Melanin Dark Consciousness PDF or Stepping Out of the Matrix PDF. You can get both of those by inquiring directly to me through mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. That's how you can get both of those. I appreciate all those who support. Your support is greatly appreciated. Let me move this off the screen. Boom. Thank you all for another beautiful Tehuti's Pod class.